the sovereign of the desolate sands. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Water and Earth Cover. 1 hour later, 117 people died and 390 people were injured. Yi Hong reported the casualties of the left army. Many of the arrows that came down from the city were soaked in feces. When he said this, his face was ashen. The Beisheng army did not have enough medicine. In addition to those who died on the spot, a large proportion of the wounded would be disabled or die. In fact, because there was no way to deal with wound infection, the number of deaths in the war in Dahua was often greater than the number of injuries. Hong Fan could not do anything about this. He did not know how to prepare antibiotics, but the Dahua people had already learned simple operations such as boiling disinfection from experience. According to the statistics of several generals who supported the battle, the total number of people shot by arrows on the city did not exceed 50, and the casualties were probably only 1/10 of ours. Yi Hong continued. I'm not afraid of fighting, it's really not worth it. The words fell into Hong Fan's ears, about 3 parts of sadness and 7 parts of anger. It seemed to be pointed out. Continue. Su Yanteo glanced at him lightly, expressionless. Yi Hong had to suppress his mood. When he was in the Xinfeng army, he was Su Yanteo's trusted lieutenant, and his obedience to the latter was already engraved in his instinct. General Su, the exact statistics of earthwork transportation have not yet come out, but it can be roughly estimated. Yi Hong gestured with his fingers on the siege sand table newly made by Hong Fan. From the rear to the front, the auxiliary soldiers need to walk back and forth for half a quarter of an hour. Considering the final sprint, they can only carry 20 kilograms of sand and soil at a time. I have successively replaced 3,000-man teams, and promised that each person only needs to go back and forth 4 times. So it can be seen that the total amount of earthwork transported is about 240,000 kilograms. 240,000 kilograms, it sounds like a big number. But after conversion, it is actually only 120 tons, about 48 cubic meters, which is equivalent to filling a 4-meter wide moat. This does not count the waste of loose oil carried away by the water flow. The moat is not water without a source, and there are stone valves at the culvert to adjust the flow of the water system. There was silence in the tent for a while. Everyone present was experienced in the military, and they knew that if they followed the current method, they would have to pay dozens of times more casualties to fill the 60-meter wide attack surface. At least thousands of lives, and even more injuries. Just to complete the preparations for the siege. This price was really unacceptable. General Su, why don't you let Brother Gu escort me? Hong Fan asked. Su Yanteo pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. The horse trench is shallow and narrow, so it's fine to tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. But the amount of earthwork on this scale of the moat must be transported from the rear to fill it, otherwise even if you make a steep slope that soaks the water, heavy equipment may not be able to pass, he said, pressing his fingers on the city moat on the sand table, leaving a clear tilt. After all, the sand world cannot create matter out of thin air. And the river is too close to the top of the city. If Tema sees that you two have stayed for a long time, he will definitely try every possible way. Or even gather elite troops to go down to the city to besiege and kill. Can't take this risk. Su Yanteo made a decision. Team Yuzi is Li Ziqi's nickname in the Xinfeng army. Although he also practices Ioaoian, his martial arts style is very different from his peers, and he is famous for his fierce attacks and killings. Hong Fan was convinced. In the past few days, he participated in all military meetings, carefully pondered every decision made by Su Yanteo, and gradually had some feelings. In the Dahua War, warriors were used with extreme caution. Because they are strong, fast, and precious, once they seize the local more against less to form an annihilation war, they can quickly change the situation. As Su Yanteo himself said, no matter how many mortal soldiers there are, they will only be the flesh and blood of the army. Warriors above the Guanchong realm are the bones. It is for this reason that he would rather let mortal soldiers fill their lives than let Hong Fan and Gu Yixin take risks. After another discussion, everyone gradually made a decision. Our army's manpower is precious, and we can't follow the old path of the Xinfeng army. Su Yanteo made up his mind. Let's use the stupid method and build a wooden corridor from the back to the front. It's okay if it's slow. Anyway, young Master Hong has already gained 2 days for us. In the afternoon, the sun just reached the zenith. Tang Shengwang pressed his hand on the top of the city wall and saw 20 single-tip artillery carts pushed out from the enemy camp. This is the latest achievement of the craftsman camp. 2 hardwoods are erected on the 4-wheeled platform as a frame, a groove is opened at the top, and a tough wood is horizontally placed as an axle. It looks like a door shape. After that, a long tip is fixed vertically to the center of the wooden axle as a lever, and the core structure of the artillery cart is complete. When in use, apply force to the short head on the front side to accelerate the rotation of the long head on the rear side, and the projectile becomes a cannon. Tang Shengwang has seen many artillery carts, but they are all driven by human cables. The one used by the Beisheng army at this time is equipped with a counterweight and a trigger device. This is the creation of the Longxishi of Guziao. The rain has not yet arrived, but the wind is full of the building. There was a commotion on the top of the city wall. First, the officers shouted to their subordinates to take shelter on the parapet, and then the low hum of the crossbows was heard from the corner tower. The chariot array pressed forward 220 steps away and fixed the piles. After several rounds of calibration, the captain of the Lianshan camp suddenly shouted, "Fire!" The sound broke through the wind and hit the top of the city. Tang Shengwang did not move a step, and the star shuttle beside him drove and blew up a sealed jar the size of a human head in the air. The star shuttle flew back. The blade was brown and yellow, with a smell of feces. The face of the man surnamed Tang darkened. More things hit the top of the city. In addition to the sealed pottery jars after heating, there were also caltrips, stones, and several thunder beads picked up yesterday. The bombardment lasted for half an hour. Seeing that there were few people on the city, Su Yanteo sent the first team. The shield car in front led the way, and the archers on the left and right provided cover. 100 steps below the city, the first frame of the wooden corridor was quickly built. It was about 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters high, with thick wooden boards coated with mud on the top. The wooden beam slowly grew forward, approaching the city wall little by little. Li Ziqi ordered to shoot rockets, but 9 out of 10 arrows hit and extinguished immediately, and the occasional stubborn flames were immediately extinguished. The sun set and the moon rose. The Beisheng army used the stars, the moon and torches to illuminate and continue to build fortifications. The defenders no longer wasted arrows. By the time of Su, 8 o'clock in the evening, the wooden corridor was connected to the city. The heavy armor first went to the camp and crossed the moat on the simple wooden bridge to sweep behind the sheep and horse wall. Casualties were inevitable. But at least the auxiliary soldiers could move back and forth to carry earth, and had basic working space. After filling one place, the wooden corridor expanded to both sides. After that, the defenders fought of many ways. Heavy arrows were shot, tune oil was sprinkled, and stones were thrown. But the fire was not big, and a few roof boards were broken and replaced in an instant. In the early morning, Tang Shengwang and Li Ziqi personally led more than 20 Guantong and Hunren realm warriors to destroy the city. Who knew that Su Yanteo had been prepared, and ordered Zhu Yuanqi and Gu Yixin to dress up as soldiers and lead people to guard the corridor in advance, and then killed several people in turn, which made Tang Shengwang sweat coldly. 3 days later, on the 10th day of September, the front end of the wooden corridor was destroyed and rebuilt several times. But the Beisheng army finally waded out of flat land on the moat of Duanli city with controllable casualties. At night on the same day, the dragon and tiger thundered for the second time on Duanli city. Duan Xianan, who had recovered 80% of his injuries, attacked again. This time, Tang Xiaoya was more and more at a disadvantage and had to deal with it reluctantly. Chapter 352, First up. The next day, early in the morning, the sun and the moon rarely meet. The smoke from cooking was torn apart by the long wind. The military meeting of the Beisheng army was held at the same time as breakfast as usual. It was also at this time that Hong Fan realized that today, September 11th, was his 19th birthday. He mentioned it casually. Chu Yuanqi hurriedly asked for another bowl of noodles with eggs. After the meal, the army went out. Hong Fan followed the army to the city again and saw the original appearance of Duanli city after the makeup was removed. The neat and solemn chevaux de frise and deer horns became broken wood all over the ground. The shallow pits and deep moats were filled in large sections. Even the newly built wooden quarters were dismantled and taken back after completing their mission to save wood and transportation capacity. Looking around, from the front of the battle to the base of the wall, only a barren and smooth road was left. and all kinds of siege equipment were being pushed to the front of the battle from the Beisheng army. 300 steps away from the top of the city, two Shengzhou cast iron heavy cannons were lined up in the middle. To the left and right of the iron cannon, 5 6-pin artillery carriages that could hurl 30-kilogram stone shells 200 meters were deployed on both wings. The number of the lightest and simplest equipment such as single-pin artillery has exceeded 100, and they are arranged in 5 rows in front. At 2 quarters before the sea hour, 8:30 in the morning, the Central Army received the order and began to suppress the top of the city. For a time, stones flew through the air like rain. On the general stand, Hong Fan could only hear the harsh groans of wood friction and the labor songs when the artillery carriages were reloaded. The roar of the artillery carriages and crossbows lasted for a whole hour. The crossbows on the 3 corner towers were blasted to pieces, and the battlements were broken like breaking pancakes, driving all the defenders hiding behind them to the bottom of the city. The cast iron heavy artillery also fired several times, peeling off large pieces of bricks, revealing the pale golden, unshakable rammed earth city inside. Then, 6 larger siege weapons were pushed to the front line by the auxiliary army. 4 ladders and 2 chariots. The former is 5 meters wide and more than 10 feet high, and the latter can be directly placed on the top of the city, similar to a large-scale ladder. The latter is even more exaggerated. It is 8 meters wide, with 5 floors inside, the top is as high as the battlements, and there is a wooden bridge with barbs in the front. Once this bridge is laid flat on the top of the city, it is equivalent to having an extra protected stairwell on the upper and lower walls of the city wall, and soldiers can go up continuously. At noon, 11 o'clock in the morning, Su Yantao issued a general attack order and personally beat the drum with a hammer. The 6 siege weapons slowly pressed forward with human support. At this moment, the world is running at full speed. The horn on Duanli City wailed. Led by the grassroots officers, the defenders swarmed back to their positions along the trail, and swords, spears and spears stood in a moment, like a city on top of the city. Hong Fan followed closely beside the car, and the heartbeat in his ears was faster than his steps, and each beat shook his whole body through the arteries. The car was 200 steps away from the city. Hundreds of crossbow and shield soldiers were scattered in front. Hong Fan saw the big red flag on the corner tower waving in the wind, and many different tones were heard on the city wall. They shouted the same word, shoot. Within a few breaths, the arrows whistled like waves. A creepy thumping sound came from the wooden boards of Lynch. Immediately afterwards, dozens of stones rose from the back of the city. Taking advantage of the gap in the moat filing in the past few days, the Xianfeng army demolished a large area of residential houses as positions, and at the same time built dozens of artillery vehicles with beams and columns as materials. The flying stones intersect, and none of the 10 hit the target, creating a clean and dull death. War proves itself with blood. What is the ultimate violence? Lynch is 100 steps away from the city. Hong Fan can no longer hear his own heartbeat. He only feels that a picture scroll exploded in front of him, squeezing into his field of vision in an irresistible manner. People's shouts, the whistling of flying objects, the collision and destruction of wood, stone, metal, flesh and bones. This is what he heard. The dust from the military boots, the black smoke from the incomplete combustion of tune oil, the rolling flags, the splashing blood. This is what we see. Countless things happened at every moment, and excessive information filled his mind. Hong Fan could no longer think, and just followed the giant machine, focusing on using flying sand to deflect the stone bullets. The city is getting closer. On the east side, Gu Yixin was holding a gun in front, trying to climb the city in one step, but was intercepted by the double-headed star shuttle. Tang Shengwang was high in the corner tower with his eyes closed, and there were 3 people in the pure realm behind him to help. On the west side, Jiu Yuanqi focused his eyes and used pure yang energy to attack the top of the city from a distance, but was blasted by Li Ziqi's wind knife. The chariot was 30 steps away from the city. The cannonballs were a little sparse, and the rain of arrows was denser. The heavy city defense crossbows on the horse-faced wall fired and penetrated the side planks of the 3rd floor of the chariot. Hong Fan did not hear any human voices, but saw the scarlet flashing inside the box and his cheeks were slightly hot. He was startled, and then rolled up the sand mist. Within a radius of 10 feet, everything was only dim. Listen to my orders, Hong Fan roared, becoming the only voice around the Lin Che. Push forward 30 steps, the desert sand was like a curtain, blocking the shooting line of sight from the top of the city and the chaos and noise on all sides. The infantrymen stepped in unison under Hong Fan's call, and after 10 breaths or 20, they heard a thumping sound of heavy objects squeezing. The Linche connected to the city. People in the car on the city were all shocked. There was a moment of dead silence. "Follow me to climb first," then, Hao Pujian, the general of the left army, who was on the 4th floor of the Linche, burst into a loud shout. The heavy armored soldiers of the first climbing camp on the 3rd and 4th floors put down their armor. The ordinary soldiers below chewed the ghost Ming Wang distributed in advance. The sand fog dispersed. The wooden bridge on the 5th floor of the Linche was buckled on the top of the city. The Xianfeng army took the lead in action. At the first moment, 4 soldiers held iron pots and poured boiling tune oil on the roof of the car. Almost as soon as the hot oil splashed, the rockets and torches arrived. The roof of the car exploded with a sound of tang, and golden flames burst out. Then, the killing method of the Xianfeng army officer from Xia Oyoyin was used, breathing wind from the mouth. The fire took advantage of the wind and actually turned the roof of the car covered with wet mud into a sea of fire. Everything had been rehearsed. "Put out the fire," Pujian shouted, leading several Guotongjing armored soldiers to step on the fire and cover the passage with thick cloth soaked with water. While the bridge connected to the top of the city, Hong Fan climbed up the city from 3 feet away. The man led the way like a dragon, and the sand followed behind like the wind. When he stepped on the battlement, he was already wearing sand armor and rose 2 feet. 2 spears pierced his ribs. Hong Fan didn't care and broke them with brute force. The burning sand was thrown and destroyed 3 people at a time. 2 sharp soldiers in heavy armor pressed forward and were knocked down by sand shot. Hong Fan was about to clear the top of the city when he heard the wind whistling. The sand armor should have grown thicker and thicker, taking a 5 lying weight 4-sided armor-piercing arrow. This was just the beginning. On the multi-story corner towers above the city wall, the defenders deployed dense long-range firepower. Most of them were mortal crossbowmen, and a few were warriors holding steel bows. The rain of arrows made Hong Fan feel substantial pressure. Even more sharp and difficult to get rid of were the flying swords of the Tang family warriors. The sand mist rose. It was immediately blown away by the mouth-breathing wind. For a while, Hong Fan had to fight the defenders with long-range attacks, and the Life Star's true essence was almost like a flood. In the next section of the city, the second temporary car leaned against the wall. The heavy armored soldiers went up to the city with shields, but they still faced a difficult road. Outside the arrow formation, many 5 or 6 foot high mobile wooden walls with rollers were pushed up from both sides, creating a temporary partition on the top of the city. At the Beisheng army position, the artillery car adjusted its angle and roared again. The attackers desperately pushed up the city wall, and the defenders also did not retreat a single step. It was past noon. Thick smoke rose to the sky on the battlefield. The blazing sun was like molten iron pouring down on the city walls. Under the influence of various drugs, such as stimulants, inhibitors, and hallucinogens, the soldiers on both sides fought fearlessly like machines made of flesh and blood. Chapter 353 Advance and Retreat. 70 feet away from the city. The capstan trembled and froze. The thick hemp rope on the wooden shaft and the muscles on the auxiliary soldier's forearm were stretched to the limit at the same time. "Another half an inch, steady it," the artillery commander shouted rudely, and quickly clamped the steel hook on the top pole. "Okay, loosen it slowly." The capstan was reset, and the artillery cart was just waiting to be fired. Everyone spontaneously retreated several feet away. The naked strong man waiting on the side received the artillery commander's gesture, spit a mouthful of half-dried saliva into his palm, and raised the hammer forward. "Swing it up and smash it horizontally." The moment the hook bounced off, the sweat broke into fine mist. The 6 3-foot-long top poles screamed as the wood fibers broke under the pull of the weight block. The 60-gin thin-mouthed pottery jar filled with crude oil was shut out at an angle, and the linen cloth on the mouth of the jar pulled out a line of fire that broke through the air for a moment. The earth sank suddenly. The whistling sound of the wind filtered out the noise. The broken shield carts and crossbow groups reflected on the pottery glaze were pulled away against the light, just as petite as dolls. The world was pulled away from the chaos of war. Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. The black smoke barrier was in front of him, and the pottery jar crashed into it. When it came out, it was already a different world. The beautiful northern city stretched from east to west, and the 2 armies on it were mixed like ants, shouting and fighting. The distance was shortened, and the reflections focused. From the city, to the city wall, to the city section. Finally, there was a golden shadow among the blood-stained bricks on the ground. The sound of the wind came later, and Hong Fan lowered his shoulders to avoid it, as if he had rehearsed it. 6 feet away, the leading shield soldier was hit in the face by the pottery jar and was immediately helpless. Crude oil splashed, and the flames burst, and the gold and black colors were both rampant. The officer who followed closely behind him did not slow down, waved the kerosene with a shield, and thrust forward. Hong Fan watched this sword move as if he was watching the lines on his palm. He shook the sharp blade away with his back arm, and the overwhelming force destroyed the opponent's center of gravity. He stepped forward to grab the officer's face, twisted his waist and back, and took him off the ground. Spin and throw. The armored body flew out at a faster speed than when it came, and broke the stand of the wolf-toothed paddle 2 feet away. Both the man and the machine were silent. Hong Fan gasped for breath. The high consumption made him take off the visor long ago, so as to take in more oxygen. The battle lasted longer. Starting from the place where he climbed the city wall, the desert armor had advanced horizontally for more than 20 meters, and corpses were everywhere he passed. But the morale of the defenders was not broken, and they continued to attack. The sound of a string was suddenly heard from the corner tower, like a dissonant tone, "Keep moving, don't stop." Hong Fan was alert in his heart, and pushed aside 2 shield soldiers. Hearing the sound of wind approaching, he suddenly pulled up the wooden wall beside him. With 2 knocks, the arrows hit the wood. But the third broad-bladed javelin that followed smashed the wooden board and penetrated the shoulder armor. The sand body solidified, and Hong Fan's body couldn't help but suffocate. In the middle stage of the holistic state, the true energy is yin and soft water, east-northeast direction, 10 feet away in one strike. He had already figured out a lot of information about the opponent. Pulling out the iron spear with his right hand, Hong Fan was about to throw it back, but his left arm was caught by the rope loop. Defeat the enemy. Defeat the enemy. The call was loud and clear, and the noose suddenly tightened. Then, sharp arrows were shot densely, planting a trembling tail feather on the sand armor. The shape of the sand's flow is slowing down. Hong Fan thought, smelling danger from the precise coordination of his opponent. He burned the rope loop with the power of the fire flow, and saw 4 soldiers on the city climbing trail losing their strength and falling. In the corner of his eyes, the oval sun hung coldly in the sky, and several iron-colored flashes flashed below it. It was the rain of arrows from the corner tower again. It will never end. Hong Fan was gradually tired. Not only from the body, but also from the spirit. The first soldiers faced the most intense resistance, and none of his soldiers could keep up with his pace. With 1 on many, Hong Fan had to stay focused for a long time, and he was close to his limit. The shouts of the soldiers, the treading of iron boots, the release of bows and crossbows, the clash of steel swords and armor. All kinds of sensory information, originally clear and organized, now mixed together like colors in the water. The rain of arrows covered. Hong Fan covered his face with his arms and had to choose to take it. Someone immediately seized this opportunity. A 3-edged flying dagger shuttled along the wall outside the parapet, and only accelerated when it approached the target. The wind was as violent as a hurricane. In a flash, the sand flowed to the vital point. There was a muffled sound at the intersection of hardness and softness, and dust and smoke exploded in a cone. And taking advantage of the sand giant's stiff flaw, a naked man wearing only shoulder armor rushed through the sand with a wooden pole and threw him off the top of the city. The desert sand armor disintegrated in midair and turned into sand mist to cover the rear. Hong Fan flipped in the air and landed on the newly filled sands in the city moat, with his boots 3 inches into the ground. The sand fog dispersed, and no one on the top of the city wall went down, probably focusing on the new fight. There is still 20% of true energy, and 2 fractures in the right ribs. Hong Fan silently checked himself and turned his head to avoid the cold arrow shot from the horse-faced wall. He picked up the broad-bladed javelin lying beside him with his toes, and threw it casually, and the Shan Feng soldiers who were holding bows and trying to hide fell off the top of the city wall. Seeing that Jingsha still had some strength left, no one dared to target him anymore. Hong Fan found a chance to catch his breath, exhaled deeply, and his eyes were slightly empty, entering a brief introspection. Under the Dragon Soul tree, the thin vitality had gathered like water mist, and the Dragon Soul fruit on the branch was still hanging high, which could repair injuries and replenish true energy at any time. This was his trump card for risking his life. At that time, the first wave of attacking the top of the city had already done their best. After Hong Fan exited the introspection, he looked around and saw that the first and second floors of the west side of the car were empty, and there were only a few auxiliary soldiers left under the ladder to cover the soil and put out the fire. His heart rate slowed down a bit, and he saw a heavily armored soldier of the 100 Victory Army tumbling down from the top of the city wall, landing 3 feet away. After a vertical drop of 5 feet, the man fell on his back and groaned with blood. His mouth and nose felt blocked and he couldn't breathe. "How are you?" Hong Fan rushed forward 2 steps and asked anxiously. The other party's helmet was gone, and his hair was scattered. Hearing the question and the sound of footsteps, he not only did not respond, but rolled out 2 feet to the outside like a beast, and grabbed the sword that fell beside him. The two had a chance to look at each other. Hong Fan glanced over and saw that the iron scales of the man's shoulder armor were half broken, revealing the broken leather straps. The sunlight reflected from his sunken breastplate, like a golden ribbon draped over the blade full of gaps. "Is it Pujian, the Pujunhao of the left army?" Hong Fan recognized him. "We have seen him before, young Master Hong," Pujian reacted, and his hostility was greatly reduced. "You were also invited to come down." He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. His body relaxed a little, and his free left hand stretched his waist with difficulty, and the skin on his face trembled like waves with the movement. "A long wooden stick hit my chest. I guess it didn't mean invitation." Hong Fan also smiled back. Just as the two of them relaxed their minds and took a breath, a loud roar suddenly came from above their heads. This was the sound of rocks colliding and disintegrating at high speed. Hong Fan noticed something was wrong, but the speed of the incident exceeded his current ability. Stone chips flew, and gray and white stars hit the bricks. A wedge-shaped stone shard pierced the side of Pujian's head diagonally. He staggered to his knees, covering the wound with his left hand, and red liquid with white foam flowed out from between his fingers. Hong Fan's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and tried to help the man up, but the latter supported himself on the ground with a knife, gasping in vain and waving at him. "My head is so swollen." Pujian's eyeballs bulged out. He uttered a few words with a big tongue, and his left hand fell down limply. This military Marcus was actually dead. Hong Fan was stunned and at a loss for a moment. What happened in the past few seconds was not complicated. It was nothing more than a battlefield as big as a city, where 2 artillery vehicles belonging to both sides collided in mid-air. It was nothing more than a sharp stone flake that flew out after the collision of the stone bullets and happened to pierce the vitals of a combatant. But the more reasonable it was, the more frightened Hong Fan was. Pujian was a veteran who had survived hundreds of battles, and he had mastered the martial arts that had penetrated a peak, and he had just learned the method of the realm of perfection. As a military Marcus, he personally led a group of soldiers, had the best weapons and armor, and should have a small team of personal soldiers to protect him. He survived several fierce battles on the top of the city in a 15-meter drop. However, in the end, just a piece of rubble took away his credit for being the first to reach the top, ruined all his prospects, and ended his entire future. Abrupt, casual, even ridiculous. Hong Fan swallowed his saliva subconsciously and clenched his fists. Stone bullets were still flying overhead, and several half-dead bodies fell from the top of the city. He captured a deep sense of déjà vu from these pictures. On the top of Xianzhen Bridge, Su Peifen, with tears on his face, muttered impermanence like a demon. Outside Fiming City, he was forced to be as confused as a stray dog by the choice of life and death. Ding! 800 feet to the east, Gu Yixin's iron spear picked up Tang Shengwang's shuttle, and a clear line of zither sounded. Why did I throw myself into this situation? Hong Fan couldn't help asking himself. His thoughts were complicated. At this moment, the first thing he thought of was not the secret talk with Su Guinian and the latter's promise of 3 times the military honor. Instead, it was the hundreds of miles of barkless land, the barkless trees buried in the coffins of fallen leaves, the innocent people huddled in the sheepfold. Hong Fan reached out and closed Pujian's white eyes. Following the sound of the gong in the distance, he looked back and saw the left army's flag waving left and right. This meant to withdraw and rest. The remaining soldiers on the city retreated. In front of the main formation, the right army's elite soldiers were marching forward to the artillery carriages, their armor facing the sun like iron in a furnace. The light of the sky hit the steel scales, blinding Hong Fan's eyes, making him unable to see the faces under the helmets. The chariot was in the east, and the horse-faced wall was in the west. From the base of the wall to the top, there was only half of the sky. Hong Fan's heartbeat completely calmed down. He pulled out the broad-bladed javelin from the fallen corpse of the Xianfeng army, wiped his face, turned around and squeezed into the chariot passage with his second wave of soldiers. P.S. Happy New Year to all readers and friends. This chapter is not posted for the purpose of updating, but to take the opportunity to report the current status. Since December, my state has been up and down 4 times. Some of it was due to my rush to conceive and update, and some of it was due to emotional friction with others. But after March, my state finally stabilized and my brain power gradually recovered. This chapter was written between March 4th and 5th. I will try my best to speed up and increase production, and send out the 3rd volume after it is completed. Thanks everyone. Chapter 354 Conspiracy. 2 hours later. The sun fell into the mountains in the west, and half of the sky was seeping blood. The elite of the Beisheng army rushed up the wall of Duanli City for the 6th time, but considering the weather, it was impossible to break the city today. For several hours, the attackers had occupied the entire city section and one corner tower at their peak, but in the end they still failed to seize the city trail. So the battle with a doomed outcome became a common torment for both sides. Until the extremely penetrating sound of the gong sounded under the city, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief and covered each other to retreat from the Lynch Passage. The defenders recaptured the top of the city and sent them off symbolically with a few arrows. Following the remnants of the army in silence for dozens of feet, Hong Fan's half-numbed thoughts thawed a little. The scattered positions were full of artillery carriages bent due to excessive use. The cast iron barrels of the 2 heavy guns still had a charcoal-like reddish color. On the command platform in front of the battle, the General Yi Hong of the Central Army had a gloomy face and urged his subordinates to count the casualties in a stern voice. It was not until he saw Hong Fan coming that he suppressed his temper and nodded to him. When he arrived outside the camp gate, Hong Fan heard the hoarse shouts of victory from the top of the city again. Perhaps because of the distance, it was as fragile as a whimper and difficult to distinguish. He looked back and saw that the chariots and ladders that could not be withdrawn were impatiently doused with tomb oil by the defenders and burned into several brilliant torches. The giant siege equipment disintegrated in the fire, and thick smoke rose from its corpses. The sky was red. Torches were lit on the top of the Duanli city. Today is the first battle for our left army. Yi Hong was giving a speech in the distance. Hong Fan stepped through the camp gate and heard a clear and sharp cry from above. Deep in the sky, the goshawk was diving deeper. On the same day, 2 hours later, the evening breeze pushed the night across the earth. The flags of the 100th Victory Army were immersed in it and became pitch black. The Central Army tent. 12 candles as thick as children's arms shattered the shadows of everyone on the curtain. Su Yanteo sat alone at the head. Military rank takes precedence on the battlefield, and the remaining 3 chief officers, including Beisheng Guangjiu Yuanke, Junsi Zai Haoling, and Xingjin Sima Chenyan, sat on the left side of the sand table. As for Duan, Gu, Hong and other warriors who were semi-detached from the Beisheng army system, had a transcendent status and played a core role, they sat on the opposite side. After days of busy work, everyone looked tired. I specially asked you to come here before the military meeting because I have something important to discuss. Seeing this, Su Yanteo opened an iron box, revealing an unknown dark ochre tobacco leaf inside, and scattered it around to everyone. Refreshing, he explained. Seeing that several people took it, Hong Fan did not refuse and learned to put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, the saliva only slightly soaked it, and a stimulating spiciness spread between the lips and teeth, mixed with bitterness. A few seconds later, the smell of tobacco leaves swept along the trachea and nasal cavity toward the top of the head like wolf smoke, just like a military flag was inserted into the Dahua point. Hong Fan's mouth twitched because of the spiciness, but his spirits suddenly rose. I just received new news, Su Yanteo continued. It came from Yunlin City. Everyone heard the words and looked solemn. Su Yanteo was originally a general of the Xianfeng army. Because the wind disaster destroyed his hometown without distinguishing between enemies and friends, he led his troops to rebel. He naturally had a news channel in Yunlin City. But birds only know how to return to their nests, and there are no carrier pigeons that can deliver letters directly to the battlefield. Moreover, with the situation in the Fengying-Dingwu-Chang realm becoming more and more severe day by day, every piece of news worth sending out is absolutely important. Since my army assembled at the end of August, the Tang family has asked for help from Yunlin City several times. Su Yanteo had only said half a sentence, and Zhu Yuanke held his breath. At this time, he paused. After a while, until Jiu Yuanqi's eyes gradually turned hostile, Su Yanteo said in his usual straightforward tone, "But the three Yuanci in the city have not stopped their regular affairs, and they still have no intention of coming to help 3 days ago? Okay, it's just as expected." Jiu Yuanqi slammed the table and breathed a sigh of relief. What regular affairs are more important than a fertile place like Duanli City and a strategic point? Hong Fan asked. Of course there is no such regular affairs, Jiu Yuanqi rushed to explain, wiping the sweat stains on his temples. It's nothing more than the two families in Yunlin City having their own selfish motives. His tone at this moment was particularly relaxed. The top priority of the Feng family now is the blood sacrifice at Fengyanding. Feng Mubei, the first master of the family, is in charge of this matter personally, and he cannot miss a day. It can be said that Feng Mubei carries Feng Jiang's life on his shoulders, so he cannot leave Yunlin City. As for the Guang family and the Feng family living in the same city, from a selfish point of view, they probably hope that the Feng family will decline. Moreover, Guang Xiangping and Tang Xiaoyao have been enemies since they were young, and the grudges have accumulated for decades. How could they be willing to come? Jiu Yuanqi spoke loudly after the fact. What about Feng Manian? Hong Fan asked again. Young Master Hong asked the key question. Military Commander Xia Haoling smiled back. Yes, Feng Manian can come but doesn't. From this, it can be seen that the Feng family has decided to avoid fighting. Avoid fighting. This word confused Gu Yixin. He wanted to ask, but when he saw Hong Fan's enlightenment, he held it back for fear of wasting everyone's time. The context of this matter is a little complicated. Marching Sima Chen Yan saw his confusion. The interests of the Feng family and the Tang family are not completely consistent. Feng Mubei summoned Tang Xiaoyao to Yunlin City many times in his early years. If this Wang Ting's Hong Chang had more Yuanci power to command 2 or 3 years ago, the situation in Huaiyang would never have come to this. Unfortunately, Guang Xiangping and Tang Xiaoyao are not easy to use. At the beginning, they were even happy to see the righteous army wear down the Xianfeng army. Since the Wang Ting is weak, the aristocratic family has become the new king of the county. Chen Yan shook his feather fan. Besides, the Feng family's control over Duanli City is limited now. For more than 300 years in the country, it has long been common for aristocratic families to secretly hide people and embezzle tax revenues. Feng Jiang has been in seclusion for 20 years. In essence, it is hard to say whether Duanli City belongs more to the Wang Ting or the Tang family now. Gu Yixin said with a serious face and uttered 2 ambiguous particles. So this is an open conspiracy. Hong Fan took over the conversation. The Feng family sits back and watches this battle. If Duanli holds, we won't be able to organize an offensive for more than half a year, and Yunlin City will be safe. If Duanli can't hold, the Tang family will lose their ancestral land and become mortal enemies with us. Where else can they go except Yunlin City? At that time, there were 4 Yuanci stationed in Yunlin City, which was as solid as a rock. Across the sand table, several people nodded in agreement. I understand, but I still find it strange. Gu Yixin nodded and scratched his forehead again. Is the royal court not going to take care of the righteous army? The officials indulged the thieves against his simple logic. I'm afraid they have settled the accounts and feel that it's better not to take care of it. Hong Fan smiled. Whether Feng Jiang succeeds or not is a matter of the next 2 years. If it succeeds, the Feng family will have another martial saint in the world, and the chaos in Huaiyang will be resolved. If it fails, it will be difficult for the Feng family to have a genius in 1 generation, and it's hard to say who will be the enemy and friend at that time. When he said this, his heart moved. This conspiracy is not necessarily going to succeed. But Hong Fan did not say it out loud, because the Beisheng army had to take Duanli City, and the Tang family had to defend it. At this moment, he saw Duan Xianan, who had been leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, slightly opened his eyes towards him and made eye-no lip shape. P.S. I will update 40,000 words today. I wrote chapter 353 on March 4th and thought I was fine, but my condition deteriorated again in the next few days, and I wasted more than a month. My mind was confused for too long, and this chapter was difficult to write at the beginning. Especially the first 400 or 500 words. I had no emotions and could only force my writing, but I tried too hard, and the words rushed around and I was at a loss. I had to adjust repeatedly before I found some feeling. Chapter 355 Military Discussion. There was silence in the big tent for a moment. Su Yanteo also thought of what Duan Hong and the others had thought of, and in an instant he extended many thoughts. With this news, our army can be freed up strategically. There will be no reinforcements in Duanli City, so there is no need to rush to attack, he concluded. Since the core layer had a consensus, the personal soldiers soon sent orders to all directions to hold a military meeting. Duan Xianan, Gu Yixin, and Hong Fan took the initiative to give up their positions to the outside. After another quarter of an hour, the candle was 1 inch shorter. Led by the footsteps, more than 20 officers came one after another, entered the tent and saluted, bringing up the sound of iron. The left army general Yi Hong and the right army general Jiaoan were among them, and they had not rested. Although their armor had been simply scrubbed, Hong Fan still smelled the smell of blood, either rotten or fresh. Su Yantao sat silently, took a few more pieces of tobacco leaves to chew, and indicated that he did not need to be polite. The latecomers took their seats according to their ranks. When the military meeting began, the first person to report was Long Zushi, the supervisor of the artisan battalion. This man sat below Jiu Yuanke. He was about 50 years old, had a long goat beard, and was slightly fat. From the afternoon of the 6th day to now, a total of 5 days, the artisan battalion has produced 110 single-pin cannons, 33 pin cannons, 5 6-pin cannons, 6 ladders, and 4 temporary vehicles under my supervision. He did not salute, but sat down and spoke directly, but no one in the tent was offended by this. In the past, the heavy artillery vehicles of the 100 Victory Army required 100 to 200 people to pull the ropes. In comparison, the counterweight artillery vehicles brought by Long Zushi from the northern border not only greatly saved manpower, but also had greater power. Excuse me, supervisor, how quickly can the consumed equipment be replenished? Su Yantao asked. I just counted it. After a day of strong attack, the completion rate of the artillery vehicles is about 60%, and it can be restored to 85% by tomorrow morning. As for the ladders and temporary vehicles, they were burned under the city, so they can only be made new, Long Zushi replied immediately. In the future, we can add about 30 light artillery, 5 heavy artillery, 1 ladder and 1 temporary carriage every day. Why is it slower than the previous few days? General Panrui frowned and asked. Long Zushi looked at him sideways. If you can conjure up enough wood and iron, you can do it 50% faster than yesterday. He stretched out his hand and scratched the wart on the wing of his nose. Seeing Jiu Yuanke's look, Panrui dared not say anything more. Duanli City has long been fortified and cleared the fields. Large wood has to be transported from the rear or cut 20 to 30 miles away, which has occupied a lot of transportation capacity. Long Zushi exhaled heavily through his nose and returned to his normal tone. And the raw materials also drag down the quality of the weapons. When I made weapons in the northern border, I had to use Jiamu that had been dried in the shade for several years and painted 3 times. Now I have all the newly cut wood on my hands. I don't even have time to dry it. It's normal for the artillery carriage to be crooked and cracked after a few hours of firing. After the craftsman camp, the left and right armies reported the casualties. Among them, the left army suffered more than 700 casualties, and the right army suffered more than 500 casualties. When mentioning the loss of 2 military marquises, Gu Yixin heard Hong Fan's breathing beside him become particularly heavy. Everyone knows the battle situation. Su Yantao stood up. From the establishment of the camp to the filling of the moat, it took 3 days, and 587 auxiliary soldiers and 27 combat soldiers were killed or wounded. Today's strong attack lasted for 4 hours, and 1,270 casualties, but the defenders did not waver from beginning to end. The Duanli defenders are well prepared. Although their troops are less than 1/3 of ours, their middle-level combat power is similar to ours, perhaps because of the sufficient food and grass after the autumn harvest. Their morale is even stronger than last time. He paced with his hands behind his back and changed the subject. This commander is determined to start a war. The generals were surprised. For them, things like bed crossbows and catapults are common, but not everyone has even heard of the things Su Yantao just mentioned. There was a whisper in the tent. The so-called Juyan refers to the artificial earth platform built near the city, which is used to create a high point to observe the defense of the city or provide fire suppression. The advantage is that there are fewer casualties, but the disadvantage is that it is time-consuming and laborious. If the war lasts for a long time, there are even examples of filling the earth from the top of the earth platform to the city wall. In the era of cold weapons, this is the ultimate solution to siege the city, showing the determination of the attacker to take it. As Hong Fan expected, The generals had no objection to this, and many people even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For several powerful families whose businesses are north of Tingshan Pass, this battle is a bit of a forced battle. In addition, we have to dig tunnels, Su Yunteo continued. Send people into the city for a sneak attack, asked Ye Luzi, who was sitting in the back. This was actually what Hong Fan thought in his heart, but it attracted the ridicule of a professional officer of the former Xianfeng army. No, sneak attack with tunnels is the siege imagination in the storybook, Military Commander Chen Yan explained with a smile. The tunnel is narrow and difficult for manpower to enter and exit, which is naturally a geographical advantage for the defenders. The warriors in the city must have been on guard for the past few days. It would be better to go directly to the city if they come out of the caves one by one to add fuel, Hong Fan suddenly realized. What if it is a warrior? The man was still unconvinced. Even if it is a Guantong realm, it will only take a few breaths to go to the city with bare hands. Isn't it like taking off your pants to fart when entering the city through the tunnel? Yi Hong sneered. The tunnel is dug for the city wall. Seeing that Hong Fan and Gu Yixin were also listening seriously, he patiently explained in more detail. The rammed earth wall of Duanli City, which is 3 or 4 feet thick, will not collapse even if it is hit by artillery for several months. If you don't want to rely on human lives, the only way is to hollow out the bottom of the city and reinforce it with wooden pillars. And then blow it and burn it when the time is right, so that it will collapse completely. The military meeting lasted for an hour, and it was very late at night when it ended. Except for the fire on the tops of the 4 sentry towers and the patrol team in the camp, the rest were crawling in the darkness. Hong Fan returned to the tent alone. Without lighting the candle on the table, he took off his outer robe and lay down on the bed. Fatigue came over him like a tide, not only physical strength, but also mental strength. In addition to his duties on the battlefield, he had been learning military knowledge like a sponge in the past few days: formations, command, camps, terrain, fortifications, rations, logistics, strategies, building war game logic at all levels from macro to micro. After lying down for a quarter of an hour, Hong Fan sat up again. It was not that he thought the wooden bed was too hard. Having a bed to sleep on in the barracks was a privilege only for mid-level officers and above. It was already a luxury for the big soldiers to have an extra piece of leather under their bunks. He just couldn't fall asleep. Once a person thinks too much, his thoughts are like a wild horse that has run wild after being unbridled. The more he pays attention, the more he can control it. Hong Fan simply meditated. When he had a thought, the Yanlu Qi and the Sand World Qi circulated from the upper and lower Danshan. After the Qi went through several cycles, he naturally entered the inner vision. Compared to when he just entered the Heaven-Man interaction, 5 months had passed, and the innate spiritual energy stored in Danshan by the true Qi had grown a little stronger. This was certainly an improvement, but compared to the speed of breaking through the realm before, it was like a turtle crawling. It was the first time he experienced the knowledge barrier and couldn't find the way forward, so it was inevitable that he felt depressed. In his irritability, Hong Fan couldn't help but practice the method of the innate first stage of Yanlu Gong. Chapter 356 Stress. From the 2 meridians of the Taiyang and Shaoyan, the Qi carried the fire-type spiritual energy and went deep into the meridians. A slight force caused a tingling sensation in the popliteal region. Hong Fan stopped immediately. Fortunately, he was not injured. The Qi was too rough and the innate spiritual energy was too wild. The two must be combined into the true essence to open up the connection between the 12 meridians. It was a bit reckless. He reflected on himself. Turning his inner gaze to the spiritual platform, the branches and leaves of the dragon soul tree swayed without any change, but the fog under the roots became thicker. Due to the limitation of realm, these vitality plundered from the dead could not be smoothly transformed into cultivation. If we are stuck in the communication between heaven and man, wouldn't this battle be in vain? This thought ignited like a wildfire in the wilderness, and then it was cut off in an instant. Why would I think so? Hong Fan felt very uncomfortable and withdrew from the inner gaze. The tent was dark, and only a ray of moonlight penetrated through the crack of the door, straight as a cut. The sand flowed silently. Hong Fan took a 2-inch long stone from outside the tent and held it in his palm. He exerted force with his 5 fingers, and gray-white powder fell down. After a breath, the stone was crushed and turned into sand particles that scattered evenly on the ground. In terms of basic physical qualities such as strength and endurance, Hong Fan has always been stronger than warriors of the same realm. In the past, He thought that this was simply the blessing of the life star, but after this period of stagnation in the realm, an originally ethereal idea gradually solidified in his mind. Apart from the improvement of cultivation, my strength, agility, and recovery ability have been slowly improving. This comes from some changes deeper in my body. It has been exactly 2.5 years since I came to this world, and Hong Fan's understanding of the Dragon Soul Tree is still shallow. Floating in the spirit platform, half illusory, it can strongly balance the cultivation of the upper and lower dimensions, and even easily suppress the life star. After plundering the blood of the dragon heir, it produces the dragon soul fruit. After using it, you can get a lot of vitality, and it is not a problem to open the acupoints and meridians, and regenerate bones and flesh. So is vitality the real goal of the dragon soul tree? Hong Fan doubted this. Vitality is the embodiment of survival, which is shared by ordinary warriors and even all living things. However, the Dragon Soul Tree only has special sensing abilities for Dragon Heirs and Star Lords. There was not enough experience before to summarize, but now Hong Fan speculated that the Dragon Soul Fruit was not the plundered essence as originally thought, but impurities. After removing the essence. He did not have direct evidence, but he had some speculation. The vitality plundered by the life star can only be digested slowly, while the Dragon Soul Fruit can take effect instantly. The life star's storage capacity of vitality is relatively limited, and the Dragon Soul Tree seems to have no such limitation. Plundering vitality is the ability of both, but the life star accepts everyone, while the Dragon Soul Tree is the opposite. This may mean that this is not the goal of the Dragon Soul Tree, so what is its goal? Hong Fan asked himself many times. But this time he has an answer: Dragon Heir, or Star Lord who carries the dragon-granted life star. It must want something that the Dragon Heir has but ordinary people don't. He answered himself again: the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. A new speculation brings a new question. The vitality of the Dragon Heir turned into the Dragon Soul Fruit as a byproduct. So where did the plundered dragon blood go? Thinking of this, Hong Fan unconsciously lowered his breathing to the lightest. He stretched out his right hand and placed his fingers under the silvery moonlight. His skin was white and his blood was slightly red. Under the glow, the veins in his knuckles appeared light purple. Whoosh! The wind blew outside the tent, rolling the tent and cutting the quietness of midnight like a knife. Hong Fan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and was startled, as if he had returned to the daytime. Meteors and iron rain, blazing flames and thunderbolts. Innate masters fighting against each other, storms across the battlefield, and what lingered in his mind the longest was Pu Jian's painful appearance when his head was pierced by a stone and his eyes bulged before he died. His breathing was interrupted and continued. Time flashed by, seemingly slow but actually fast, and Hong Fan heard his heart beat like a drum and felt a wet sweat on his palms. Just now, he personally experienced the typical symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, re-experiencing trauma. In his previous life, Hong Fan had read Hemingway's works, but at that time he did not understand the emptiness and brokenness of the generation that experienced World War I. But at this moment, he has empathized with them. Witnessing the universality and inevitability of death on the most intense battlefield. In this way, you know that life is as short as morning dew. In this way, value has lost its value. As for the rest of your life, it is nothing more than a long and irreversible stress. Hong Fan exhaled deeply, stood up and opened the tent. The way of martial arts is to reduce the deficiencies and serve the surplus. He silently recited Tang Ziking's words, and a strange desire arose in his heart, to transcend fragility with strength, and to promote the mundane with martial arts. The sky is high and the land is vast, and the wind is still blowing. The sky full of stars glanced at the insignificant people. Hong Fan raised his head and looked southeast through the clear night sky. In the distance where the blue and the dark meet, there was a faint velvety white light flickering. That was Fenginding, which entered an active state after the blood sacrifice. People are like duckweed, a guest in the wind, Hong Fan asked softly. So, you must think so. The sky and the earth were empty, and no one responded. There was only a sneer outside the tent. Hong Fan slept late on the night of the military meeting, and he was not very at ease. So the next day he was lazy in bed, and did not get up until half past the hour of Chen, 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun on September 12th was faint and soft, with breeze and white clouds, each just right, reminding people of autumn outings, drinking and other things. Unfortunately, the battlefield made everything inappropriate. When Hong Fan had breakfast, the camp was half empty. He walked out of the camp quickly, and when he looked up, He saw a large group of people gathered in a group under the city, wriggling like living things. It was the Jiuyin that had just been excavated. This fortification was built between two sections of the filled moat, which neither blocked the trajectory of the artillery vehicles nor blocked the route of the vehicles. The Beisheng army did not launch an offensive, but only station elite soldiers in armor on both sides of the earth platform to prevent the defenders from leaving the city for a surprise attack. Hong Fan went forward and passed through the artillery position that had been repaired overnight, and he could see the overall layout clearly. The construction area of the earth platform was more than 30 meters wide horizontally, and the front part reached 50 meters below the city. The gentle slope was only more than a meter high at this time, but a thick arrow shield about 10 feet high had been inserted at the front. The workers were divided into 3 groups, digging the soil, carrying and dumping with bamboo baskets, and flattening and compacting. The total number of people was about 1,000. In addition, there were the same number of auxiliary soldiers on standby in the rear, ready to rotate. Across the city wall, there was also smoke and dust in the southeast, probably because another main attack direction, the east city, was under construction at the same time. Hong Fan found an officer to inquire, and after learning that the command platform had been newly set up on the side of the earth hill, he went to find it alone. The Beisheng army had been stationed under the city for 6 days. The air gradually smelled of decay. A few vultures circled in the air, but did not dare to land. There were 5 people sitting on the general platform. Su Yantao and Chu Yuanke were both there, but Gu Yixin was not there. Duan Xiaonan had to recuperate these days, so he didn't go out unless necessary. Seeing Hong Fan coming over, everyone signaled with their eyes, but the conversation didn't stop. P.S. I finally felt my hands getting hot when I wrote this chapter. But it was already the end of April. This plot will be a little flat, mostly explanations and transitions, so it's convenient for me to pick up the state. Chapter 357, Standing in the Present. According to my estimation, the height of the rampart should be more than 80 feet. Su Yantao stroked the scar on his face and said, "Why does it need to be so high? The top of the city wall is only 5 feet, Jiu Yuanke asked. It's only 5 feet now. Li Ziki is also a veteran. He won't sit and wait for death. Su Yantao shook his head. Otherwise, with the earth platform, the rain of arrows from above can push the defenders down the city wall. Under the blocking of the shooting, it will be easy to get on the city wall. Does General Su mean that he wants to attack from the city? Hong Fan interrupted. I've already prepared for the surprise attack. So he will build a flying tower, a wooden tower placed on the stone city wall, Su Yantao replied. He pointed his finger. Hong Fan looked closely and saw that there was indeed a constant flow of people behind the parapet, carrying a large number of wooden planks and wooden pillars. Duanli City is built with rammed earth walls, so there is no need to worry about collapse under heavy weight. As long as there is no shortage of materials, it is not difficult to temporarily build a 5-foot wooden fort on the 5-foot earthen city. What about us? Jiu Yuanke stroked his long beard and frowned. It's best to pile the earth platform higher than them. If you can't do that, just put planks on the earth platform to build a wooden city, Su Yantao replied without thinking. Why do you sound like a child? Jiu Yuanke laughed when he heard it. Hong Fan didn't expect the answer to be so simple. Fighting is stupid most of the time, especially siege. There are not so many clever tricks. Su Yantao glanced at the two of them, his voice as serious as always. Both sides know the way, and the final victory or defeat is still determined by resources and execution. Looking back at the history of wars in the past dynasties, unless the army is led by a fool, the defeated generals are often not because they don't know how to do it, but because they can't do it or can't do it. This is called the victorious army wins first and then seeks battle. After hearing this, Hong Fan and Chu Yuanke seemed to have realized something and were both solemn. After Su Yantao explained to the two laymen, he signaled the messenger to come over. Send a message to the artillery battalion, start suppressing the city in an hour, no need to fire in volleys, 2 or 3 shots at a time, and make sure it's continuous. The messenger repeated the order word for word, and then ran away in small steps. Then he exchanged glances with Jiu Yuanke, and called Hong Fan off the platform alone. The 4 shifts here in the North City are working overnight. The front end of the earthen hill should be 3 meters high tomorrow, enough to block part of the view on the city, Su Yantao said only after he was away from others. Once the earthen platform is up to scale, I will ask Long Sushi to take charge and transfer the elite troops of the Central Army to dig tunnels from under it. And make sure it's fast, and once they start, you, Hong Shaoxia, can move. Jiu Yuanke took over in a low voice. The action he mentioned was that Hong Fan would dig alone to find another way to bury the 5 White Thunder Gods under the city in advance. Only more than 10 top leaders of the Beijing army knew that they had the White Thunder Gods. Now that it involves specific use, they are obviously more cautious. The White Thunder God is precious. Only the Shenjing Instrument Works supervisor can make it. It would be better if we could save it for the future, Jiu Yuanke said with regret and worry. People should think far ahead, but they should always focus on the present. Su Yanteo hesitated for a moment and replied. Hong Fan nodded to show that he understood, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. So he wanted to know where Gu Yixin was. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Duanli shooting arrows from the top of the city wall, trying to kill the rammed earth workers behind the arrow shield. It was obviously a strong bow and iron arrow, but it was easily shattered by a few ki. The three looked over and saw a young man in the auxiliary soldiers stand up, looking angrily at the city wall, as if he was shocked and angry that his work was interrupted. It was indeed Gu Yixin. As General Su said, people should focus on the present, Hong Fan said in a trance. While speaking, Gu Yixin, who was at the front of the construction site, slowly shook his head at the arrow shooter on the city wall, tightened his rolled-up sleeves, and bent down to continue ramming the earth with wooden pillars. The 3 people of Hong Fan, who were originally worried, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene, and they all smiled. 2 days later, September 14th. After many days of sunny days, the first light rain fell outside Duanli City. It was just after the time of Chen, and the sun was about to rise, but it was still in the mist. 3 miles away from the city, the military market, which was half leaning against the camp of the 100 Victory Army, had already grown to considerable size. This was an economic activity that naturally formed around large-scale military operations. It included brothels, catering, letter and trophy delivery, and even the return of bodies, and was managed by the market supervisor set up by the marching Simazai Haoling, just like a small town. At the time of Chen, Hong Fan, who was visiting incognito, drank the donkey soup with Jiu Yuanke, used pepper to remove the moisture, and returned to the main camp. The battlefield changed its appearance in 2 days. The earth platform under the city was 10 meters high, and a flat land of 200 to 300 square meters was rammed on the top, and behind it was a gentle slope extending more than 70 meters. It wasn't just the outside of the city that changed. The Duanli city had 2 layers of flying towers, which were 5 meters higher, making it seem more oppressive. In the rain, Jiu Yuanke led Hong Fan through the earth pit used to temporarily bury the remains after taking the soil, and headed for the earth platform construction site that was surrounded by wooden boards and heavily guarded. At the entrance of the tunnel, which was covered tightly, Long Sishi was waiting. "It's half a quarter of an hour late," he complained impatiently when he saw someone coming. "This time it's all thanks to my brother to help me, please bear with me." Jiu Yuanke stepped forward and hugged his arms. "You're being polite to me," Long Sishi pouted, but his face looked much better. He held a torch and led the 2 of them underground. The tunnel was full of the slightly damp earth smell mixed with sweat. It was more than 2 meters wide, and wooden frame supports with mortise and tenon structures were set up every 10 feet. They were also laid along the center of the earth at the bends. Hong Fan himself was not very familiar with geotechnical and mining knowledge, but with the help of the sand world, he realized that these supports dispersed the ground pressure very well. The tunnel will reach the city in 5 days at the earliest, and it will take another 2 or 3 days to dig a large enough hole. Long Sishi introduced and motioned the 2 to walk close to the side to make way for the passing people. These people have the cultivation of Guantong realm, and their strength is at least equivalent to the top strongmen among mortals, and their endurance is far beyond that. 1 person can fight 10 people. "Is there any difficulty?" Jiu Yuanke asked with concern. "There will be no difficulty as long as I am here," Long Sishi replied confidently. "The giant spirits are huge and not good at digging. They like to wear heavy armor and build cities on the mountains. When I was in the northern border, I often used tunnels combined with gunpowder to deal with their fortresses, which can be said to be invincible." When he said this, he glanced at Hong Fan with his peripheral vision, and seemed to be quite concerned. The 3 continued to move forward in the tunnel for a while, and turned into an unmanned fork locked with a wooden door. "This is it." After sending them here, Long Sishi unlocked the lock with a key, and then bowed to Jiu Yuanke as if he had completed his mission, and left without any nostalgia. Chu Yuinka led Hong Fan into the house and used his pure yang key to light the oil lamp hanging on the wall. The flames spread and illuminated 5 boxes covered with the black cloth and the fork. This is the second key to this battle besides Brother Duan. Chu Yuinka patted the box and said in a breath. He stepped forward and opened a corner, revealing the white paint on the box, which was undoubtedly the White Thunder God. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Earth Platform. This was the third time Hong Fan had seen the White Thunder God. A year and a half ago, he and a group of high-ranking officials in Jinhae City dug out exactly the same thing in the tunnel under the city, square on all sides, with a hardwood shell carved with square and swirling thunder patterns that looked like fingerprints. Hong Fan opened his arms and grabbed one, and lifted it up to weigh it. The weight was about 300 kilograms. Although Longsashi's tunnel is sophisticated, it also makes a lot of noise, and it is estimated that it will not be effective. Li Ziki is a famous general of the Xianfeng army, not comparable to the northern frontier giant spirit, Jiu Yuinka said. Yun Tao and I asked him to go out this way to cover you and be a deputy. When the dignified Bei Shengguang said this, he couldn't help but glance outside, for fear that Longsashi would hear it. You are digging alone. The first thing is to be concealed. You don't need to rush. Just deliver all these 5 things to the city. In addition, the burial location must pass the center line of the city wall, otherwise it will not be possible to make it collapse completely. Jiu Yuinka made very detailed arrangements, but Hong Fan still had worries in his heart. He didn't know much about the various explosives in his previous life, but at least he had a basic understanding of the parameters. Taking the modern black gunpowder and TNT with the best formula as an example, the explosion overpressure of the former is half of the latter, and the diameter ratio of this oil pit compression area when the ground explodes is 40%. Assuming that the total weight of 1.5 tons of White Thunder God is completely filled with TNT, its power is at most equivalent to 3 tons of high-quality black gunpowder. It is easy to blow up a small building, but it is simply a foolish dream to blow up a 15-meter-high, 10-meter-thick rammed earthen brick wall that can pass a carriage on the top of the city. Mr. Beishin, the rammed earth of the Duanli city wall is tough and difficult for iron spikes to penetrate. Will it be able to? Hong Fan hesitated and asked. Don't worry, Jiu Yuinka replied immediately. To make the White Thunder God, a large amount of top-grade chalcedony is used, and multiple fire essences are stored. It is said that the power of each one is equal to a blow from a celestial warrior. Over there told me that these 5 together can defeat any city wall. Hong Fan no longer questioned. The struggle in Huaiyang State can be interpreted in many ways at the micro level, but there is only one at the macro level, the struggle between the court and the princes for ruling power. So the over there mentioned by the other party might be the Shenjing Instruments and Equipment Supervision. After explaining everything, Jiu Yuinka left the iron lock and key and left quickly. The wooden door opened and closed again, and the construction sound of the tunnel on the other side was like floating and sinking on the water. Only the explosion of the burning wick was still clear, so there is already explosives in this world that are comparable to a blow from a celestial being, and the power is even far greater than that of our DX. Hong Fan thought absent-mindedly, it's a pity that it still cannot do without the essence. He stared at the thunder pattern on the wooden box for a moment, took 2 steps forward, and pressed his hand on this oil layer. The life star was activated. With Hong Fan as the center, the sand gradually loosened and peeled off silently. 5 days later, September 17th. Dawn caressed the earth and awakened Duanli City. From west to east, the brilliance of the morning sun was locked by the scaly clouds like an iron curtain. Only the corners of the latter were burned dark red. The world was full of the spirit of conquest. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Beisheng army cooked. When the smoke from the camp cleared, the auxiliary soldiers who worked overnight retreated like a tide, leaving behind 2 20-meter-high earthen platforms with wide and flat tops and baffles. The sound of drums and shouts rose like boiling water, and the archers took their positions. Arrows and curses flew back and forth between the flying tower and the earthen platform. Following closely behind was the artillery car, which suppressed the city for half an hour as usual and cleared the 2 sections of the city selected as targets. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, the horn sounded and the people on the general platform stood up. The chariot and the ladder led the way, followed by the infantry in full armor. Following the military flag, the victory army fired 3 waves of dense arrows and stone bullets as firepower to block the enemy's attack. Taking advantage of the silence on the city wall, the chariot hit the city wall and smashed the wooden bridge. The heavily armored warriors rushed to the city wall like a stream, and on both sides were infantrymen holding short swords. The same route, but the effect is much better than before. The difference comes from the earth platform. Although the absolute height is not as high as the flying tower on the city, the earth platform provides valuable firepower suppression for the position, which greatly offsets the advantage of the defenders. The battle on the city wall continued, and the construction under the city wall continued. The White Thunder god of Wute was in place, and Hong Fan watched the battle silently after reporting to the general platform. The battle was fierce at this time, and the high-level combat forces of both sides finally came to an end. Chu Yuanke, wearing triple armor, opened a single battle in the third section of the city. He used the advantages of the fierce power and high-speed recovery of the Pure Yang technique to force his way up the city wall and charge in all directions. From the top of the corner tower, Li Ziqi's wind slash frequently collided with him, releasing a magnificent thunder. On the other side, Gu Yixin and Tang Shengwang's duel was light and erratic, fast against fast, and only when the tip of the spear and the star shuttle intersected did the size of the sound leak out. From Su Yanteo on down, the spectators on the stage were very tired. Hong Fan has always been proud of his speed of instant steps. It only takes him half a second to cross 5 meters from a standstill, but Gu Yixin's speed on the city wall was 3 times faster than his, leaving a series of drifting after images on the retina. Vajra-Zhi was even sharper. Where the spear blade passed, it was as light as a wolf hairbrush. Everything that was circled, whether it was a large shield, a wooden curtain, a wooden beam, or a hanging pole, was silently broken in two, and even Tang Shengwang's meteor shuttle had more and more gaps. The 2 members of the Beisheng army were both in the state of Liu perfection, and they had a great advantage in cultivation. However, after fighting for a while, they fell into disadvantage one after another. This is because the few cannot defeat the many. Hong Fan thought of the Honglu formation of the Zhuai cavalry. The Xianfeng army and the Duanli Tang family have been passed down for a long time, and they practice the same martial arts, so there is no lack of similar joint attack methods. At 9 o'clock, Jiu Yuanke was blown out of the city by the strong wind for the 3rd time, and most of his outer layer of armor was shattered. Seeing this, Su Yanteo ordered the sounding of the horn. This surprise attack was fierce and short. Tang Shengwang took off his helmet and calculated how many star shuttles he had destroyed in exchange for a few wounds on Gu Yixin. The result of the calculation made him feel depressed, until he poured oil and lit a temporary car with his own hands under the sporadic stones, and then he returned to the tower. In the hall, Li Ziqi sat with his knees supported, and gave orders with his usual cold and hard face. The 2 captains who had just assisted him in the battle leaned against the wall, their faces as pale as gold paper, eyes closed to rest. Tang Shengwang, holding his iron helmet, paced outside and waited. The 2 had worked together for several years, and they had seen this scene countless times. He did not enter until all the messengers had taken orders and left. He saw Li Ziqi's lips were chapped, and his hair under his helmet was soaked in clumps by sweat. Since the burial, the pressure on the top of the city has increased by nearly 2 times. Tang Shengwang half complained and walked to the water tank in the corner. When Gu Yixin first went out, he almost lost the trail. He picked up the palm-sized ceramic bowl on the table and was about to scoop water, but he was stunned and put the bowl back. "It won't be lost," Li Ziqi spoke decisively, and heard the sound of water behind him. 3 mixed reserve teams of warriors have not yet been used, he said seriously, and just when he felt thirsty, he saw something like an iron pot stuffed in front of him. The outside of the pot was half wet and half dry, and it contained several kilograms of water. There was a lot of dust inside and outside. But it was a black iron helmet. Li Ziqi frowned and looked at Tang Shengwang. "Drink water," the latter spat out 2 words. "There's a bowl on the table." Li Ziqi's voice rose 8 degrees. "How many times do I have to go back and forth to use that small bowl?" Tang Shengwang sneered, and knocked the iron helmet against his breastplate, making a dull sound. After a moment of confrontation, Li Ziqi had to take the helmet and reluctantly put it to his mouth. He originally just wanted to show his intention, but after wetting his lips, he became more and more thirsty, and the last helmet of water was drunk up. Tang Shengwang witnessed and went to drink water. He himself used a bowl. Just now, the exchange ratio was 1 to 2. Li Ziqi wiped his beard, leaned back in his chair, and spoke smoothly. But it will be far from easy for the enemy to take this city. The wood and stone materials stored by the Beisheng army can only last for 3 or 4 days at most, and it will be extremely difficult to replenish the artillery and stone after that. As I said yesterday, as long as there are no problems elsewhere, we can at least hold out until winter. Tang Shengwang sat back at the table without answering. He knew that the elsewhere he mentioned meant something, the victory or defeat of Yuanxi, the will of the royal court, but those were not things he could control. The two were silent for a while, and a messenger ran in to report that the enemy's tunnel was approaching the base of the city wall. Tang Shengwang didn't know about this, and was surprised to hear this, and hurried to see Li Ziqi. The latter's face was as calm as a lake. I haven't seen Chishi these days, and I guess that he was digging a hole. Li Ziqi waved away the messenger, his voice relaxed. You don't know military affairs, and you don't know that the distance between the embankment and the tunnel has been a complementary strategy since ancient times. Tang Shengwang frowned when he heard the words don't know military affairs. But before he could speak, Li Ziqi continued to talk endlessly. Because earthwork will not appear or disappear out of thin air, if it is piled on the ground, it means that it has been dug underground, and vice versa. The key to the success of the tunnel lies in concealment, but the tunnel cannot be dug outside the side of the top of the city wall, so the best entrance and exit is behind the earth platform. It not only conceals the vision, but also handles the earthwork, not to mention that there is a world of life star sand in the enemy camp. But Su Yanteo doesn't know that I have buried 20 underground jars under the 4 sides of Duanli City, monitoring day and night, and not missing any movement underground. As long as we dig in the opposite direction, we will be able to stop them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He slowly stood up, straightened his helmet amid the rustling sound of iron armor, and walked out of the city tower. Tang Shengwang followed him. The guards bowed their heads and saluted. The sun climbed to a high place, shining in all directions. People flowed back and forth on the 2 earth platforms outside the railings, and they grew slowly with a flying tower on the opposite side. Li Ziqi looked at everything with a disdainful look until he saw a long-lost burly man standing on the general platform and looking south. P.S. The comparison data between black powder and TNT refer to the CNKI paper experimental analysis of TNT equivalent value of black powder. Chapter 359 Force Talk. On the same day, the war drums sounded twice more. Until dusk, the day broke in the west, splashing out a sky of stars and moon. At 9 p.m., the Beisheng army camp. In front of the big tent, a bonfire was burning, and the dry and cracked wood blocks made crackling sounds under the high temperature. Several people sat around the fire. Duan Xiaonan, who had been in meditation for 3 days, took the slightly charred leg of lamb and tore it with big mouthfuls, his mouth full of oil. Military Commander Xia Haoling sat on the opposite side, narrating the progress of the past few days. First, the earth platform, tunnels, and ordnance, and then today's tentative attack. The final conclusion was that the exchange ratio had been pulled to an acceptable level, and a strong attack became an option. Duan Xiaonan nodded. After he finished eating the meat, he bit off the smooth lamb leg bones piece by piece, chewing them in his mouth until they made a sandy sound. It seems that it's time to meet Tang Laojian again. After eating the lamb leg dry, he circulated his true energy with both palms to shake off the fat. The direction of this battle must have a tone. Tang Laojian is a smart man. He doesn't have to make the situation the worst. If we really have to force an attack in the end, this will be inevitable anyway. Duan Xiaonan has always been a man of his word, and when he saw no objection, he immediately stood up and walked towards the camp gate. Several people walked to see him off. During the period, suppressed laughter occasionally came from the tents they passed by, probably telling some dirty jokes. Hundreds of feet away from the wooden camp, Duanli showed an iron-colored outline under the firelight. Duan Xiaonan stood facing the city, untied the red silk belt, took off his outer robe, and was bare-chested. "Hold it for me, flesh injuries can heal, but clothes can't," he said jokingly and handed the clothes to Gu Yixin. "How is the injury, big brother?" The latter saw the 2 wounds on his upper body and asked. "Recovered 90%, Duan Xiaonan returned and casually wiped off the hard scabs, revealing the newly grown skin. Tang Laojian recovered at most 50%, he boasted, and when he saw Hong Fan's eyes, he grinned. "Brother, please relax, your brother, may be stronger than you think, Duan Xiaonan said as he circulated his true essence and mobilized his innate spiritual energy. The banner of the military camp vibrated in the wind. In Hong Fan's perception, a funnel-like vortex stood up between heaven and earth, pulling up the clouds and piercing into the earth. A moment later, a figure rose from the city a few miles away. It was surrounded by gray-black iron streams, and the blade's surface was shining with silver light. It turned and hovered in the air, like a big snake drying its scales in the moon. Light clouds and thin rain, Hong Fan recited this scene softly. At this distance, he could not see Tang Xiaoyao's eyes clearly, but he could vaguely see that his jawline was tense. Duan Xiaonan's face was still relaxed, and the belt in his hand stretched in the wind, like a long tassel of fire. The sound of the wind suddenly stopped. "Let's go." Duan Xiaonan tied the red silk back to his waist and floated up. After a breath, the two Yuanzi started at the same time and went east like a meteor, 2,000 feet above the ground. At a high place, the mountains and clouds are rolling. Tang Xiaoyao and Duan Xiaonan are one after the other, speeding at hundreds of kilometers per hour, with iron scales flying back and forth like stars on their sides. After 100 rounds of fighting, both of them have new injuries. During the pursuit, the distance is shortened. Tang Xiaoyao hides in the clouds and spins to form a seal. The iron scales are violently shooting. Duan Xiaonan reaches sideways and grabs one, crushes it with his palm, and is immediately surrounded by the sound of the wind whistling like a bird's cry. It is the bird form of the three basic forms of the Thousand Silk Mind Key Realm, Sparrow Turtle Dragon. This move is like a silk net, and the flying swords go back and forth in all directions. If people of the same realm encounter it, unless at least one of the speed and hardness is at the peak, blood will be drawn. Fortunately, the essence of the iron palm cannon is to temper the body into a weapon. Although it is not the best of the second-grade martial arts, hardness is exactly what it can do. Tang Xiaoyao walks through the clouds. Duan Xiaonan chased after him, knocking the iron scales away with his bare palms. When the sparrow net shrank, he heard an angry shout and pulled up, and a golden palm force pushed horizontally, growing against the wind, and in a moment it became the size of a house, blasting out a way out. The buzzing sound dissipated, and the world was silent. But the cloud peaks were broken, and half of the sky was freed, and a big yellow moon was hanging. People flew in front of the moon. Tang Xiaoyao was panting heavily, and he only took a few breaths to recover. He saw his opponent chasing him from behind. He was forced to turn around and make a seal. Dozens of iron scales merged into a tortoise-shell mirror shield to meet the incoming palm. When they collided, the iron shook like a bell, reaching everywhere. "Come again." The thunder-like laughter suppressed the bell and forced Tang Xiaoyao to squeeze out all his strength. The iron scales flowed, and the shields were laid out. Duan Xiaonan clenched his 10 fingers together to crush the air, and fired a series of punches like artillery fire, piercing the tortoise shields one by one. For a moment, the iron scales flipped and splashed, the blade reflected the waning moon, and fell into the sea of clouds like a meteor. "The sparrow and turtle have come out, let the dragon form come too." Duan Xiaonan stopped chasing and spoke loudly. Tang Xiaoyao listened to the heroic laughter and his face tightened. He knew that his physical talent was far inferior to his opponent, but even if the speed of recovery was faster or slower, it would not be so. Knowing that it was useless to say more, Tang Xiaoyao raised the sword seal again. Duan Xiaonan did not rush, waiting for his opponent to gather momentum. After a few breaths, more than 200 iron scales were left in a line, condensing several times into the shape of snakes and pythons. Swirling, the sound of the wind was like a chant. The impact was like a waterfall, with the momentum of a swimming dragon. Duan Xiaonan put away his smile, put his fist at his waist, and his true energy overflowed like a golden armor. With the iron dragon in front of him, he began to attack. His fists, palms and fingers changed randomly, leaving countless afterimages, as if he had hundreds of arms and thousands of hands. The sky was full of flowers. The shadow of the fist was like a golden lotus petal gradually blooming. And the iron scales that were shattered were red and hot, like flower stamens floating all over the sky and dimming into the clouds. Soon, the flower was withered. The scenery stopped, and only one person was suspended under the yellow moon, motionless. "How about my unfinished iron arm and golden body?" Duan Xiaonan was panting, his hair was sweaty, and his upper body was covered with narrow cuts, but his spirit was strong. "I heard that your iron scales are worth 30 taels of silver each, which is a top-grade Zhuan level. but my arms are of the quality of Earth-level magic weapons." Tang Xiaoyao's face was pale and lost. "The winner has been decided. Do you still want to fight?" Duan Xiaonan teased. "I have never seen your Tang family's self-sacrifice method." Tang Xiaoyao turned a deaf ear and spoke after a long while. "It's only been 10 days since our last fight, and you have another breakthrough?" he asked rather unwillingly. "How can there be a breakthrough? I have been simply recovering from my injuries these days," Duan Xiaonan replied. "It's just that I deliberately showed weakness last time, saving my strength for the Xiao Sefeng who might come over. Now there is no need." Tang Xiaoyao was stunned when he heard this. Xiao Sefeng, Feng family, he couldn't help but whisper, his voice gnashing with teeth. Duanli City is indeed the home of the Tang family, but it belongs to the royal court. Seeing his reaction, Duan Xiaonan took the initiative to disperse his fighting spirit and sat down on the cloud. "Lord Shouyu, if you don't want to fight anymore, why don't you talk?" After knowing each other for several years, it was the first time that Tang Xiaoyao heard this rising star who was 60 years younger than him call him Lord Shouyu. "You tell me." He found another cloud peak 100 feet away and sat cross-legged. "The result of the Battle of Duanli is determined. If the Tang family is destroyed, I will injure you to death. If you don't want this to come true, there are only 2 ways." Duan Xiaonan stretched out 2 fingers and retracted one. "The first way is that you surrender," he said it bluntly. Chapter 360 Compromise. "Duan, are you dreaming?" Tang Xiaoyao was furious when he heard this, thinking that a dog can't spit out ivory, and immediately retorted. Duan Xiaonan was not angry at all. "If you think surrender is not nice, how about calling it an uprising?" he patiently advised. "If the Tang family changes its affiliation, the Beisheng army can be renamed the Xiaoyao army. I don't care about a name, and Lord Beisheng must not care either." Tang Xiaoyao then understood that the other party was not making fun of him, but was sincerely persuading him. After the battle just now, he knew that Duanli City would not be able to be defended sooner or later, but he still shook his head. The name of the family is better than the depth of the foundation, so it is conservative and safe in doing things. Although the Beisheng army has a great momentum and is not short of masters, it has no possibility of success. In Tang Xiaoyao's opinion, it is better to say that the other party was pushed up rather than reaching the current position by himself. In the matter of Huayang, only the first-class noble families and the martial saints are the chess players outside the chessboard. The Beisheng army and the Tang family are at best just large chess pieces with some self-determination. Moreover, Duan Xiaonan's ideas of publicizing martial arts and valuing ordinary people are naturally in conflict with the noble families. If the Tang family joins him, they will be cut off from the world and unable to move forward. Then there is only the second way. Duan Xiaonan raised his second finger. The Tang family took the initiative to withdraw from Duanli City. "You idiot humiliated me." Tang Xiaoyao was furious, and his shout shattered the clouds under him. "No, I am sincerely considering both sides." Duan Xiaonan raised his hand to appease, speaking seriously. "Listen to me, old traitor Tang. If you give up Duanli City, I will make the following guarantees. First, I will not interfere with the Tang family's retreat. You can take all your 2,000 soldiers, gold and silver, and martial arts resources with you, and temporarily live in any of the 4 southern counties until Feng Jiang's life and death are settled and we live in peace. Second, after you leave, the ancestral home and houses of the Tang family in Duanli will not be harassed. You can leave some people to guard, as long as they don't do anything they shouldn't do." "Duan, what do you want?" Tang Xiaoyao asked, stroking his long beard. "I want the granaries in the whole city to be safe and sound, and you leave all the food and supplies of the clan, rice, fodder, medicinal materials, copper and iron. If you can leave more gold and silver, I can lose to you and give you some face later," Duan Xiaonan replied. In addition, the Xianfeng army in the city cannot leave. When he said this, he stared into Tang Xiaoyao's eyes. "From Timuzi to the 3,000 people of the royal court, if they don't surrender, they will die. How about that?" Tang Xiaoyao didn't reply immediately. His mind was racing, and he grasped the other party's thoughts in a few breaths. First, to avoid huge casualties in a forced attack on the city. Second, to worry about breaking the city and working in vain. A considerable part of the value of Duanli City lies in storage and wealth. Even if the Beisheng army can win, it is difficult to prevent the defenders from being destroyed. Third, to force the Tang family to be separated from the royal court, abandoning the 3,000 Xianfeng army. the Tang family will no longer be able to choose Yunlin City as a retreat. This is indeed beneficial to both sides. However, things in the world are far from that simple. No, the Tang family can't escape without a fight. Tang Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and gave a forced answer. You can't defend it anyway, Duan Xiaonan interrupted. We may not be able to defend it, but we will definitely break your bones and muscles, and you will be unable to move south within a year, Tang Xiaoyao replied. As you said, it may take a year to take Duanli. Duan Xiaonan actually nodded in agreement. But if you don't take Duanli, it will be forever. A brief silence fell between the clouds and the moon. How, old cunning Tang, the defeat of the Beisheng army and the Tang family will only make Feng Yubei laugh. Do you really want to fight me to the death, and then move your whole family to Yunlin City to be humble and serve others? Duan Xiaonan suddenly sneered. My Tang family has lived in Duanli for 200 years. It is impossible to abandon the city unless we have no choice. Tang Xiaoyao gritted his teeth for a moment, but still shook his head. Then how about I spend a little more effort to create a situation where I have no choice for you? Duan Xiaonan sighed. Tang Xiaoyao seemed to have guessed the method, and his face darkened. If I didn't let you lose miserably to me in public, I would know that you love reputation as your life, Duan Xiaonan mocked. You and I don't have to fight again, just the city wall. Within 3 days, if my army breaks through the outer city, you will lose. If you can't take it, the Beisheng army will retreat. How about it? Tang Xiaoyao finally wavered. You are ignorant. I have never cared about the reputation, but the reputation is real. Forget it. Do you want to do it yourself? He asked. Duanli is a majestic city in Huayang, and the city defense is far more than just a city wall. In terms of the process, if the outer city is lost, the streets will be fought in the streets of the market. If the street fighting is defeated, the inner city will be defended. If the inner city cannot be defended, the Tang family mansion itself has a certain fortress function. Of course, the latter three combined are far less dangerous than the outer city. But in the current situation, abandoning the city after the city wall is lost cannot be said to be escape without fighting. At most it can be regarded as a heroic man cutting off his arm. The wall of Duanli is extremely strong. Even if you want to blast a hole, I'm afraid it will take dozens of moves, Tang Xiaoyao said slowly. This was said without a beginning or an end, but Duan Xiaonan had dealt with the other party for many years and could understand the meaning behind it if he swaggered to open the city with an iron palm. Tang Liao would not be able to sit idly by. I won't do anything, Duan Xiaonan only said one sentence, and no more nonsense. Tang Xiaoyao thought for a moment. According to the conditions you mentioned before, you can keep 70% of the food and fodder, and take away 30%, he suddenly countered. Duan Xiaonan sneered, and just as he was about to speak, the other party had already added the last sentence. I'll leave you an additional 200,000 taels of silver, 200,000. Duan Xiaonan just showed his intention, and Tang Xiaoyao spoke again. In addition, the Beisheng army must release Kinger. That's no problem, but the release must be after the city changes hands. Duan Xiaonan simply agreed, unwilling to drag on the details. He was not the type to threaten with hostages. At this point, both parties knew that the matter was mostly done. Although they did not show it on their faces, they felt relieved in their hearts. Do you really have the means to break through the outer city within 3 days? Tang Xiaoyao couldn't help asking. After waiting for a long time, he saw that Duan Xiaonan was still calm, and felt boring and stopped pestering. This is all up to you and me to understand each other. No written words. The two men agreed on some details, then flew down from the clouds and clapped their hands under the moon to swear. That night, Duan Xiaonan returned to the camp and Tang Xiaoyao returned to the city. Each of them secretly summoned the top leaders to make arrangements. The next day, September 18th, the soldiers in Duanli City did not know the outcome of the Yuanxi battle last night. They only knew that the artillery vehicles outside the city began to make noise again as soon as the sky got bright. The battle process was the same as before. The Beisheng army rushed to the top of the city 3 times in total. In the third formation, Qisha Hongfen and the left army general Yi Hong also rushed to the city. The two sides were deadlocked until the sun set. After a day of destruction, many flying towers were damaged. After the war, Li Ziqi led the team to patrol the city, listening to the whip and scolding all the way, frowning slightly. The wooden structure is not as good as the city body, and it can't stop the cannonballs at all. In order to maintain a high advantage over the enemy's earth platform, the city had to constantly dismantle the houses to obtain wood and conscript the people for labor. The civilians were not as disciplined as the soldiers, so there were whip sounds. Compared to 3 days ago, morale has obviously dropped, Li Ziqi whispered. The fierce battle has been going on for half a month, and the enemy is the same. The captain of the personal guard next to him took over the conversation. Today, one less temporary car was sent to the city. It must be as the general expected. The enemy is short of wood, he added a sentence. Li Ziqi nodded and went down the city to inspect the ordnance and logistics departments as usual. He first went through the plan of opening the tunnel in his mind, and then thought about whether to lead the team to attack the artillery position of the Beisheng army at night. Then, Li Ziqi ran into Tang Shengwang in front of the Tang family's private warehouse in the east of the city. The two were stunned and nodded to each other. "Are you here to get food?" Li Ziqi asked. The armed forces in Duanli City are roughly divided into 3 forces: Xianfeng Army, City Defense Department, and Tang family soldiers, each with 3 sets of logistics. Among them, the Xianfeng Army used food from the official warehouse owned by the royal court, the City Defense Department used food from the exclusive public warehouse, and the Tang family used the clan's private warehouse. Yes, the casualties have increased sharply in the past few days, and the morale of the family soldiers has declined. So we plan to increase the supply of rations, Tang Shengwang answered immediately, speaking with a smile, looking extremely tired. This reminded Li Ziqi of the other party's fight with Gu Yixun today, 3 battles a day, as if fighting for life, and extremely fierce. You confronted Gu Yixun too much today, he couldn't help but speak. Defending the city, the victory or defeat is not a matter of temporary gains and losses. If you are injured, you will use human lives to fill his gun every day. Li Ziqi unconsciously used a tone of teaching, and habitually waited for Tang Shengwang to refute, but he didn't expect the other party to nod silently, a rare compliance. This made his heart jump. What was the result of the battle last night? Li Ziqi took a half step closer and lowered his voice. Too little to go. Tang Shengwang expected this question and answered. But Lord Xiaoyu had a hard time fighting. After the last battle, the best medicine in the family was used up, but it was not as fast as Duan Xianan's recovery. Li Ziqi understood the other party's worries. Iron Palm opens the mountain is famous for its strong physique, but Lord Tang doesn't need to win this battle. Just hold on for another 20 days. The first snow falls in mid-October every year. If we hold on until then, the 100 Victory Army will have to consider retreating. He meant to comfort Tang Shengwang, but he saw that Tang Shengwang was a little impatient when he heard the numbers mid-October and 20th. He nodded randomly, and even a layer of sweat oozed from his neck. At this time, most of the carts were filled with grain bags and were moving along the street, making a rumbling sound on the bluestone slabs. Tang Shengwang bowed and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Li Ziqi. The situation of the war has not changed much at this point, the latter spoke, his tone as usual. The most important thing next is morale. In a few days, I want to ask the nobles in the city to prepare gold and silver to reward the whole army. Is that right? Tang Shengwang was startled when he heard this, and then nodded. Also, if the war situation is tense, each family must send out slaves and concubines to reward the officers, and your family should set an example first, Li Ziqi said again. Wait for me to report to my master. Tang Shengwang's face was difficult, and he squeezed out a sentence after a long while. Unexpectedly, Li Ziqi suddenly scolded him. What time is it? You are a flying star from the sky, and you can't make the decision on such a small matter. His voice was so harsh that it attracted the attention of others. Tang Shengwang was scolded by him, and he turned his eyes away and dared not respond. Okay, as you say. After a moment of silence, Tang Shengwang came back to his senses, replied perfunctorily, and left with a messy step. The captain of the personal guard next to him watched this scene and was happy. The nobles of the noble families are not as commanding and majestic as our generals. He was thinking, and when the Tang family walked away, he was about to go up and flatter them, but he saw Li Ziqi standing with his hands behind his back, his face no longer showing any of the previous fierceness, just staring blankly at the sky. In the west, a drop of blood-red sunset was frozen in the clouds, shining so brightly that it made people lose their souls. Chapter 361 Breaking the City. The next day, September 19th. Duanli City North. The clouds were as dense as the sea, and the white waves were hanging upside down and beating where the wind was blowing. On the general platform, the military flags rang loudly, and everyone was in armor. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the army lined up to attack the top of the city. When they were about to withdraw, the tunnel they were working on was opened up by the city, and it became an underground chaos. The Beisheng army had been working for many days and was unwilling to give up easily. Su Yantao sent more troops. Hong Fan, relying on his fate, also wanted to join the battle. Who knew that as soon as he went down, he saw a high-speed airflow with smoke and dust bombarding from the passage, rushing back from the tunnel mouth for dozens of meters, just like releasing a storm from a tin can. Hong Fan retreated to the surface with a shattered face, and after discussing with the others, he immediately realized that this was Li Ziqi's method. With the constraints of the tunnel, the popular martial arts would naturally focus, and the power would increase several times. Then poisonous smoke rose again in the city that had been prepared. The Xianfeng army used wolf fire, mugwort, arsenic, realgar, polygonum avicular, and pepper to burn smoke, and then used Zioyo to blow air into the tunnel. Soon, the earthen platform outside the city was smoked with iron ash. The Beisheng army had no choice but to fill the hole. Cheers came from the city. Yi Hong, Jiaoan and others sat on the general platform and remained unmoved, with only a sneer on their lips. At noon, the Beisheng army cooked and ate it safely under the city guards. After resting for half an hour, all the soldiers lined up. A hint of ominousness was smelled on the city, and the voice gradually became hoarse. At 1 p.m., the clouds were thicker, and the sun was not visible even at noon. Everything was silent, and only the killing was left. Li Ziqi sat high on the city tower, grinning and leaning on his sword. He didn't see where Tang Shengwang was, and he was too lazy to look for him. There was a sudden flash in the east. Dozens of miles away, rain first rolled down from the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth into a pillar. The wind blew from there, carrying water vapor, and brushing his face wetly. The innate water spirit was particularly active. General Su, Hong Fan asked with his head tilted. Su Yantao and Chu Yuanka exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Hong Fan stood up from his seat, his eyes swept across the battlefield, and looked at the dark sky. The sky looked back with lightning and thunder. When the thunder faded away, he pressed the helmet and visor, and walked to the front of the central army. He was the one who released the White Thunder God, so Su Yantao was rewarded for breaking the city. Half a quarter of an hour later, everything was in place. Chu Yuanqi took out a jade pendant with a green and red color from his chest, counted 3 times silently, and input his true energy at a specific rhythm. The key was connected, and the innate spirit was stimulated in the air. 50 feet away from the city, Hong Fan stood in front of the army, and his heart felt it. Before the sound reached his ears, his feet were shaken. With a dynamic vision of a warrior Superman, he clearly saw the bricks peeling off, the iron-hard foundation bulging slightly, cracking into countless tiny cracks, and then disintegrating inward into sand, rippling like liquid. In another moment, the world turned upside down. The heavy city wall as thick as a hill was pushed up as a whole, and was dismembered and shattered together with the flying tower and the defenders in the reflected shock wave. There was no fire, no flame. Only the highly condensed fire spirit energy stretched out and destroyed itself. The air rushed violently, swept over Hong Fan, and pulled the red cherry on his helmet straight. 10 feet back, dozens of heavy armored soldiers sat down collectively, and far more than 100 people died in the explosion on the top of the city. A few seconds later, molten earth and rocks fell from the sky, like stars in rain. Within a few breaths, the soldiers were dumbfounded and could not even distinguish the thunder. It was not until Su Yantao drew his sword and scolded that someone blew the horn and beat the drum. Li Ziqi didn't care at all. He only issued the last few military orders in a languid manner, then threw his sword and led the troops down the city. Hearing the order, the victory army began to press forward. Hong Fan led the way, and his pace became faster. The closer he got to the city, the narrower his vision became. He could only vaguely see the chaos on the top of the city and hear the desperate shouts of "the city is broken and the sky is falling" that shook the morale. But these were no longer important. With a single arm, the smoke and dust stood up like a wall and crashed into the gap. Hong Fan suddenly took a step and was the first to rush into Duanli. Vultures circled in the sky. The armored soldiers rushed like an iron stream. Thunder roared, and the rainstorm was coming but not yet. At some point, the Tang flag on the top of the city was no longer seen. On the same day, at 3 p.m., dozens of miles southwest of Duanli City. The fertile fields were vast, with yellow and green mixed together. The leaden clouds hung low. Beams of sunlight passed through the clouds, pressing on the earth like stone pillars, showing patches of light and dark. Li Ziqi urged his white horse to gallop on the long and straight official road, followed by dozens of light cavalry. The shouts and cries of killing that filled the sky when the city was broken had long disappeared, but he knew that the crisis had not been resolved. If it was just to escape, the innate strongman himself would be much faster than the war horse, but unfortunately Li Ziqi could not abandon his comrades who had entrusted their lives to him. As a warrior, defeat was already unbearable, and just escaping was too much. The white horse panted heavily, and its neck was wet and covered with a layer of sweat. The master patted his mount lightly and could not help but look back. In the distance, Duanli City was being swallowed by the heavy rain, blurry and swaying. He raised his whip and cracked it. The warhorse jumped forward, but only a few dozen feet away, he saw a golden streak running diagonally down from the front of the official road. A bell rang on the flat ground. The palm print as big as a house rolled into the earth, kneading the soil like dough, and blowing sand, stone, grass and trees into pieces. Li Ziqi used his powerful true energy to hold his mount tightly, and more than a dozen knights behind him were still blown away. The horses neighed and neighed, but no one cried out in pain. Everyone looked up and saw a burly figure floating in the air, blocking the road. Where will the defeated general flee to? The man who came was Duan Xianan. Li Ziqi had no expression on his face and his body was relaxed. As expected, he mocked in a low voice. As expected what? Duan Xianan asked. Since you dare to leave the army and act alone, you must have had a tacit understanding with Tang Xiaoyao, Li Ziqi replied lazily. Duan Xianan did not answer. Surrender or fight to the death? He landed on the ground and asked calmly. As soon as the words came out, there was a sound of swords being drawn on the opposite side. Li Ziqi was stunned when he heard the sound, looked around, and finally shook his head. A person at the 4th level of Yuanxi, against a person at Xianshan, 2 at the Hunren, and dozens of Guantuang. The latter had no chance of winning. Mr. Duan, he was halfway through his words when he saw Duan Xianan frowning suddenly and shouting to the side of the road. Who is it? Get out! A person rushed out from the woods beside the road in response. It was Tang Shengwang. Why are you looking for death here if you don't want to live? Duan Xianan asked coldly when he saw that it was a member of the Tang family. Tang Shengwang's face turned pale, and after a little hesitation, he actually knelt on one knee. I beg Mr. Iron Palm to spare General Li's life. He bowed his hands and begged. Li Ziqi sat on his horse, his chin slightly raised. Is this what he meant? Duan Xianan asked back, his face unhappy. No, it's not. I have worked with General Li for a long time, and I followed, Tang Shengwang said anxiously. Duan Xianan's face was slightly relieved, but he still did not comment. Li Ziqi suddenly turned over and got off the horse. 3 days ago, you used your helmet to hold water for me. He whipped a whip in the air, and pointed the whip at Tang from a distance. Did you know what happened today at that time? Li Ziqi asked proudly. I don't know, I really don't know, Tang Shengwang answered hurriedly, wanting to explain again, his lips trembling, but he didn't know what else he could say. That's right, Li Ziqi lowered his head and sighed, and then spoke again. Li, I think you're just a warrior, how can you be so cunning? Tang Shengwang always looked down on the arrogance of the noble family, and he was angry instinctively when he was provoked. When he came to his senses, he saw that Li Ziqi's mouth was slightly curled. Probably smiling. This smile was stingy and mean, with a bit of coldness, which made him feel bitter and unspeakable. It's come to this, don't bother. Li Ziqi waved his hand and turned to Duan Xianan. Duan Xianan, I am the Lieutenant General of the Royal Court, and I can't surrender to the rebels, he said solemnly. Is Teodi worthy of your loyalty? Duan Xianan sneered. It doesn't matter whether I am loyal or not, I just serve you, Li Ziqi replied calmly. If Li surrenders, the Li family of Yunlin will die. As he said this, he threw away the horse whip, carefully arranged his armor, and finally straightened his iron helmet. That's it, Duan Xianan nodded, strode forward, and hit Li Ziqi's heart with his palm. There was a light and muffled sound. The iron palm was retracted, and the black iron heart mirror peeled off like sand, revealing the intact cotton armor inside. This defeat is not the fault of war. On his deathbed, Li Ziqi looked directly into Duan Xianan's eyes, argued, and knelt down to die. Duan Xianan mourned in silence and looked at the other knights. The commander's dead, those who are willing to surrender, kneel down, he shouted. More than 10 of the more than 40 people knelt down one after another. After confirming it for the second time, Duan Xiaonan spared no effort and killed the standing Li's personal guards quickly and bloodlessly, and finally glanced at Tang Shengwang. Temuz is a general of the Xianfeng army. I can't leave his body to you. After he finished speaking, he lifted Li Ziqi on his shoulders and escorted the remaining surrendered soldiers and horses back north. The people and horses gradually went away. Tang Shengwang stood still among the corpses on the ground for a long time, feeling lost. Until the heavy rain came from the south, embraced everything and soaked him. Chapter 362, The Covenant to Govern the People. From September 19 to September 22, the heavy rain in Duanli city lasted for 4 days, cleaning the remains of the two armies and healing the wounds of the war. Until the tombstones were hammered down outside the city, nailing the dead to another world forever. At dawn on September 23, the rain came to an end. In a small courtyard in the inner city of Duanli, Hong Fan sat cross-legged on the bed alone in meditation. The misty vitality under the dragon soul tree was overflowing, but it was a pity that it could not be transformed into cultivation. In the quiet white noise, Hong Fan recalled the moment when the white thunder god exploded again and again, describing the feeling at that time. In a moment, the crazy flushing of the fire spirit, the joy of burning and the solemnity of destruction completely covered the soul. He vaguely felt that his realm had loosened, but it was still not enough. After an unknown amount of time, Hong Fan withdrew from the inner vision. The sound of raindrops in his ears suddenly became clear, and the frosted window glass was already slightly bright. Hong Fan got out of bed and pushed open the window. What caught his eye was the rain curtain dripping from the eaves, as clear as beads. The humidity rushed in, taking away a third of the warmth in the house. Every autumn rain brings a chill. Compared to 3 or 4 days ago, Duanli was about 10 degrees Celsius colder. Hong Fan glanced at the daylight, opened the door and entered the courtyard, and began to practice the foundation building fist. The high-speed flow of the flaming true ki evaporated every drop of rain. After 5 rounds of fists, someone knocked on the door. It was now the Chen hour, 7 o'clock in the morning. The man who came was square-faced and tall and strong. He was the deputy commander of the Lianshan camp of the Central Army. His name was Feng Qing. He had first met Hong Fan in Longqiu town. Young Master Hong, let's talk about the things from the other day. Feng Qing was wearing a straw raincoat, but he was still polite. This time it's the 3 big families in the West City. According to the information we have collected, they must have dug a private cellar, but they just don't admit it. I'm a poor hand at the moment, so I can only come to you. He bowed again, his tone respectful. It's my job. Led the way, Hong Fan replied. He used the sand to pull a bamboo hat from under the eaves, put it on and went out. In the Battle of Duanli, Hong Fan made many contributions, not only filing the moat and burying explosives, but also fighting several times and finally being the first to climb the mountain. Considering that he was not affiliated with the Beisheng army, there was no promotion, and the final reward was in kind. A total of 1,000 taels of silver and 2,000 pieces of cloth. This amount of money was not much or little, and it was quite useless for Hong Fan. When he entered Huaiyang State, he first wanted the 3 times military merit promised by Su Guinian. So he didn't take the last cent, and gave 30% of the reward to the family of Pujian, the left army general who died beside him in the first battle, and the remaining 70% to the heavy armored soldiers who followed him to charge in the final battle. This made Chisha's reputation in the Beisheng army even higher, and Feng Qing's respect was also related to this. After leaving the yard, the latter led the way. The alley was quite long, with high buildings on both sides, and a line of blue sky on top, and it was impossible to distinguish the clouds and rain. How did you deal with the surrendered soldiers? Hong Fan asked. We cut the Gordian knot quickly, and it was almost done yesterday, Feng Qing replied. After the city was captured, there were more than 1,000 Xianfeng soldiers who surrendered, and the city defense department had about 2,000. They killed some of them, and the rest were mostly dispersed and incorporated into the army, and a small part was sent to the rear to cultivate the land. Hong Fan nodded and asked again, what about the house search? Except for the Tang family, the top 7 families were all searched. We worked in the rain for 2 days and 2 nights. When I went out just now, I saw my colleagues returning to the camp. Feng Qing was cheerful and talked on his own. The spoils of war are still divided into 3 parts according to the old rules. 1 part is for the public, 1 part is for the collective of each department, and 1 part is for individuals. The 2 chatted and turned out of the alley and merged into the street. Once the space was open, The sound of rain seemed sparse. Compared with yesterday, there were more and more pedestrians on the street. In addition to the soldiers, there were actually many people walking hurriedly. This indirectly illustrates the military discipline of the Beijing army. With Hong Fan's understanding of wars in the Middle Ages, this was almost a miracle. It is said that war is brutal, but judging from the fact that no one was harmed after the city was broken, the victory army deserves the word righteousness, he praised aloud. Feng Qing laughed when he heard this. Young Master Hong, you are too kind. I know my own business, he explained further when he saw the other party looking at him. Military discipline and punishment alone, no matter how strict, cannot suppress the fierce soldiers after a fierce battle. To be able to be like this, it must be due to this. Feng Qing pointed his thumb upward. It is said that there are gods above our heads. I don't know if there are any gods in Huaiyang at this time, but with the Iron Palm Lord sitting in Duanli, it is appropriate to say listen for several miles and arrive in an instant. No matter how fierce the war is, how can it be more fierce than Master Yuanzi? He said it as a matter of course and without thinking. Hong Fan pondered for a moment and nodded silently. The two walked briskly along the street all the way north until they came to a narrow river. This river is called Xianshijing and is connected to the moat water system. In recent days, it has been affected by the sand and soil of the moat filling and is no longer virtuous, but extremely turbid. There is a stone arch bridge over Xianshijing. Hong Fan walked to the center of the bridge, and his vision gradually rose. He could see the northern city wall 2 miles away through the overlapping black tiles covered with water mist. Although today is only the 4th day after the city was captured, many soldiers have been wearing straw raincoats and repairing it in the rain. Only the hole blasted by the White Thunder God has not been repaired yet. It is completely open, like a missing front tooth on the gums. Even after winning the battle, everyone is still busy, Hong Fan sighed. More than that, it's even busier than when we attacked the city, Feng Qing added. In terms of military affairs, the rear army is surrounding Duanli city to search for the rebels, while the left and right armies are sending out multiple teams to clear the surrounding counties and towns. In the cavalry camp, the vanguard should be able to reach Ao today and tomorrow to engage in battle with the Royal Court's cavalry scouts. In addition to military affairs, we are busy with treating the wounded, sending military posts, and checking the money and grain that our central army is responsible for. The two chatted as they talked, and soon arrived at the first destination in the west of the city. A large mansion with a plaque of Chang's mansion hanging on it. The scale is not small but the decoration is not luxurious, probably a second or third class wealthy family in Duanli city. At this time, a team of soldiers was standing guard in front of Chang's house, and there was a dispute inside. There is not much to say about what happened. The powerful families are the main source of military supplies for the Beijing army. Among them, those who participate in the city defense must be copied, and the second class must be donated. It stands to reason that with the army approaching, it is a blessing to be able to spend money to ensure safety, but there are always some smart people who think they have grasped Duan Xianan's soft temperament and hide their private property to resist the donation. The Cheng family is like this at the moment, and even use the public notice issued by Zhu Yuanke after entering the city to pressure. Until Hong Fan took over. He just walked in and easily located 2 underground cellars in the mansion, 1 large and 2 small, with a sand world. After pointing them out casually, several heads and elders of the Cheng family sweated profusely and collapsed to the ground. After running a few trivial matters, before lunchtime, Hong Fan was invited to the Duanli city guardhouse, which was the core of the Beijing army. He ran into Gu Yixin sitting under the eaves with a bowl of rice. His clothes and hair were half wet, and his long spear was leaning against a porch column, with fresh blood on the spear blade. The latter had been accompanying the left and right armies in the past 2 days, responsible for clearing the surroundings, and he probably just came back. The two entered together. The plaque with the words governing the people was hung high, and below it, the high-ranking officers of the Beijing army were summarizing the data. Gentlemen, after 3 days of hard work, we have obtained various figures. Chen Yan, the military commander, cleared his throat with a document in his hand. In terms of grain reserves, there are a total of 250,000 shi, which may increase by 10% later. The total amount of gold, silver, silk and cloth is more than 2 million taels of silver, and after deducting rewards, punishments and pensions, the surplus is more than 600,000 taels. His voice trembled slightly when he read the last sentence. After all, it is a big city with a surplus of 100 years. Chang Yimin, who had just arrived from the rear, sighed repeatedly, and the smile on his face was even a little erratic. How should we deal with such a harvest? He muttered in his mouth, but he was not really asking a question. Duan Xiaonan looked serious. Old brother, what have you seen these days? The big man turned around, his face more calm and serious than usual. The villages are deserted. And there are many hungry people. The yellow dog is so thin that its ribs can be seen, Gu Yixin replied. Duan Xiaonan made up his mind after hearing this. Leave enough military rations, set at 100,000 gan, the rest will be given to the people. He turned around and said. Chu Yuanqi added, the autumn harvest has just passed, too much grain at once will easily drop the price, but he was interrupted immediately. No, Duan Xiaonan raised his eyes and looked at the golden plaque on the beam with contempt. It's not selling, it's giving. There was no sound in the hall for a while. Chapter 363, Golden Mountain. The 29th year of Zheng, October 3rd. The carriage came from Tingshan Pass, bumping all the way, and headed straight for Duanli. In the carriage, Tang Xingqing tied up her long hair, and the silver hairpin that she had been holding on her fingertips for a long time floated up and pinned it behind her head. Since the change of ownership of Duanli City more than 10 days ago, the Beisheng army no longer strengthened her martial arts seal. Until this morning, the Kaansi Nian's hanky that had been stagnant for a long time was flowing smoothly again. So she branded the hairpin as soon as possible. With a flying sword, Tang Xingqing's heartstrings relaxed a little, and she lifted the curtain with her fingertips and looked out. At this time, the sky was bright, with scattered clouds, illuminating the hills. An official road slowly penetrated into the wilderness, supporting the people from all directions. Some of them pushed wheelbarrows, some led donkeys, and those with rich families sat in ox carts. As for carrying baskets on poles and bags on their backs, they were everywhere. Tang Xingqing had heard about the Beisheng army's plan to release grain in Duanli City when she was still in Longqiu town, but she still didn't believe it. The carriage caught up with the crowd. Tang Xingqing looked down at the passers-by, vulgar, stupid, and came without knowing whether it was true or false. Passers-by also saw her through the window. At first, they were amazed by her proud and beautiful face. After seeing the gold hairpin between her eyebrows and the black and gold clothes in the iconic style of the Tang family, they avoided her and showed a sense of distance. The official road was not wide, and the carriages and the crowds were clearly separated. Half an hour later, Duanli City was in sight. Tang Xingqing's eyes swept across the parapet that was smashed to pieces by cannonballs, and stared at the gap that was several feet wide. More than 10 days later, the three counties of Huaiyang State all knew that Chisha had blasted Duanli open with the White Thunder God and won the first merit. At that time, I was confined in Longqiu. She thought silently, feeling that she had lost to this peer for the second time, and she couldn't help but purse her lips with shame. The carriage passed through a long line and stopped in front of the city gate. The driver of the Beisheng army took out a document to negotiate with the gatekeeper, and after a while, he lifted the curtain for the latter to confirm. Tang Xingqing sat in the car, with mixed feelings. In the past, she had ridden a horse at the city gate countless times based on her surname and identity. As for being among the top 3, she was even more honored. But the gatekeeper who just came over even held his sword with one hand and looked at her fearlessly. The vehicle entered the city, and soon an arranged officer came to meet. Miss Tang, we informed the Tang mansion of your itinerary in advance, and the mansion must have prepared a lunch. The visitor was dressed in military uniform and called himself Feng Qing, the deputy captain of the Central Army. Feng escorts you there. Tang Xingqing felt uncomfortable when she heard this, and just said that she wanted to take a walk and not go to the Tang mansion first. She followed the crowd and walked into the main road in the city. At this time, the people who came to collect food from outsiders filled the road, and were lining up under the shouts of the soldiers of the Victory Army. Most of them looked timid. Perhaps they had never had the opportunity to leave home, or perhaps it was the first time they were qualified to enter the city, but they couldn't help but look at the beautiful prosperity. The streets were busy and lively. Tang Xingqing listened casually to the messy and repetitive topics. It was nothing more than whether they could get food, how much each person could get, and how to live after bringing back the food, and walked forward with the team, passing through several streets and alleys unknowingly. She recognized this direction. It led to the towering warehouse. The team became quieter as they went forward, and many people showed visible worries. They are so serious, maybe they have to put some food, but how can one person get 40 liters? Tang Xingqing complained disdainfully. and just after turning the corner of the street, she caught a glimpse of a corner of gold floating on the tiles from a distance. She was stunned. That is, Tang Xingqing instinctively turned around and asked, but she was too embarrassed to wait for an answer. She simply jumped onto the roof of the street. Under the gaze of everyone, Tang Xingqing quickly flew dozens of meters, and then stopped like a lightning strike. The wall was torn open, the roof was also lifted off, and the familiar towering warehouse was gone. Instead, there was a round-bottomed golden cone with a diameter of 20 meters and a height higher than a 5-story building. This is, Tang Xingqing took a quick breath. She saw more bamboo baskets being lifted out of the granary buried underground, and the blackened and rotten millet in it was set aside, and the rest poured into the cone. As the end of the long line, the people who lined up whispered with the receptionist, and then took their own portion with thousands of thanks. Tang Xingqing had to confirm it. This huge ill is actually millet. She uttered this sentence firmly, and her fists loosened and clenched. As the successor trained by Tang Xiaoyao, Tang Xingqing knew how these golden jade grains were collected layer by a complex system, and how much sweat and oppression were involved. They were not only food to fill the stomach, but also natural currency and supreme power. It shouldn't be like this. Tang Xingqing lost the ability to think for a short time. A few dozen feet away, the Golden Mountain was more magnificent than the city tower, and the pedestrians below were as small as mice and rabbits. A thin old man, with a linen short robe on his shoulders, his arms full of green veins were exposed under his rolled-up sleeves, carefully pushing the food he had taken with a wheelbarrow. It was like pushing his own life. Then, at the last corner to say goodbye to the Golden Mountain, he suddenly stopped, turned around, knelt down and kowtowed heavily. This kowtow calmed Tang Xingqing's soul. She is a warrior, she can see more clearly than any mortal. The rips in the clothes, the shaking of the cheeks, the wrinkles on the forehead, a person with a neck as black as iron, but the sweat flowing down is like drops of melted red copper. Tang Xingqing's whole body was numb, and she even felt that the world was spinning. She tried her best to see, but still couldn't understand everything in front of her. She only vaguely felt that this kneeling was not about people, gods, authority, or violence, but something more primitive, more timeless, and more violent. Compared with this, as a noble lady of the Tang family and a top genius on the list, she was so frivolous and so insignificant. The sun was at the zenith. Tang Xingqing forgot about hunger and thirst, and stood on the roof to watch the grain distribution for half an hour until Feng Tuing urged her to leave. Duanli City, where she was born and raised, and the streets where she lived day and night for more than 10 years, met again today after a long absence, but it felt like the second time to meet for the first time. The Tang mansion looked the same as yesterday. The anxious mother stood at the bottom of the stone steps to check on her. After not seeing her for 3 months, the vertical wrinkles between her eyebrows had deepened a lot. Tang Xingqing walked over quickly with a smile on her face. Only then did she realize that her hatred towards Hongfan and the Beisheng army had mostly dissipated. P.S. The rice pile in the article weighs 9,000 tons, the natural stacking angle is about 28 degrees, and the rice density is 600 kgm, so the scale should not be wrong. Chapter 364 Significance. 2 days later, it was October 5th. The sky in Duanli City was just getting bright, and the world seemed to be covered with a layer of clouds. Outside the South City Gate, the official road went southwest for 30 miles and ran along the Xianshijing River decorated with reeds. A large carriage with a Tang family emblem carved on it was moving at a fast pace, with Tang Xingqing's mother and maid sitting on it. 100 meters behind the carriage, she and Hongfan walked side by side. After the city was broken, the Tang family retreated to Sun County 100 miles away, and Tang Xingqing, as the core of the new generation of the family, could not stay in the empty shell of the Duanli Tang mansion. As the person who first captured her, Hongfan was consistent and took Jiu Yuanqi's commission to escort her out of the city. When they just left the city gate, the atmosphere between the two was still tense. The two armies fought, and the Tang family suffered a lot of damage, and it was possible that there were Tang Xingqing's relatives. So Hongfan tried to pick out some gossip. For example, the Beisheng army and the Xianfeng army had many confrontations along the Yao River, and they took some advantages. For example, the influence of the Duanli battle gradually spread, making the rebels more and more contemptuous of the royal court, and causing more than 10 large and small conflicts within half a month. After saying all this, he stopped silent. Tang Xingqing was the opposite. In her stomach, Many emotions and thoughts were like thousands of cattle and horses, running wildly in the wilderness between winter and spring. Autumn has come to an end. The cold west wind caressed the girl's long black satin hair. On the swaying reed leaves, a katydid died at some point and was swept down by the wind. Hong Fan caught a glimpse of this scene and slowed down his pace. Tang Xingqing suddenly spoke sarcastically. "Jingsha, this is immortal," she said decisively, like a flying sword. "As endless as insects, even if they die silently." Tang Xingqing glanced at Hong Fan with a provocative sneer. The latter glanced back and was not angry. "It's not silent," they shouted, "but the wind was too strong and you couldn't hear them," Hong Fan replied softly, looking at Yunlin beyond his sight. Tang Xingqing was instantly confused. But the dignified Qian Tianxing couldn't accept losing the third duel with Jingsha so easily. Conquering cities and winning people's hearts, everyone knows that your Beisheng army is trying to overthrow the royal court. She stabilized her mentality and launched another offensive. The king's court is mainly Feng Jiang. You are unable to defeat him head-on, so you can only bully him and make it difficult for him to get off Feng Jianding and break through Yunlin's forbidden blood sacrifice. But how easy is that? Even if my Tang family is excluded, the Beisheng army is now only equal to the Xianfeng army in terms of military strength, and it is even 1 against 3 at the Yuanxi level. What's more, Yunlin City has a population of 400,000, and its regulations are even better than Duanli. Tang Xingqing expressed restrained disdain. In the final analysis, the rise and fall of the Feng family depends entirely on the success or failure of Feng Jiang himself. You are risking your lives in vain, just to create momentum. Hong Fan listened carefully and nodded generously. Tang Xingqing seemed to punch the air. "Do you think this is ridiculous?" she questioned, speaking even faster. "Then I will take a step back and assume that the 100 Victory Army can overthrow the Huaiang Kingdom. Believe it or not, there will be no change in the 3 counties. The smoke of war is everywhere now because the Leng family sat back and watched. The Gong family was perfunctory, and the Feng family messed up the mess themselves. Even so, you are only slightly better than my Tang family. With Duan Xianan's talent and domineering, it is not impossible for him to establish his own surname in the 3 counties and share a share. But if he wants to subvert the rules of the family, he will become the target of public criticism." Tang Xingqing narrowed her phoenix eyes, as if she had seen that situation, and shook her head unconsciously. "Jingsha, do you think that the only difference between ordinary people and noble families is martial arts? Noble families have stable inheritance, vast resources, and countless people have accumulated killing methods, martial arts, tricks, weapons, and spiderweb-like interests through their own practice and research. To change it, to suppress it, that is not something that one person or even a generation can do." Tang Xingqing's voice trembled, and the morning light was vague in her black eyes. She looked at Hong Fan expectantly, and seeing that the other party still nodded earnestly without saying anything, she completely lost her mind. "Then I will take another step back and really change the world of the 3 counties of Huaiang." Tang Xingqing casually pulled off the diamond-shaped leaves of the hibiscus on the roadside and squeezed them into a ball in her palm. "Let Duan Xianan realize his ambition and create a martial art that can be practiced by people all over the world. Then what? Within a few decades, those with outstanding talents will grow into new Yuanxi Xianrun, and then they will establish new families and make the same decisions as their predecessors. Raise your family status and monopolize the martial arts classics." Tang Xingqing spoke like a machine gun, throwing the half-broken green leaves to the ground, and then crushing them with her black silk boots until the mud stained the gold thread on the boots. Because people are always selfish, because people are unwilling to get less when they can get more, because power itself is the qualification to run rampant. She finished her words with hatred, and her heart was full of regret. Regret why she had the audacity to start another verbal dispute with Hong Fan, regret why she said these words that she didn't even know the motive. Seeing this, Hong Fan stretched out his hand with a little pity, as if he wanted to pat the girl on the shoulder. But he took it back after all. "You really don't look like you are 19 years old, Hong Fan sighed. "Oh, do you look like that? Are you qualified to say that to me?" Tang Xingqing laughed in anger and retorted. She tried to suppress her emotions, put her hands behind her back, and spoke in an extremely cold tone. "Jingsha, go and persuade Duan Xianan and Gu Yixin, just like I am persuading you now. You should leave Huaiang State." Hong Fan did not reply, but looked at her with a little surprise. Tang Xingqing turned her eyes away as if she was burned by fire, and the anger burning in her heart could no longer be suppressed. "Hong Fan, you are such a smart person. Who can easily defeat me?" Why are you so stupid? She screamed in a low voice, scaring several birds in the reeds to fly up. In this world, those with power will rule, and those with strength will run rampant. Birds can fly into the sky. Is it because of who allows it? Tang Xingqing raised her hand and pointed at the black spots that were flying away in the sky. Just because they can, the voice spread, and tears came down. The official road fell into silence for a moment. Tang's mother, who was far away, heard the noise and looked back from the car. Hong Fan pondered Tang Xingqing's words, but smiled. Miss Tang, you are absolutely right. He looked at the girl's flushed face. Compared with the two brothers Du and Gu, I am afraid that I am more of the same kind as you. Seeing this, Tang Xingqing turned her face away and tried not to wipe her tears, as if nothing had happened. I also think they can't do it. Hong Fan nodded first. So you just watch them die for meaningless things? Tang Xingqing interrupted fiercely, as if she had found an outlet for her resentment. It's not meaningless, but Hong Fan shook his head again. Xiao Tang, you are a concubine's daughter, and you depend on your mother for your life. What you want, do and insist on, is to make a name for yourself and change your situation. You don't want to meddle in other people's business, so why do you want to persuade me? Why are you crying? Hong Fan asked in a gentle voice. I didn't cry. Tang Xingqing snorted coldly, and stretched out her hand to smooth her neat hair as if nothing had happened. Hong Fan took the trouble to walk around to her and took a look. Are you sick? Tang Xingqing sniffed and cursed, gritting her teeth to wipe away her tears. Hong Fan did not laugh at her stubbornness. We are actually the same kind of people, pragmatic and even selfish, he sighed in a low voice. I often think that I may never become a firm and pure person like Du and Xiaonan and Gu Yixin in this life. Miss Tang, compared with you, I have more arrogance and more secret calculations in my heart, Hong Fan said, casting a melancholy look at the girl. But even if I am like this, I want to do something for the week after knowing these two people. But even if you are like this, seeing what these two people see and do, you are even worried about them. If so, regardless of success or failure, their actions are meaningful. The voices leisurely. This time, it was Tang Xingqing who fell into silence for a long time. In the distance of the official road, the dull sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was the cavalry team from the Tang family who came to meet them. Ms. Tang, your family has arrived. I will send them here. Be careful on the road. Hong Fan smiled lightly, turned around and left. Tang Xingqing was left behind, so she stood there stubbornly, forcing herself not to look back. The outline of the world was so clear at this time. It turned out that the two of them had walked along the road for a long time without realizing it, until the bright light spread from the northeast, and the morning glow on the back of the mountain melted the cold clouds like blue iron. Until Tang Xingqing could no longer hear the footsteps behind her. At this time, she finally couldn't help looking back. Unfortunately, Hong Fan's figure had been hidden behind the white reds along with the winding road. The autumn wind was bleak. Only the sunlight rolled on the river, like a layer of gold floating. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Hero. In the 29th year of Zheng, at the end of October, Longqiu town had snowed twice, and the transition from autumn to winter was confirmed. It was afternoon, the sky was high, and the white clouds were huddled together, biting each other's tails. On the hillside of Zulin Mountain, Gu Yixin leaped between the high branches of the pine trees, like a light bird. Hong Fan followed closely behind, running through the white snow on the mountain under the trees, and every step he took created a shallow pit. The two climbed up the mountain valley to an altitude of more than 2,000 meters, and saw Du and Xiaonan who had been waiting there for a while. This place was not far from the top of Zulin Mountain. Hong Fan looked far away and saw that the snow on the mountain ridge was broken into powder by the wind and rolled into a white turbulence. Looking back, the half-frozen surface of Yishan Lake was engraved with sunlight, and the people of Longqiu town waiting at the foot of the mountain were as small as ants. He stopped and the cold quickly froze his lungs. The bloody storm in Duanli City seemed to have happened a long time ago. Hong Fan patted the bark and looked up at the 50-meter-tall giant trees. They are all top-quality firs. How about this forest? He exhaled white air as he spoke. It's good. It's right in front of the col below and goes all the way to the bottom. Du and Xiaonan nodded. You guys cut it. and I'll be responsible for transporting it," he suggested, rolling up his sleeves and stretching his arms. The three of them got to work. Hong Fan used the sandflow knife to cut wood chips everywhere. Gu Yixin was faster than him, using his hands as a gun to cut off a giant tree in 2 or 3 strokes. The fir tree tilted and fell, and before it hit the bottom, Duan Xiaonan caught it on his shoulder. Such a good wood can't be damaged. He weighed the giant tree repeatedly, adjusted his center of gravity, and then activated his iron arm and golden body to throw it out. The wind whistled, and the fir tree floated 100 meters in the air, landing right on the steep slope of the snow-covered col, and then slid for dozens of breaths, dragging the white dragon all the way to the bottom of the mountain. The first tree stopped by rubbing the soil. The crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, raised their arms in jubilation, swarmed around the bundled tree trunks, dragged them to an empty space and slowly processed them with knives and axes. The broken branches were used as firewood, and the main trunks were used to repair the house. Wood was a necessity for keeping warm. After working hard for half an hour, the three of them met the needs of the town for a whole winter, and then they stopped. Hong Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and put his hands on his waist. Gu Yixin played with a 2-meter-long straight branch without forks, as if he had found a treasure. Duan Xianan's body was steaming with white steam, and he unbuttoned his front, but he was still not satisfied. "The work is done. Do you want to have some fun?" he suddenly asked the two. "What kind of fun?" Hong Fan replied with interest. He knew that the fun of Iron Palm opening the mountain has always been extraordinary. "How about we go wrestling?" Duan Xiaonan thought for a moment and got an idea. "Who should we wrestle with?" Gu Yixin asked. As soon as he said this, he saw the other party raise his arm and point to the west. "Let's go to the boundary between Huaiyang and Liang's how to find the Kunwu Pillar of Heaven." Duan Xiaonan laughed heroically, releasing the golden true essence to carry the two of them, and flew off the ground. After dozens of breaths, they passed over the mountain ridge and saw that Zulan Mountain blocked Yishan Lake and Tingshan Pass behind them. The mountain soon came to an end, and the world collapsed suddenly. The rivers were entangled like threads, patterned on the belly of the earth. Hundreds of miles ahead, Hong Fan recognized Pang County, which he had not seen for a long time. With it as the center, the roads crisscrossed like chains on the city's back. The three flew for an hour, crossing 1,000 miles of land. Duan Xiaonan didn't fall until the snow-capped peaks like high walls rose in front of them. When Hong Fan landed on the ground, he could no longer see the sky in front of him. Looking at the entire northwest, light ochre mountains blocked a boundary. Continuous peaks pierced the sky hand in hand, until the pure white snow ridges and the pure white clouds blended silently. Hong Fan held his breath unconsciously. He knew that there must be a strong wind blowing at the top of the mountain. This was because the majestic clouds were flowing along the mountain ridges like a slow and deep waterfall, dropping 1,000 meters in one go, and finally being torn into misty threads by the horns of the cliffs. Down the mountainside, beyond the coverage of the clouds, there was a pale blue glacier. On it there were white lines in the shape of running water, like armor hanging on the soil. "Is this Kunwu Mountain?" Hong Fan lowered his voice very low. "Yes, that's it." Duan Xiaonan raised his chin, as if he had met an old rival who refused to admit defeat. "Are you ready?" he asked casually, and with a mischievous smile, he picked up the two of them and swooped down, landing on the mountainside of the main peak of Kunwu. At this time, Hong Fan could only see the horizon made of white snow. Duan Xiaonan's fighting spirit was already overwhelming. He folded his arms and shouted wildly. "Kunwu, come and fight!" The shout swelled up like a physical object, rolling over the mountaintops and suppressing the strong wind that was circling the mountain and through the valley. Kunwu responded. The snow cape broke near the peak, flowing slowly at first, then gradually accelerated, carrying a huge wave of pure white. Hong Fan stood there in a daze. He felt the wind, he felt the cold, he felt the innate spiritual energy leaping and dancing, as if the whole world was falling in front of him, melting everything into silver. Miles, tens of seconds. Until the snow stuck to his cheeks, until the overwhelming roar of Kunwu Xians who approached him. Hong Fan finally saw a touch of gold in his peripheral vision. It was a huge palm force as big as a house, with a clang of steel. The snow wave was hid as if it hid a reef, and a white waterfall dozens of feet higher rose from it. Duan Xiaonan opened his arms and laughed and rushed into the white waves, with Gu Yixin following closely behind him. Only one person could not move. The might of heaven was approaching, and Hong Fan could no longer tell whether it was roaring or silence in his ears. As his will was suppressed to the limit, He finally let out a roar that he could not even hear. The sand armor was pulled up to the thickest, and countless sand streams like roots were planted. He stepped on the horse's stance, leaned forward, and protected his head with his arms. It was like a reed in the midst of thousands of horses. When the smoke and dust went away, Duan Xiaonan pulled his little brother out from under the snow. "How did you fall?" he asked happily. "It was a miserable defeat at Kunwu." Hong Fan shook his head and sighed, and it took him a long time to suppress his nausea. At this time, he turned around and found that the terrain of the main peak of Kunwu had changed beyond recognition. "Can you hold on?" Gu Yixin held his hand, frowned slightly, and asked with concern. Hong Fan smiled when he heard it. "Just now, I saw that Brother Kunwu is not only tall, but also as bold as the three of us. He is a hero in the 9 provinces. When heroes compete, they always win 2 out of 3. Hearing this, the 3 people's enthusiasm became more and more excited, and then they challenged 2 more peaks. The second time, Hong Fan no longer insisted on staying in the same place. After wearing sand armor, he was rolled out of the avalanche for a mile. After being dug out, he was still dazed and laughed while lying on his back. The third time, he went down the river, stepped on the sandboard, supported the snow waves and rushed straight to the cliff, and spread his wings to glide. After 3 times, the 3 of them walked to the top of Kunwu Peak. Each of them was at peace, as if they were bathed in ice and washed away the past. "Hong Fan, are you really not going to leave this winter?" Gu Yixin asked, sitting on his knees. "There will be no war in winter. You are not like me and Brother Duan, who have so many people in Jinhe who care about you." "I'm not leaving," Hong Fan replied. "Reunion doesn't have to be during the New Year holidays. There are too many things to do, so this time is not bad." Duan Xiaonan nodded heavily upon hearing this. "Okay, then let's finish the chores in the next 2 days and then go into seclusion together. Everyone in the 9 provinces knows that Shisha has a natural talent, so let me lend you this talent." He slapped Hong Fan on the shoulder and stood in front of the cliff. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the twilight was bathing the thousands of mountains. Chapter 366 Martial Arts. On the 3rd day of November, early in the morning, Duanli City had just seen its second heavy snowfall, but the people north of Tingshan Pass had already slept in their white beds. In a 3-story house outside Longqiu town, Duan Xiaonan sat facing south, telling Gu Hong and the other 2, as well as a guest from afar, about his understanding of cultivation. The Dao is where the heaven and earth reside, the 2 yin and yang are where the living spirit resides, he said leisurely, taking a bite of a pancake with green onions. To translate the above gist into popular terms, human survival is based on the combination of 2 elements, or soul and flesh, or heart and body, or spirit and body. The former is called a soul when it dies, and the latter is called a corpse when it dies. These 2 are intertwined and mutually based, each with some functions, and cannot exist alone, and the so-called martial arts, in my understanding, is the method of increasing and cultivating these 2. Although these words were just the beginning, Hong Fan already felt novel after listening to them. The Yanlu Gong he practiced only focused on the body and qi, and there was almost no record of the spirit. "I have practiced for more than 20 years, and I think I have learned some martial arts outlines. You can listen to them for now." Duan Xiaonan dipped the cake in the sauce and spoke solemnly. "The first is self-strengthening, the second is internal and external communication, the third is to transform the external into the internal, and the fourth is the unity of man and nature." Wait for me to break it down section by section. In the power realm, the martial artist's practice is to strengthen the physical body first. By tempering the physical body and taking medicine to nourish it, the blood and qi, vitality, are transformed into true qi, and the 12 meridians are connected in the realm of unity. At the same time, the strength of the physical body, the tempering of battles and pain also make the spirit grow naturally. This is the yin of the 2 yin and yang. But when they reach the peak of unity, almost all martial artists will encounter the first bottleneck. Their spiritual training lags far behind the body, and they must make up for it. This class is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to train the spirit to have senses, or inspiration. At this time, the martial artist can sense the innate spiritual energy, which corresponds to the internal and external communication I mentioned above. Duan Xiaonan said and glanced at Hong Fan. "This is also your current realm, brother." Hong Fan nodded heavily. The other party's narration explained some martial arts phenomena from the underlying logic. For example, why the Guantong warriors could not sense the fluctuations of the innate spiritual energy, And what was the essential difference between the peak of the wholeness and the communication between heaven and man? Take Hong Fan himself as an example. After the Star of Destiny entered the position, he had inspiration, so he entered the communication between heaven and man without any effort. The process of communication between heaven and man to the innate is what I call the second stage of remedial lessons. Duan Xiaonan saw that he understood and continued. If the previous stage is likened to letting the spirit open its eyes, this stage is to let it grow hands and feet. In this way, the process of absorbing the innate spiritual energy turns from passive to active, and the warrior can force the innate spiritual energy to mix with the true key to obtain the true essence. That is, what I summarized as transforming the outside into the inside. This is called climbing the ladder to heaven. This summary made Hong Fan enlightened. If the two levels of the power realm and the key realm are actually the embodiment of the thriving spirit and the balance of the two elements, then the sudden enlightenment and understanding of the innate fire spirit energy recorded in the martial arts of my clan are actually meaningless. He immediately drew inferences from one example and asked, "For me, I really don't feel anything," Duan Xiaonan replied. "I was mature when I was young. Not only did I have outstanding strength, but the world in my eyes was also deeper and clearer than others. Now I think that I was born with a strong spirit and inspiration, based on my foundation at that time. If I practiced water or wood instead of gold, it would not be a problem." "What do you think of Brother Hong's question, Brother Don?" he said and looked at the fourth person in the hall. This person has phoenix eyes and thin lips, wearing a pure black silk robe. He looks about 50 years old and came to visit unexpectedly yesterday. Although Hong Fan did not know his name and identity, just by looking at his delicate and even skin and weak and long breathing, he knew that he had a strong martial arts. What Shisha said is of course meaningful. "It's just that you, Mr. Duan, are too talented and don't understand it," Mr. Tian replied. "Spiritual energy is like other mundane things. It can be driven by force or by skill. The so-called understanding of a specific spiritual energy is similar to the force-generating technique when punching. Duan Guang, you have brute force, but it does not mean that everyone is like this," he joked, and from the tone of his voice, it was obvious that he had already passed the innate threshold. With two martial arts masters to answer his doubts, Hong Fan suddenly became enlightened. But a doubt immediately arose in his heart since the essence of driving spiritual energy is mental strength, and attribute affinity is only secondary. Then after having a life star that can naturally generate and control true energy, why is I still stuck under the ladder? So it's been almost 3 years, it's still it, and I'm still me? At this moment, Hong Fan seemed to have returned to the night after activating the Dragon Soul Tree in the 27th year of Zheng, and recalled the same mood. He did not ask this doubt out loud, but suppressed it deeply in his heart. After entering the key realm, the path of a warrior is to practice the word internalization. Duan Xiaonan did not notice Hong Fan's mood, and just continued to explain. The characteristic of the innate stage is key is against the innate, that is, it has the true essence. To sum up the 6 combinations, it is nothing more than using the new tool of the true essence to open up all the collateral meridians, making the whole body's meridian system innate and integrated. On the other hand, various visualizations, inductions, and the driving of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also play a role in training the spirit. The Yuan-Si stage is the process of the meridian and 5 internal organ system being completely connected and innate, with 2 characteristics. The 5 internal organs store the spirit and floating in the air. The 5 internal organs are the place where the essence and ki are transformed and the foundation of the flesh. People absorb vitality from the outside world, which is transformed into blood and ki through the circulation of the 5 internal organs. The blood and ki sink to the danshan and brew into true ki, which is the foundation for the growth of the 2 yin and yang. The so-called 5 gates of Yuan-Si are to refine the 5 internal organs with true essence and make them innate. In this way, each internal organ will have the function of the danshan and can produce true essence. This is the 5 internal organs store the spirit. Once a warrior breaks through the first gate of Yuan-Si, it means that at least one organ has broken away from the acquired, and is essentially the same as the innate spiritual energy, and has no hindrance to connection. At this point, the innate spiritual energy perceived by the warriors turned from virtual to real, becoming as touchable as air. The so-called flying in the air is to rely on the partially innate body to interact with the innate spiritual energy, similar to swimming in the innate spiritual energy. In this way, the warrior is not bound by the Yuan magnetic field, can borrow power everywhere, no longer have conventional flaws, and can be respected as a master without leakage. Duan Xiaonan finished a long paragraph in one breath, and saw that Hong Fan and Gu Yixin were fascinated by it, and felt very accomplished. Compared with the innate, the difference in physique and destructive power between Yuan magnetic and innate is not that big, except for the sudden increase of several times of the true energy. Just talking about frontal combat, Gu Di can hold on for a long time in front of some inferior Yuan magnetic. What really separates the two is flying, come and go as you like, ignore the terrain and encirclement, so that Yuan magnetic masters can break thousands of troops alone, enough to be the pillars of the family, he asked. But there is a way to counter the Lin Kuangzu. Do you have any ideas? This question was only asked to Hong Fan, probably because it was already stated in the Buzzy Vajra classic. Since Lin Kuangzu relies on the interaction between the innate body and the innate spiritual energy, then destroy this interaction. Hong Fan thought for a while and answered. Mr. Hong is a genius in the world, and he really got it right at a glance, Mr. Yuan couldn't help but praise. This method is called Hunshin, and most martial arts classics have records of it, that is, the continuous, large-scale, and disorderly release of true energy will make the innate spiritual energy environment violent, for example, a vortex in a lake, a storm in the atmosphere. Of course, this method does not distinguish between enemies and friends. When a Yuanzi warrior uses the Hunshin technique, the consumption is 10 times that of normal combat, and the range of influence ranges from tens to hundreds of meters in radius. Once combined with 2 or 3 innates, it is enough to surround and kill opponents of the same combat power in a short period of time. Hong Fan finally understood why Duan Xiaonan always chose a battlefield far away from the camps of both sides when he fought with Tang Xiaoyao, not to avoid accidental injuries, but to provide safety guarantees. I used this Hun Tianju when Feng Mubei was chasing me 4 years ago, Duan Xiaonan took over the conversation. Oh, that old guy is the best among the heirs of the aristocratic family, his physique is far superior to that of ordinary people, and his true energy was almost 3 times that of mine at that time. When I broke through to the 5th level of Yuanzi, I estimated that it was only half of his. That time I was beaten to pulp, but fortunately Feng Mubei had been accustomed to flying for many years, and using his legs actually reduced his combat power by 2 points, so I jumped off the cliff to find a way out. Speaking of the defeat a few years ago, he was actually enjoying it, not at all discouraged. After a sigh of emotion, Duan Xiaonan returned to the topic. In terms of cultivation, Yuanzi is very different from before Yuanzi. From the inner vision realm to the innate realm, warriors are all working on the meridians, similar to clearing lines one by one. Once they reach Yuanzi, the target turns to the internal organs. This is 3-dimensional flesh and blood, and the sacrifice training is difficult and protracted, and there are too few resources to help. This leads to a huge difference in the cultivation speed of warriors in the Yuanzi realm. Don't look at the top 3 and top 5 on the list of Xianjiao, who often have 1 level of progress in 1 year in the innate stage. When it comes to Yuanzi, 5 years is already very fast. Tang Laojian was also the 3rd on the list of Xianjiao, Shezi Xiaoxia, and now he is over 100 years old and still working on the 4th level of Yuanzi, so he was angry when he saw me. Duan Xiaonan laughed triumphantly. Mr. Yuan looked at his appearance and felt something in his heart, and couldn't help sighing. Hong Fan also sighed. He clearly remembered that the person sitting opposite him only took more than 20 years to rush from the peak of the innate to the 4th level of Yuanzi now, and it was all based on his own deduction of the exercises. Now it's simply horrifying. Among the 4, only Gu Yixin, who was stuck under the Yuan magnetic field, had clear eyes and didn't care at all. Chapter 367, Heaven and the 3 Realms. After Yuanzi, it is the realm of heaven and man. Duan Xiaonan suppressed his pride and continued. Although I have not reached this realm, nor have I studied the martial arts manuals of this level, I have heard descriptions of it when I met the martial saint. The heavenly man is the process of a warrior's physical and spiritual perfection. In terms of the physical body, the innate meridians and 5 internal organs slowly permeate the bones, skin, muscles and other parts until the essence is completely assimilated. At this realm, the life form of a warrior is completely different from that of a mortal. He has no vital points, can regenerate broken limbs, and stops aging. He is always in peak condition before the 5 decays of the heavenly man arrives, achieving the first iconic feature of the heavenly man, the unity of heaven and man. In terms of the spirit, thoughts must reach the limits of solidity and flexibility respectively. The limit of the solidity of the spirit is called I am the only one. Because the thoughts are extremely strong, they can command nature without using true energy and true essence, and calm the violent winds and tides with one thought. At this realm, the spirit of a warrior can use the innate spiritual energy at will, and the true essence is endless in battle, achieving the second iconic feature of the heavenly man, endless life. The limit of the flexibility of the spirit is the thought becomes thousands, which means dividing thoughts and thinking in parallel. At this level, the thought of transformation can be integrated into the true essence, and a killing method with extremely complex structure and great span of time and space can be used, achieving the third iconic feature of the celestial being. The true essence has spirit. Achieving any one of the three realms is the first level of celestial being, achieving two is the second level of celestial being, achieving all three, with the body and spirit reaching the peak of balance, is the third level of celestial being, only below the martial saint. Celestial beings are rare, with only about 70 in the 9 states, and often only one increase or decrease every 2 or 3 years. When mentioning the above wonders, Duan Xiaonan showed yearning and could not help but speak. Hong Fan was intoxicated by his statement, but he was still not satisfied. Brother Duan, since the body and spirit of the three realms of celestial beings have reached the peak, how can the martial saint be achieved? He asked anxiously. Duan Xiaonan shook his head slightly. The road to opening the gate of heaven, brother, I can't see it from afar. He drank the tea, pondered for a moment, and still spoke. Since you asked me this, I won't hide it. I also asked the same question when I met the Yi family martial saint in Langaya Kingdom. Yi Sheng gave me 2 manifestations in reply. The first manifestation was words. In the eyes of ordinary people, all things are the surface of heaven and earth, and spiritual energy is the inside of heaven and earth. In the eyes of the enlightened, heaven and earth are invisible, and the surface and inside are unknown. There was silence in the hall. The second manifestation was, Duan Xiaonan stroked his chin and described, with a confused look on his face. In short, Yi Sheng raised a finger, and the tip of his finger generated electricity in the void. The other 3 people didn't understand. If a warrior has practiced well, isn't it easy to spit fire and call water, and attract wind and strike lightning? No, the key is not electricity, but the void. Duan Xiaonan corrected them when he saw their expressions. The lightning was only 3 feet away from me, but I couldn't sense any fluctuations of thunder spiritual energy. After several years, he still looked incredible when he recalled that time. Hong Fan was stunned for a moment, and roughly understood the key. The more successful a martial artist is in his practice, the more he relies on inspiration. Not only is all the power of martial arts created by the innate spiritual energy, but all natural phenomena are also based on the changes and fluctuations of spiritual energy. As written in Yanlu Guang, the shaking of branches and leaves is due to the wind, but the shaking of branches and leaves is not the wind. The operation of the innate spiritual energy is the reality of the world. But the lightning in Duan Xiaonan's finger separated the inside and outside of the world. This is similar to denying everything that a martial artist has built. The 4 people pondered on their own and were confused for a while. After a while, Hong Fan spoke first. I remember there is a rumor in the world that Master Zhang only read the Prajna Sutra in his life, and he became a martial saint in one day. Mr. Yan nodded. There is such a saying. What's wrong? So the martial saint realm may not be in the physical body or in the spirit? Hong Fan speculated. What is that? Duan Xiaonan asked. Maybe it is to externalize yourself. Hong Fan brainstormed and guessed. How do you say it? Mr. Yan asked with interest. Did Brother Duan say before that the whole key realm is about internalizing nature? Since the martial saint says that he doesn't see the world, maybe his path is the opposite. Several people were thinking. Of course, in the end, nothing came out. After talking about the general outline of martial arts, Duan Xiaonan went on to talk about the individual differences of the exercises. One is the different nature of the true ki caused by different methods of tempering blood and ki and running meridians, and the second is the difference in the ratio of the innate spiritual energy attributes when the true ki is transformed into the true essence. For example, in the Iron Palm Classic, he said that the true essence belongs to 7 golds and 3 woods, so the first priority is hardness and the second priority is healing. Finally, Duan Xiaonan and Gu Yixin each shared a visualization method. The former is based on the Iron Palm Kung Fu and personal experience summary, and the latter is completely excerpted from the Buzzy Vajra Classic. The long talk lasted only an hour, but looking at the northwest region of Liangzhou, I am afraid that no one can explain the way of martial arts so clearly. After accepting it, Hong Fan was as satisfied as a stuffed mouse. After 3 years of martial arts training, he often communicated with his peers in Jinhei and Zhaijing, and saw many exquisite and fancy methods in the 3rd and 4th grade exercises. But even the Enliu Gong that was deduced to the innate limit by Hong Jian also has huge flaws in the framework system. For example, the visualization method is narrow and simple, and every time it reaches a bottleneck, it is vague and mysterious, relying on the practitioners to grope the elephant blindly and rush around. Since ancient times, the true scriptures are hard to come by. Hong Fan couldn't suppress his feelings, so he resigned early and went back to digest ancient ideas and new views. It was snowing outside, so he took his gun and went to Tingshan to hunt. Mr. Tian chatted for a few words and got up to leave. Now that the things have been delivered, I should also say goodbye. You came from afar, how can it be so easy to leave? Duan Xiaonan grabbed him. In the current situation of Huaiyang state, there are many things that I am not enough to speak for myself, so I need your help, he said in a rude tone. I'm afraid I can't help you. Mr. Tian didn't struggle, but just smiled bitterly. Before I came, the divine capital had just decided on the ceremonials. The 2 saints of Heijin and Langai will visit successively in the early spring of next year. The headmaster has a straightforward temper and often wants to fight over a few words. Tian has to receive him throughout the whole process. Duan Xiaonan heard this and his face became completely calm. The situation in Huaiyang state is indeed difficult, but it is not just Huaiyang that is difficult. Since I met Saint Yi, I have not heard that he left Langai for many years. Duan Xiaonan showed a look of reminiscence. Is it because of those white thunder gods that you have disturbed your majesty this time? He laughed a few times without waiting for an answer. The 2 then walked out of the yard, bowed to each other, and only exchanged the words take care. Then, Duan Xiaonan watched his friend ascend into the snow curtain and fly to the northeast sky. P.S. It is actually very easy to just think of a few nouns for the cultivation system, but it is really difficult to be self-consistent. This paragraph has actually been revised many times. Chapter 368 Iron and Fire. In the 29th year of Zheng, early December, northwest of the Jinhe Desert, on the outer edge of the Great Swamp, the narrow Milky Way is like a giant snake, polishing the glazed sky with its shiny scales. The wetland is vast. Green meadows like hair are scattered in between, with ochre islands occasionally exposed. A bonfire sat in the night. More than 20 people sat around in the firelight, all wearing light armor with snakeskin as the base and iron plates as the lining. 40 or 50 war horses gathered outside, enjoying night grass and fine feed. The Xianjiao list we put out when we went out was compiled by Shenjing in October, and I know more or less about the content, Master Kui said to the people around him while baking cakes on the fire. Chu Jianzhe will be 24 in 3 months, and he is still at the top of the list. Chu Lei defeated the 3rd son of Shenjing Shen and ranked 8th, Yi Shi of Langai Estate ranked 25th. As he spoke, he tore off half of the soft and dry cake and handed it over. Hong Fu took it and put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. At this time, the little fat boy had shed his fat, and he was as dark and strong as a piece of fine iron. In the past year or so, he first served under his father Hong Cheng in the Jinhe City Defense Department, and then stationed in Shakao Guard for more than a year. His originally gentle appearance turned cold. "Where is the second young master?" a soldier of the Hong family couldn't help asking. Kui didn't interrupt. "His rank hasn't changed." Speaking of his brother, Hong Fu showed a familiar smile. Fan Gear is still ranked 79th, 3rd in the same realm, but the Tang family Qian Dianxing who was captured alive by him in July has risen to 90th place. He listed them all, and cut the smoked meat with a thick-backed sword. Has Fu Gear heard the news from the south? Hong Yan, who was on the other side of the campfire, suddenly asked. Duan Tishang and Xiao Guang fought 2 draws, and the Beisheng army attacked Duanli for a long time without success. In the end, the second young master broke the city with the white thunder god. He fiddled with the charcoal with his bare hands, and when he saw Kui looking at him, he raised his chin slightly. "How could I not have heard of this?" Hong Fu replied. "The whole Huaiyang kingdom is saying that Brother Fan is close to Duan Taizang and Gu Kaiang Kui, and they are almost like brothers." He spoke excitedly and kept talking about the word brothers, but there was a hint of unspeakable depression in his heart. Life in the garrison was so monotonous. Apart from the dullness of sand and iron, there was only the cruelty of blood. Therefore, the memories of the past were made more vivid. Hong Fu remembered everything related to Hong Fan, practicing martial arts, playing chess, drinking and having fun, making the hard days sweet little by little. But later, The competition between the Xianjiao and Zijing and the Yuanxi battle in Huayang were far beyond his imagination. The soldiers and warriors around the campfire talked excitedly. Hongfu stared at the fire and swallowed half a cake. Since his brother left, he has risked everything, and he has accumulated 7 snakeheads in his tent. There has been no shortage of martial arts pills, and the Yanlu Jin has been flowing day after day. His cultivation has just reached the point of connecting the 4 meridians. Hongfu knew that he would not be able to see the state of perfection before the age of 25. The stars and the moon above the great swamp were bright and high. Even if the firewood burned itself to a crackling sound, the smoke and ash still only lingered on the surface. Hongfu exhaled a foul breath and glanced at the dozens of brand new muskets wrapped in oilcloth more than 10 feet away. I am born with deficiencies in martial arts. If I want to keep up with my brother, I am afraid I have to work hard in other directions, he thought silently. The next day, the sky in the great swamp was high and the wind was strong without fog. It was a rare sunny day. After the cavalry went deep into the west for 30 miles, Queer was the first to smell the blood in the wind. Zuyiki Sutinkian went out to investigate and found the target half surrounded by the banyan forest in the swamp 2 miles away. Covered half of his body with mud to cover the smell and body temperature, he climbed to the top of the tree in a few steps and looked far away from the high ground. This is a typical snakeman village, with a size of several thousand square meters, and more than 20 dark caves scattered along the border. In the center of the village, a metasequoia tree stood as tall as a stone pillar. A snakeman corpse was nailed to each of its 3 main branches with a wooden wedge. The blood flowed into the stone basin at the root of the tree along the hanging snake tail. Around the stone basin, the fertile mud revealed the traces of digestion, and the bones and scales were scattered, spreading the stench in the wind. Su Ting silently memorized what he saw and heard, and turned back to report. The population of the village of 24 caves will not exceed 30, and there cannot be more than 2 sacrifices. The fresh sacrifices nailed on the altar indicate that they have just been through a battle. Kui Erleo made a judgment. It is winter now, and the weather in the great swamp is cold. The snakemen are less energetic and their combat power is only 70% at most. He relaxed his eyebrows a little and looked at Hongfu with a questioning look. The latter immediately took over the conversation. According to the plan, divide and lure them out, and ambush them with gun arrays. The purpose of this trip is not to fight, but to test my brother's weapons and tactics. The command was swept into the green swamp by the running wind. The soldiers put muzzles on their horses and headed upwind from the village, placing their baggage in the mangroves a few miles away. 25 brand new flintlock rifles weighing 9 pounds and with bayonets were distributed. A dense iron formation was quickly formed on the dry hills outside the forest. Half a quarter of an hour later, Queer, who was used as bait, ran back at a constant speed, holding a half-dipped bloodstone basin in his hand. 15 snakemen chased after him like a tangled mess, and witnessed a human battle formation from a distance, but did not retreat. Hongfu narrowed his eyes slightly and rubbed the 6-page steel hammer hanging on his waist. He could feel the fear growing silently in the team. The snakemen have claws, scales and armor, and are powerful and tenacious. Their combat power is more than 3 times that of ordinary soldiers. Coupled with the huge morale gap brought about by the fear of death, it is difficult for the human race to fight the snakemen in the field, even if they have 5 times the number of people. But that is past experience. Queer accelerated and jumped over the main formation. Hongfu straightened one arm and measured the distance with his thumb. The 2 armies were 70 feet apart, far beyond the effective range determined by the shooting range test. But he still planned to fire a round to test it out. Ready, aim, fire. Hongfu raised his arm and shouted. The combined sound of gunfire hit the swamp like a drumstick. Gray smoke rose up and was immediately blown away by the strong wind. 4 of the 25 flintlock rifles misfired, and only one of the remaining 21 bullets hit the target. The snake man who was shot opened and closed his palms in silence, and saw that the muscles on his forearm where the scales were lifted were sliding, and 2 of his claws no longer responded. He raised his head, and his scaly face was as expressionless as ever. This was the first time that the residents of the swamp had seen this kind of featherless iron crossbow that could emit smoke, but they obviously didn't care, and expressed silent contempt with a steady and leisurely charging speed. 60 feet away, the human soldiers were loading steadily and quickly. As they had done 10 or 100 times before, they bit off the tail cap of the paper shell cartridge with their teeth, held the bullet in their mouths, poured the gunpowder in the cartridge into the barrel, and then loaded the cloth-wrapped bullet into it, using the bullet stick to poke it deep and solid. The remaining little gunpowder was poured into the ignition pool. 26 standardized disassembly actions were passed like water, and everyone finished loading in 20 seconds. This speed was more than twice that of the matchlock gun. Crouching and aiming, the Snake Man approached 100 meters away. Hong Fu took a heavy breath and shouted the second firing order. He clearly heard the gunshot and saw the bullet dragging a transparent trajectory and chasing out a cone of fire. This time, humans were lucky and fired a full 24 bullets with an initial velocity of 300 meters per second and a weight of 40 grams. Thanks to the seamless barrels rubbed by the hands of the Jinseaman warriors, the amount of powder in the flintlock produced by Kaming Singh was even higher than that of similar products in Hong Fan's previous life. The smoke dissipated in a breath. 6 of the 24 shots hit the target, 4 of which hit the vital points, creating fist-sized blood holes. The three-headed Snake Man fell to the ground incapacitated. Hong Fu clenched his fists. Another 20 seconds later, the 12-headed Snake Man rushed to 30 meters away. Facing these hideous heads and faces, the gun array fired for the third time, and the hit rate reached 80%. At this distance, the bullets no longer mattered where they hit, they just blasted through the scales like tearing paper, and after rolling and deforming, they tore open a huge cavity. The thunder and smoke condensed into an invisible sickle, cutting down the 9-headed Snake Man in one fell swoop. The only 3 survivors were at a loss. They didn't understand why fire burned, why iron flew, and why the battle collapsed in an instant. At the same time, Hong Fu swallowed his saliva, pulled out the long-loaded handgun with his left hand, and held the hammer with his right hand to end the battle. Everything ended more cleanly and neatly than expected. The moist swamp wind was pickled with the smell of soil and decay, which mostly neutralized the pungent smell of gunpowder. The soldiers excitedly finished off the wounds one by one, and then used daggers to peel off the scales and gallbladder. Hong Fu held the slightly warm barrel of the shotgun and stared at the battlefield. He clearly remembered how Jin Hong looked when he brought these guns to Jinhei a month ago. On the top floor of Tinghai Pavilion, the tall and thin craftsman slapped his long gun on the table after drinking, and excitedly talked about the integrity and toughness of the barrel, the uniformity and purity of the ignition reed, until his neck turned red and his veins bulged. Hong Fu didn't understand at that time, but he just felt that this was something that his brother valued very much, so he took it very seriously. Until the repeated loading and firing on the shooting range, until the wood bark and iron steel were penetrated and shattered by the lead bullets, until more than a dozen snakemen collapsed and died in several rounds of volleys. The significance of this journey gradually became clear. From now on, iron and fire will prevail over blood. Chapter 369 Blood and Bones. In the winter of the 29th year of Zheng, Hong Fan did not go home. Time saw that he was busy every day, so it also ran. In a blink of an eye, the end of the year was right in front of us. Longqiu Town is a little-known place. There are no fireworks, no iron flowers, and no attention on New Year's Eve here. Only like-minded people hold hands and raise their glasses, drink a mouthful of strong liquor, and warm from the throat to the stomach. On the last night of the 29th year of Zheng, Hong Fan spent it in meditation as usual. In a blink of an eye, 5 days later, it snowed heavily. Hong Fan met with Duan Xian early in the morning and continued to introduce the theory of phase transfer armor, using sand to demonstrate how to use the large-scale position changes of microscopic particles to absorb impact force and transfer kinetic energy, and finally dissipate it as heat in the form of fluid-damping fluctuations. At lunch, he received a letter from Jin Hong from Zijing. The letter said that a new batch of flintlock rifles had been tested in actual combat in Enuma and achieved impressive results. The letter was followed by a table showing Kai Mingxing's current flintlock production capacity, including the hours and costs required to manufacture each component. 20 pieces were produced per month, and each piece cost 3 taels of silver. The former was limited by manpower, and the latter was due to the fact that warriors earned much more than ordinary people, and on the other hand, it was due to the materials of the barrel and bolt. Even in Zijing, where metallurgy was well developed, the cost of steel for barrels above 5 levels of refinement was still 30 times more than pig iron. After reading the full text, Hong Fan did not immediately draft a reply, but took another piece of paper from the drawer. This piece of paper was filled with dense handwriting. The first half was written on the steel-making knowledge he recalled and sorted out: Bessemer converter, Siemens open hearth furnace, Thomas converter, electric arc furnace, and even LD pure oxygen steel making, etc. The old parts still had some hand-drawn sketches, and the advanced ones only had basic concepts. The second half was the current test results of multiple versions. Hong Fan was already very familiar with Dahua's smelting process. Pig iron is liquid cast iron obtained by smelting ore, with a high carbon content and impurities, and is brittle and easy to break. Wrought iron is the iron that has been decarbonized by frying and steaming pig iron. It is soft and malleable, but the impurities other than carbon have not been reduced, so it needs to be repeatedly heated and forged to remove impurities and carburized before it can become steel. Hong Fan had seen the basic steel pouring method of the Kui family's forging and carburizing cycle in Jinhei, and later the craftsmen of Wenting who defected to the Beishing army showed him a more advanced method. Put the wrought iron in the furnace, hang the pig iron plate at the furnace mouth, raise the furnace temperature to more than 1200 degrees, and turn the wrought iron when the pig iron plate melts, so that the molten iron is evenly sprinkled, and the two processes of carburizing and oxidation are completed at the same time, which greatly saves the number of forging times. But this is essentially still the steel pouring method. The quality of steel produced by this method is not uniform. And the cycle is long, the output is low, and a lot of manpower and fuel are wasted. Hong Fan was puzzled by this. It is clear that the instrument supervisor has discovered that the properties of iron are based on the carbon content. A very high carbon content is pig iron, a very low carbon content is wrought iron, and steel is in between. But this did not promote the qualitative development of steel making. Because the warrior class monopolized knowledge and resources, and they looked down on steel, the Hunran realm could easily split fine steel, and the Xiantian realm even disdained the weakness of black iron. As for the first and second grade divine weapons, they were out of the scope of mass production and required more rare and precious materials. Hong Fan had to do it himself. For the whole winter, apart from exchanging martial arts theories with Duan Xiaonan and improving his killing methods, he spent the rest of his time dealing with steel. On the same day, at 1:15 p.m., 3:15 p.m., Feng Qing knocked on the door and came in, shaking off the mist like snow from his cloak. "Sir, everything is ready." He exhaled white air and bowed to show respect. Hong Fan stopped writing, closed the door, and walked into the town with Feng Qing without saying a word. The snow was still falling. The desolate and scattered white squeezed the world, stretched up to the mountains, and pressed down on the beams and tiles. The houses that were usually tall had to curl up and lie down. Hong Fan raised his chin and looked out. He could not see Yishan Lake across the town, only Zulan Mountain, facing the sun, leaving a nice blue outline. The test site was in the military camp of the Beishing army outside the town. This was originally the shop of the old blacksmith in Longqiu town, and was later expanded many times. After taking Duanli City, Hong Fan went to Jiuyuanqi to talk, and then got a brick house here. This house has only one small window, the snow on the roof is half melted, and the ice edges on the eaves are twice as long as other places. Hong Fan pushed the door in, and his exposed skin itched due to the drastic changes in temperature. The vision suddenly darkened, and the pupils had adapted after a moment. The area is more spacious than it looks from the outside. An iron beam is erected in the middle, and a steel converter with a cone-shaped top is suspended below. The outer edge is 1 meter in diameter and 1-person taller. This furnace alone is a sky-high price. There are already more than a dozen people waiting in the house. They are all muscular and have a solid foundation. Most of them are officers who followed Hong Fan to fight in the Battle of Duanli City. Gu Yixin is also there. Steel is far better than iron, which is something everyone knows. But he had only seen fine steel swords in his life but never fine steel farm tools. So when he heard that Hong Fan wanted to refine cheap fine steel, he came to help every time, even if it took up his martial arts training time. The 30-second test, please trouble everyone, Hong Fan ordered. Everyone started to move. In the iron-making room next door, 2 men with naked upper bodies opened the blast furnace and released the molten iron that had been prepared earlier, and poured it into the barrel to the specified scale. The third person stepped forward to confirm, mixed in a certain amount of quicklime slag-making agent, and the fourth and fifth people mixed and stirred. "The material is ready," they shouted. Gu Yixin nodded and lifted the barrel with one arm. After all, it was an early test, and there was no perfect mechanical transfer structure. He walked through the brick house, climbed up the iron ladder to the converter mouth, and poured the molten iron into gold in red waterfall. 1.5 tons at a time, worth 270 taels of silver. Hongfan held the steel frame with his hands, and the flame flow force slowly extended to confirm that the temperature in the furnace was 1200 degrees Celsius. At this time, the lime dissolves very slowly, forming a low calcium iron manganese silicate slag. Blow air. He took a deep breath and gestured. Nearby, an officer of the Pure Realm who practiced Xiao Yin directed the airflow. The wind entered along the steel pipe and blew into the molten iron through the 6 slender dolomite sintering air inlets at the bottom of the converter. Everyone held their breath and waited. Chemical reactions began one by one. The molten iron was dominated by iron, so the oxygen that came in during the blowing first combined with iron to form ferrous oxide, while releasing a large amount of heat. The temperature quickly climbed to 1300 degrees. The manganese and silicon in the molten iron moved, taking oxygen from the ferrous oxide and oxidizing. As the temperature rose, they became more active and directly reacted with oxygen to form silicon dioxide and manganese oxide. Brown smoke escaped from the furnace mouth. More heat was released, raising the furnace temperature to 1500 degrees Celsius. This is a temperature that humans in this world cannot reach by burning fuel. At this time, the carbon finally became active, quickly reducing the iron oxide to iron alone, and combining enthusiastically with oxygen to release carbon dioxide. It was 1600 degrees. The intensity of the reaction reached its peak, and the converter mouth erupted like a volcano, spewing out pure golden furnace gas and sparks. The brick house was illuminated. The sound of water flowing came from the back of the tiles. The ice outside the window kept breaking and smashing in the corner of the house. Hongfan stared at the furnace mouth with sore eyes, observing the color and brightness of the flame, and the sweat on his face came out and dried. He was waiting for the iron sulfide and phosphorus to precipitate into slag like calcium sulfide and calcium phosphate under the action of quicklime, removing the hot brittleness and cold brittleness of the finished steel. The fire was roaring, embracing, and purifying. After a quarter of an hour, the erupting furnace gas gradually became pure and bright. "The fire is ready," Hongfan said in a dry and low voice. The people whose souls were captured by iron and fire came back to their senses. They focused their eyes and saw the flames solidified in Hongfan's face, making him look as solemn as a diamond. "Yes, sir," Feng Qing responded hoarsely, using all his divine power to pull down the iron rope tied to the bottom of the converter through the pulley. The steel furnace tilted, and the refined molten steel poured out slowly. Everyone was held by the neck, watching the liquid condense into shape bit by bit, dimming the dazzling golden red. "Master Hong, I'm going to start," a martial artist named Niu Jingsha, who had been an apprentice to a blacksmith, said. Hongfan nodded. Niu Jingsha stepped forward, picked up an ingot with a steel clamp, and forged it vigorously with an iron hammer. The ingot was hit, leaving a shallow mark on the surface, which extended slightly in all directions. People were stunned and rubbed their eyes, making sure they could see the hardness and flexibility under the hammer. They gritted their teeth and asked for instructions with their eyes. After getting permission, they drew their swords and chopped until they were sure of it. It's done this time. It's really steel, 2/4 of an hour. It would take 5 or 10 days to pour the fine steel, but we only took 2/4 of an hour, and it was 3,000 pounds at a time, and we didn't use a single piece of carbon or coal. It was these irons that obeyed the orders of the star god and refined themselves in the furnace. The shouting was chaotic and sincere. The eyes of the crowd were also purified in the incandescent heat, and they looked at the man beside the furnace as if they were looking at a god. Hongfan didn't care about all this. "It's more than that," he murmured, his brain boiling like a river filled with molten iron, and his inspiration splashing like the sparks of a hammer hitting an anvil. "For the 32 furnaces of molten iron, we opened the furnace early before completely removing the carbon, and directly produced steel, and in the future, we can remove all the carbon first, and then add a certain amount of carbon or other metals, so that we can mass-produce alloy steel." Hongfan exhaled from his cracked lips, and his fingertips scratched the itchy cheek unconsciously, dropping fine dandruff and salt grains. "The process is not yet complete," he raised his voice a little. "This furnace is too small, and we need to make it bigger later. We can't rely on warriors to take in air. We can replace it with a hydraulic bellows, or we can try using a steam engine to blow air. We can produce one furnace in 10 minutes, which is enough to produce more than 10 tons of molten steel at a time. The furnace shell must be designed with multiple layers, and a better heat-resistant insulation layer must be used on the inner surface to prevent the steel body from being corroded." Hong Fan became more and more anxious as he spoke, and suddenly his eyes went black and his brain turned white, with only his heartbeat like a drum in his ears. He suppressed his vomiting, patted Feng Qing on the shoulder, and walked out of the house alone. The snow was still falling. The pure white ice motes fluttered on Hong Fan's face, hissing and steaming into warm mist. But endless heat was gushing out from his heart, so that the world could not freeze his flesh and bones. For a whole winter, Hong Fan seemed like a hermit crab carrying a shell. This time he stretched out with his hands on his hips, looking at the row of bungalows in Longqiu town, the misty smoke from cooking, and the black peak of Zulin Mountain rising high, sharp as a blade, piercing the heart of the bloody sun. The sound of footsteps on the snow came from behind. It's only been a few months, from ideas to tools, everything is new, and you've done it, Gu Yixin exclaimed, standing behind him. No, this is just the beginning, Hong Fan shook his head. His mind was burning like fire, and he spoke without cooling down. The agricultural era has its own gentleness and tranquility, but the stubborn diseases of the old era can only be cured through innovation, Brother Gu. I have seen that the new era needs new blood and bones. That blood is black, it is coal and oil, burning in countless huge hearts. That bone is silver, it is steel and alloy, turned into tracks, locomotives, piles on rocks and tendons in concrete. He spoke excitedly, one sentence after another, and stopped only when he found that Gu Yixin was stunned. I'm sorry, Hong Fan's throat rolled, and there was nothing to swallow. He pressed his hands into the knee-deep snow, and when it cooled, he covered his burning temples. I shouldn't say those useless things, he laughed at himself, and then made a solemn promise. Brother Gu, wait and see, 10 years, no, only 5 years, I will reduce the price of steel in Liangzhou to 1/10 of the current price. P.S. The iron prices in the article refer to the Ming Dynasty. 0.9 taels for 100 caddies of pig iron, 16.6 taels for wrought iron, 20 taels for armor steel, 30 taels for gun barrel steel, and 300 taels for fine sword steel. In addition, let me talk about the update. This time I updated 40,000 words, and I still have 15,000 words on hand. I will send them out after the third volume is finished. The time is estimated to be in the first half of June. My illness relapsed at the end of November last year. During the period, there were several ups and downs. In early March, I finally wrote a chapter. I thought I was in a good condition. Who knew that I would go downhill again after picking up the pen for a few days, and finally dragged it until late April before I had the strength. Therefore, I was unable to finish the third volume at the end of May as planned. Fortunately, I have been in a very good state recently. I hope everything goes well for me in the future. I also wish you all the best. Chapter 370, The Great Carriage. The falling snow covered the old year, and dozens of days and nights passed by like arrows. The 30th year of Zheng, February 21st. The east wind gradually warmed up, and the world took off its white robes. 30 miles east of Yunlin City, the last snow held out on the eaves for the last night, and then surrendered to the morning light. This is a wealthy place. And today, a high-quality red silk wrapped in golden auspicious cloud patterns was spread out from the houses and reached the village entrance dozens of feet away. A quarter of a second late in the morning, the whole village was kneeling on the roadside. Adults and old people bowed their heads like quails. Only the ignorant children secretly raised their eyes, greedily looking at the heavy armored knight standing in front of them, silent and solemn like an iron figurine, and the huge creation at the end of the red silk. This is a chariot beyond the imagination of ordinary people. 7 feet wide, 16 feet long, and 3 stories high. Hundreds of axles, 12 different kinds of pack animals, each with the strength of several cows. The main body is made of light and tough silver wood, with golden lacquer, incense, jade carvings. The scorching sun scatters it, spreading the scales of metal. On the top of the big carriage, 3 flags have been raised, and the word wind is written in ink on a green background. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Changai walked out slowly from the village center. He was tall and straight, with skin so white that veins could be seen, and wearing a crown inlaid with green jade and gold. Whenever he passed by, the knights would kneel on one knee. Feng Changai swept everything in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. He was looking at whether there were broken tiles on the roof of the farmhouse, whether the clothes of the kneeling people were wrinkled, and whether the branches of the trees without leaves were tied with the green silk. Everything seemed to be as he wished. So the king of Huaiang walked briskly, and soon he reached the end of the red silk and was about to get on the carriage. At this time, the east wind was a little unrestrained, blowing away the green ribbons on the 3 trees. Feng Changgai's movements were slightly stagnant. Behind him, the princess, beauties, eunuchs, and female officials all looked solemn and dared not speak. The king returned to his unparalleled chariot. After a moment, the short and fat eunuch came out quickly, covering his red and swollen face, and whispered to the commander of the guards. The knights dispersed, pulled the 3 village elders out of the crowd, strangled them with one hand, and hung them on the long pole beside the official road. The king was about to set off. The ivory horn sounded for 5 full breaths. 200 heavily armored knights mounted their horses at the same time, and the iron sound became a tide, and the guards on all sides were like a wall in a forest. The big carriage was so steady and majestic when it moved forward. Not only were the axles silent, but there were also maids holding bells and chimes at the 4 corners of the carriage, ringing leisurely. The east wind did not dare to move without permission. So the king's court warriors blew up a strong wind with their true energy, holding up the sails and flags. It also blew the bodies of the criminals who were still asleep outside the road. March 6th. More than 200 miles northeast of Yunlin City. Mountains are piled up like folds of clothes, and water systems are inlaid like patterns on gorgeous clothes. This is the border of Huarun County. 2,000 Xianfeng soldiers passed through here at noon, ensuring that the bridges were stable, the official roads were wide and clean, and all the convoys and people were driven away. A day later, the king's chariot arrived, and the boats were sailing on land. 500 or 600 people and more livestock and vehicles were in a mighty manner, with a distance of more than a mile between the head and the tail. And Feng Changgai's laughter was longer than the team. He held a golden bow and used wooden arrows without arrowheads as arrows, aiming at the dozen men who were tied with the ropes and tied upside down behind the big carriage. Every time the bowstring vibrated, the wooden arrow shaft would pierce into a person's flesh and bleed, until these warriors whose Danshan meridians were destroyed fell to the ground exhausted and died silently while being dragged. At the top of the cliff, the entertainment of King Huaiang was reflected in the eyes of several people. These captives are the heroes of the 3 eastern cities of Huarun County, Duan Xianan said in a low voice. 3 days ago, they contacted more than 200 experts to attack the emperor at night. Unexpectedly, in addition to several innate warriors, there was also Liao Yuanhou hidden in the formation, and almost all of them were killed or injured. Liao Yuanhou is the title of Gong Xiangping, a Yuanxi warrior of the Gong family. His youngest daughter is the wife of King Huaiang. Is Feng Changai using himself as bait? Hong Fan frowned. He looked at Feng Changgai's arrogant and unrestrained figure from afar. This person does not look like such a scheming person. You overestimate Teotier. Duan Xianan shook his head and said. This person succeeded to the throne at a young age, has no father or mother, likes extravagance, squandering, and likes scenes. It has been his dream for many years to build a large carriage to tour the country. His arrogance and evil desires cannot be completely suppressed even by the 2 Yuanxi of the Feng family. While speaking, 2 more people were shot and fell down, unable to get up again. Since we took over Duanli, the unyielding warriors have united the 3 counties, and the royal court's decrees have only reached a few hundred miles. Feng Mubei has released this mad dog. Duan Xianan stared at the royal carriage without blinking. In the 18 days since the beginning of spring, the great carriage has passed through 3 cities and 5 counties, and everywhere it has been subdued. The Biafang Guard attacked from all sides, picked off 11 mountain strongholds, and captured more than 5,000 people who were escorted to Yunlin City. It can't be said to be cruel. The words were diluted by the wind, and there was silence on the top of the cliff for a moment. Hong Fan stepped on the rock and glanced at the heavily armed knights guarding the king's carriage. They were named Biafang, with a total of 200 people. Everyone was equipped with precious armor, famous swords, and fine horses. The weakest one was not inferior to the commander of the Red Cavalry Squadron. They were the world-famous warrior guards of Huaiang State. Their military equipment, logistics, elixirs, rewards, and salaries totaled more than 500,000 taels of silver a year, enough to build another great carriage. At present, there are at most 20,000 Guantong-level warriors in the 3 counties, and less than 1,000 in the Beishing army, who are basically middle-level officers and the backbone of each army. The royal court gathered 200 high-level Guantongs and disciplined them into loyal and obedient warriors. This is not only a luxury, but also requires years of accumulation. This force is indeed powerful, but it cannot be regenerated. The team slowly walked away, and Feng Changgai's laughter was inaudible. The royal chariot is heavy, so it can only take the official road, not the ferry. Su Yuntao loosened his hand holding the handle of the knife. Going north to this point, their route has been determined. They must first pass through Xi'an City and then cross the Yao River along Fengsheng Bridge. Hong Fan nodded when he heard it. He had overlooked the bridge when he came here. The scale was only slightly smaller than Xianzhen Bridge. It is said that the bridge piers and bridge decks were cut out of the mountain by the martial Saint Feng Yi with the Xiangang divine wind, and then they were pressed into the long river one by one to connect the natural moat. This good policy of the royal court many years ago is no longer mentioned by anyone. After the Yao River, it's within our reach. Duan Xiaonan turned to look at Hong Fan. The king's carriage will travel 20 miles a day and will arrive at Tingtao Valley at the end of March. Is that enough time? He asked. More than enough, Hong Fan returned immediately, decisive. 20 days later. On the west bank of Fengsheng Bridge, 3 sails and flags were fully hoisted. The large carriage, supported by more than 100 warriors and pulled by strange beasts, slowly turned north. On the top of the observation tower several feet high, Feng Chengai stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Seeing the silk ribbons and colorful decorations on the fir, pine, camphor and birch trees on the roadside fluttering in the wind, as if all things were welcoming him, he felt particularly comfortable. He went into the room to play with the beauty, letting the king's carriage walk side by side with the Yao River for 2 hours. Until dusk, the terrain on the west bank of the Yao River bulged like a knife ridge, squeezing the official road crooked. Feng Chengai climbed up the observation tower again and saw the clouds leaning against a mountain and the cliffs swallowing the river. He was dazzled at first, and then he was very proud. What is the name of this river, and why is it so turbulent? He pointed with his finger and asked his attendants. Your Majesty, this is still the Yao River, the old and thin eunuch answered respectfully. Chapter 371, Opening the Mountain. Nonsense, Feng Chengai said angrily. The Yao River is wide and the waves are calm. How could I not recognize it? Yunlin City was built on the bank of the Yao River. He had been familiar with the river since he was a child, not to mention that he had just crossed the Fengsheng Bridge at noon today. Your Majesty, calm down. How dare I deceive you? The eunuch knelt on the ground in fear. Seeing that his master had no intention of punishing him, he half straightened up and explained. This stream is still the Yao River, but it is the most winding and narrow part of its 5,000-mile waterway. Go north for another half a day, Your Majesty. When you climb the mountain, you will see that the water of the river in the east of the ridge is higher than the valley in the west of the ridge, and the river hangs on the ground, which is spectacular, he said in a nostalgic tone. Feng Chengai did not comment, pretending to be profound with hesitation. You are old, get up first. He looked around and pointed to a dozen shirtless men on the other side of the river, bending over and trudging on the rugged rocks like insects and ants. What are those people on the other side of the river doing with the reins on their backs? Feng Chengai asked again in a tone of consideration. Your Majesty, they are boatmen, pulling the boat, the eunuch answered with a glance. In dangerous places with bad currents, the wind alone is not enough, so human power is needed to make up for it. After he finished speaking, he realized that the 4 words insufficient wind power were unlucky. In the blink of an eye, a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body softened and he almost knelt down again. Fortunately, the king was in a good mood today and did not seem to be as sensitive as usual. Just pull the boat, why don't these people wear clothes? Feng Chengai looked into the distance and continued to ask. Because the boatmen are vulgar, the eunuch had just spoken out of turn and did not dare to say anything more. He was about to deal with it casually, but he noticed the king's gaze piercing him like a needle tip. I remember it, he knelt down with a snap and spoke like pounding garlic. Sweat soaks into salt and the ropes wear out, so clothes get damaged after wearing them. Moreover, the boatmen go into the water frequently, so wearing wet clothes for a long time can easily lead to illness. You know that clearly. Feng Chengai's eyes flickered, but he didn't get angry. When I was young, I lived in Xi'an City. At that time, there were many boats coming and going on the Yao River, and there were also many boatmen, the eunuch replied with a forced smile. He was frightened by the conversations, and his soul was half gone, and his voice was 3 points weak. There were many boatmen at that time, huh? Does that mean there are fewer now? Feng Chengai glanced at him sideways and suddenly laughed. You old man, take him down and get 3 whips, no, 1 whip today, and keep the remaining 2 whips for now. The golden words became the order. When the two Biafang guards came forward to carry the old and thin eunuch away, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. The sunset was beautiful at this time. The sound of Yirhe came from far across the river. Feng Changai was annoyed by what he heard, and turned to look at a burly golden-armored general. Lord Zuo, how far is this place from Duanli City? The name of the Lord Zuo he was referring to was Zuo Chen, who had the innate 5 combination cultivation and was the commander of the Biafang Guard. Your Majesty, in 2 days, the royal chariot will enter Tingtao Valley, and after exiting the valley, it will be Duanli 250 miles west, Zuo Chen replied. Tingtao Valley. Feng Changai looked at the crowded mountains in the north. I see that the terrain of this valley is steep. Will the Beisheng bandits set an ambush here? Your Majesty, you are overthinking, Zuo Chen replied with a smile. Tingtao Valley is still far from the control area of the bandit army, and their large forces cannot come over. Even if the bandits are brave, they can only dispatch a small group of elite troops at most, the golden-armored general said, looking up and glancing at the Biafang knights guarding the large carriage on all sides. Your Majesty, the 2,000-man teams of the Xianfeng army should be sweeping the valley at this time, and there are also scouts leading the way outside the valley. He paused slightly. If we fight head-on, I'm afraid they won't come. Feng Changai was satisfied with what he said, and his eyebrows showed some restlessness. He looked around the terrace and finally stopped at the short and fat eunuch who replaced him. Tell me, how should we go after leaving Tingtao Valley? Your Majesty, after leaving the valley, go west for 100 miles, then turn southwest to Haozao City. The eunuch was afraid of answering wrongly and answering slowly. Turning southwest, is this going around Duanli City? Feng Changai asked back. Your Majesty is the most noble and precious. To ensure that there is no risk, you cannot get too close to the line of Tingshan. The short and fat eunuch racked his brains. You mean, if I want to see Duanli City, I can't guarantee it? The king of Huaiyang asked more and more quickly and coldly. The eunuch broke out in a cold sweat. Temporary changes and arrangements may, or there may be inconveniences. His voice began to tremble. Changes and arrangements may be inconvenient. Feng Changai asked the third question, smiling. Whose arrangement are you talking about? It was the reason before the departure, the eunuch blurted out, and suddenly stopped. He knew he had said the wrong thing, and his whole body was shaky. I ask you a question, whose arrangement was it? Feng Changai seemed to have caught a flaw in the duel and pressed step by step. Yes, it was arranged by this Hongcheng. The eunuch resigned himself to his fate, almost wailing. This is my royal chariot. Why was it arranged by this Hongcheng? The last question revealed the truth. This time there was no need to answer. I am the king of Huaiyang. Feng Changai shouted suddenly, grabbed the eunuch's neck with one hand, lifted him up and put him in front of him. Although his martial arts was only at the level of Guantong, he had enjoyed countless natural treasures over the years, and his physical body was not inferior to the peak of Quanrun. The Xianfeng army will lead the way, and the Biafang guard will follow. The king of Huaiyang looked around and finally looked behind the terrace. The head of the royal family, the deputy commander of Cayenne Mianfeng, and the commander of the Biafang guard, with 3 innate guards like these, I can go anywhere in the world. He stared at the 3 ministers standing by, his tone wild and sarcastic. Don't you think so? The ministers did not speak, as if they were 3 heartless and earless Vajra. Feng Changai's eyes flashed with fierceness. He raised his arm, and his sleeve slid down to reveal his strong and white forearms, squeezing the spine of the eunuch in his palm until it creaked. Order, advance north at full speed. Feng Changai raised a person as a flag and shouted like he was venting his anger. After leaving this broken valley, we will sweep along the main road to Duanli City. This king wants to see the Iron Palm, 100 victories, Spear Leader, and Red Sand to see if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, and scare the Huaiyang family to lose their face. As he said this, he turned around and threw the eunuch out of the observation platform. When the creepy sound of broken bones and tendons passed, the latter had fallen into the dust and his life or death was unknown. That night, the silver velvet of stars is inlaid in the stream and the night sky. Tingtao Valley sleeps peacefully in the arms of 2 mountains, and only a dream-like rustling sound emerges when the wind blows through the bamboo sea. Hongfan stood alone on the high pine branches, looking at the faint fire on the opposite hilltop. It was the Xianfeng army sentry stationed to give warnings. Their large troops repaired and widened the road and swept the beasts along the bottom of the mountain during the day, and they had already left the valley. Leaping off the pine wood, Hong Fan dispersed the sand and soil covering the rocks, revealing a wide tunnel. He walked into the darkness alone. Without the need for candlelight, the Life Star magic power outlined the surrounding environment in his mind. Sand, soil, or stones. Everything was extremely clear. How the force was applied, whether it was loose or tight, and how a single hair would move the whole body, all of which were self-evident in the flow of the true essence of the sand world, almost as instinctive as the blink of an eye. Unconsciously, Hong Fan had penetrated nearly 100 meters in a straight line, passing through the thick rock layer that was crushed on the way. This section was crushed by Duan Xian's iron palm. At the end of the tunnel, Hong Fan adjusted the direction and continued to work. Until the moon reached the zenith. Until he was exhausted for the umpteenth time in the past month. Wiping the sweat off his face, Hong Fan calmly pressed the soil layer in front of him, and vaguely heard the sound of the Yao River. After resting for 2/4 of an hour, he started working again. The moonlight fell into the Milky Way. One person was like an earthworm, silently breaking through the mountain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Teoti. 3 days later, on March 29th. It rained all night in Tingtao Valley. At dawn, the morning light was shining, and the branches of the grass and trees showed moist green. It was 10 a.m. The group from Yunlin City had already gone deep into the valley, and went north along the wide and shallow stream with rocks lying across it. The newly laid official road was extremely hard, but when the big carriage passed by, it still left a straight and shallow mark. The breeze, the bird song, and the gurgling of the stream. The golden cross light refracted from a wide angle on the tips of the water droplets on the young leaves. Nature is so tolerant. When Feng Chengai asked the maids to open the main door of the couch and let the spring scenery into his arms, he leaned on his wife's arms and forgot the anxiety in his heart. But the relaxation did not last long. The third eunuch stepped into the room like a man going to the execution ground, and knelt down to say that the road to the west outside Tingtao Valley was destroyed by rain, and he could not go to Duanli City, so he had to go southwest instead. Feng Chenggai's anger suddenly exploded. He pulled down the golden whip from the wall and whipped the eunuch to the ground, the blood splashing and staining the red carpet. The sails were filled with roars and screams. The team was at a loss and gradually slowed down. Seeing this, the chief of the clan Feng Sifei looked at Zuo Chihan who was riding with him, and went up to the carriage to check. Seeing that it was Feng Chengai who whipped the servant, he watched him vent his anger with cold eyes. In the end, the princess couldn't bear it and stepped forward to grab her husband's wide sleeves. "Please calm down, your highness." She lowered her eyes to look at the bloody wound on the eunuch's body that was as big as a fish's mouth, and then looked up at her husband. "The 3 armies are outside, please take care of your reputation," the princess begged in a pitiful tone. Feng Chengai stopped. Reputation? He slowed down his heavy breathing and stared at the bloody whip and laughed. For whose reputation? The flesh at the corners of his eyes tightened, as if the scars were being torn open by an iron hook. "Do I have a reputation?" Feng Chengai asked vaguely. As if with pleasure, he grasped his wife's wrist. "Who is called a glutton by people in the world?" Another question, in a deeper voice. The princess did not answer and slowly knelt down. Feng Chengai wanted to pull her up, but he did not dare to use too much force, so he could not pull her up. The stalemate was like torture. Then, he suddenly glanced at Feng Sifei, who had been standing at the door with an expressionless face for who knows how long, and he could no longer stop the hysterical anger in his heart. The golden whip hit the carved railings of the Suani fiercely, and the gilded jade inlay burst, and large pieces of wood chips flew out. "Who do you think is the glutton of Huayang?" When this question was blurted out without restraint, the 2 mountains and the valley suddenly fell silent, and even the eunuchs who were beaten to the point of flesh and blood stopped groaning. Feng Chengai himself was also startled, and he dropped the golden whip by mistake, and his face could not stop shaking. At this time, the old Zhang finally lost his calmness, stepped into the room, and started to scold. "Your Highness, please be careful with your words." Feng Chengai heard this, turned around and looked at him, and saw his livid face, and smiled. He seemed to have one. "Ha, I am just a face." King Huaiyang stepped over the huddled eunuchs, took a silver pot and poured water to wash his hands. A person may be able to survive without face, but a clan or a country cannot, he spoke with pride, letting the blood soak the blanket. Continue to the west after leaving the valley. I will not change the road, unless you see the destroyed official road with your own eyes. When the word Teodi echoed in Tingtao Valley, Hong Fan was hiding in the forest and silently poked his eyes out. The team on the official road stretched like a snake. The flags and axes were in front, and the king's chariot followed behind. 32 storm knights were fully armed as a ceremonial guard. As for the remaining guards and servants, they were scattered more than a mile away. The heavy armored knights were terrifying, and the 100 Jin full-plate armor equipped by the Biafang guards was even more difficult for even the warriors of the Quanren realm to handle. However, even the most elite troops could not wear heavy armor when marching long distances. Even if the warriors of the Guanzhong realm could handle it, the horses under their crotches could not. Because of this, except for a few on duty, most of the Biafang guards were lightly equipped and rode on horseback, and their light and heavy equipment were carried by the baggage caravan along with the expenses of the men and horses, and the needs of the Huaiyang king's extravagance. The situation was exactly as the Beishing army had expected. The arrow was on the string. Hong Fan made a gesture. Beside him, more than 40 warriors wearing leather armor and holding short weapons, at least the high-level Guantong realm, moved their joints and quietly dispersed. On the other side of the valley, there was a team of the same size in the forest. The Xianfeng army's search was very strict. But the Tingtao Valley was 20 miles long, with giant trees as dense as a canopy, and 100 warriors were like a drop in the ocean. The caravan entered the ambush position, and Hong Fan and Duan Xiaonan exchanged glances. After a long whistle like a flag, a series of explosions sounded in all directions, and the deepest and farthest one seemed to be separated by a mountain. In order to avoid being discovered, Hong Fan did not set up a blast point on the official road. But the effect was enough. Rocks fell from the mountain first, and then the sound of a river rose in the empty valley. The royal guards were alert at the first time, and they withdrew their defenses and looked around, but they still couldn't find the source. They only felt that the sound and momentum penetrated the mountains and shook the earth, like the rush of the yellow spring. After a dozen breaths, everything was clear. Zhuo Qihan drew his sword and stopped his horse, but saw a large amount of mud and water on the steep slope pushing the earth down, breaking wood and rolling stones unstoppable. Just as he was about to give an order, he felt that the innate gold spirit was rioting, transforming into iron mountains and copper seas, swords and clouds, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up in shock. A loud shout came at this time. "Grandpa Duan is here. Where is the prairie fire?" Along with the sound came a golden palm force that went straight to the royal chariot. At the same time, a column of fire rushed back in the convoy. The collision of gold and red caused the ring of ki to break apart, revealing two figures. One was a man in rough linen, burly and strong, with bare hands. The other was in a splendid red robe, with a jade-like face and long eyebrows, holding a 3-foot flaming sword. The latter was none other than Gong Xiangping, the head of the Yunlin Guang family. The two Yuanzi fought against each other, and they collided dozens of times while galloping, like a thunder rolling in the mountains. Duan Xiaonan had absolute confidence in his palms. In the battle last September, Tang Xiaoyao's 1-level iron scales shattered at the touch of his fingertips. But this time, after dozens of head-on battles with Gong Xiangping, the latter's sword was not damaged at all. Second-class Xiandi Zuan Huang, what a flaming Mingshan, Duan Xiaonan praised loudly, punching hard and forcing his opponent away from the convoy. At this time, the mudslide had accumulated full kinetic energy. In the long team, shouts of enemy attack, protect the emperor rose and fell, but oil and water were not enemies that swords and knives could fight. The black wave surged onto the road, pushing down and burying those who were standing firm at their posts. Even the huge royal chariot was shifted sideways for several meters, shattering many axles and wheels at once. Feng Chang'ai rolled to the ground and heard his wife's screams in the next room. The floor tilted, and the 3 sails and flag masts that ran through the large chariot were being torn apart. His mind was blank, and he staggered and crawled instinctively to check, but was picked up. Feng Sifai hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and rushed out of the dangerous place with Feng Chang'ai, gliding more than 10 feet in the wind, and landed on the top of a huge rock several feet high in the stream. The black front of the mudslide slashed into the stream. On the east side of the valley, Jiu Yuanqi and Gu Yixin flew down the landslide mountain, and were stopped head-on by Zuo Qian, the commander of the Baifeng Guard, and Qiao Song, the deputy commander of Qian Mianfan. The scene was extremely chaotic. The vibration of the road, the creaking sound of the royal chariot being deformed under pressure, the loud noise of the collision of the Yuan magnetic fields, the nearly 1,000 horses and beasts of burden in the entire convoy were frightened. They no longer obeyed the orders of the driver, but ran around randomly according to their instinct. Chapter 373 Listening to the Waves. The first wave of more than 50 Beisheng army warriors arrived around the royal chariot. They formed groups of several people, spared no effort, and surrounded and killed the Baifeng guards on duty in an orderly manner. There were a total of 32 people, and half of them were buried in the mud. Even if the rest struggled to get out of the mud with brute force, they had little resistance. The soft mud terrain made their proud defense a burden. A set of armor weighed about 100 kilograms, and even if they used their true energy to lift and move, every step would sink to the knees. Even balancing was difficult, let alone speed and agility. Baifeng guards died every breath. The mud flow did not stop. The big carriage was pushed sideways off the road, hit the riverbed, and was flattened bit by bit. It turned out that a boat would sink in the soil when it traveled on land. Feng Chang'ai looked at this scene, and his brain finally resumed thinking. Come, save the princess, he murmured at first, and then turned to shouting. No one could respond. Feng Chang'ai looked at Zhang Zhen. Feng Sifei, go and rescue her, but the latter drooped his eyelids, just defending him to death, but not obeying the order. Guang Zhangping was in the fierce battle, and he also paid attention to the carriage. After all, the princess of Huaiyang was his own daughter. Seeing the critical situation, Guang Zhangping attacked fiercely for a while and wanted to go back to help, but was firmly stopped. Every day on Fengyinding, the daughters of the world are sacrificed, and Lord Gong is happy to do it. Today it's your own daughter's turn. Why are you so heartbroken and scratching your ears? Duan Xianan laughed. Guang Zhangping was furious, and he used his true essence to transform into innate fire, and urged the blade of the Mingxian sword to grow to 10 feet. The blazing light was like a belt, but Duan Xianan showed his golden body and cut it with his bare hands. With the sound of thunder, the 5-foot-long fire swept into the sea of forests, cutting off 7 giant trees and rising brilliant flames. The battle has only begun here. The situation facing the Baifeng guards is extremely bad. Baggage collided, goods fell, people were cut, and the road was blocked. But they were well trained after all. While they were chopping down the livestock to restore order, they gathered themselves. Soon, more than 20 plain-clothed and unarmored guards came to reinforce the king's chariot. The movement of this team was reflected in Hong Fan's eyes. He started from halfway up the mountain, jumping in the turbid black ochre torrent, and each step landed accurately on broken wood and rocks. The sound of the wind was whistling in his ears. Hong Fan stepped on a fallen fir tree, ran along the trunk for 100 meters at high speed, and finally jumped into the air at the end. Height is converted into speed. The valley hits head-on. Turning, kneeling, falling into the crowd, bones and flesh are shattered like rain. Hong Fan trampled one person and shook up a thin dust. These gravels rose and never fell again. They were suspended and heated until they reached 1,000 degrees Celsius, and then cut and rotated at high speed under the drive of the Life Star. Within a radius of 15 meters, the hot wind hell appeared. After a few breaths, all the scattered mortals in the area died. Most of the Guantong-level warriors were severely burned, and a few fell to the ground and became disabled. Everyone, disperse, a loud shout came from the side of the road. A large area of stream water was hit and lifted up, crashing into the hot sand array, absorbing heat and evaporating into white mist, making a tearing sound. The actor was the deputy commander of the Baifeng Guard. He rushed forward with a horse spear in his hand, and stabbed at the center of the array with all his strength with his peak cultivation. The steel blade penetrated half a foot and stuck. The white mist was half dispersed by the wind, revealing the outline of a giant nearly 10 feet tall behind it. At this time, all the Baifeng guards remembered a legendary killing method that was famous all over the world. Desert sand armor. Hong Fan is here? The sand giant lowered his eyes and stepped forward to punch, and the pressure of the fist tore away the wind, sand, and mist together. The deputy commander raised his arm to block, and flew several feet away with a sound of bones breaking. The murderous intent was still chasing. He bit the blood and rolled sideways after landing, barely avoiding the long spear, but he couldn't avoid the wooden cart kicked by Hong Fan. His sternum was broken and pierced into his internal organs. The deputy commander vomited blood and was exhausted. Dozens of rebel warriors arrived one by one and formed a battle line behind Hong Fan. The Biafang guards were slightly shaken. But they were brave warriors after all. After reorganizing the team, they rushed again. The strategy of the Beishing army was fully effective at this point. First, use mudslides to create chaos, then surround and kill the Biafang guards in armor, and finally surround and attack the reinforcements to block the rear team. From beginning to end, Feng Chengai was not the target. He had symbolic significance as the king of Huayang, but it was only symbolic. Feng Chengai himself also discovered this. Any attack on the Chengai would be an assassination, and he should be the only target of the assassination. Feng Chengai recognized this, but found that the anti-thief assassins who were fighting never looked here. So hatred and anger intertwined, becoming more and more violent. Arrogant traitor, he pushed Feng Sifei and yelled at the top of his lungs, but was ignored. Thief, his blood rushed to his head. Feng Chenggai's eyes were focused on the tough giant of the Golden Sands who was charging in the front. Red Sand Thief, you dare not face me, he roared. Hong Fan heard this. He let go of the corpse in his hand, took off his helmet and stood still, looking back at Feng Chengai, looking at a pair of hysterical, bloodshot eyes. Noisy loser, Hong Fan said lightly, and with a ding of his thumb, he flicked up a steel bullet and held it in his palm. The sand armor expanded slightly and inhaled, and the red heat warmed it up. There was a thunderous sound. The subsonic bullet burst out and pointed directly at Feng Chenggai's eyebrows. Feng Sifei reacted instantly, first using the wind column to slow down, and then concentrating his mind to draw the sword and slash. The blade hit the bullet head and cut into the steel. Then, the sparks from the friction of the metal ignited the charge inside. This was a fragmentation bomb made by Hong Fan. At a distance of 1 meter, even a congenital master could not be faster than the explosion. The golden fire exploded, and dozens of tiny shrapnel burst out, slashing across Feng Chenggai's face. All the noise on the battlefield left him at this moment. Liquid flowed across his cheek, clear and warm. Feng Chengai reached out to touch it, and felt a crack on the smooth flesh. He stared at his red hand in a daze, and the noises from all directions poured back into his ears like water. Adrenaline receded. The severed nerve endings emitted a dense pain like a needle. Anger, arrogance, hatred, courage. All emotions were like matches submerged in ice water, extinguished with a hiss. It hurts, Feng Chengai said tremblingly, his eyes flickering. For more than 10 years, he thought he was in pain, and he wanted others to share his pain. These pains may be real, or they may be intense, but they are not physical pain. Uncle, protect me. Feng Chengai grabbed the only remaining life-saving straw beside him. Feng Sifei frowned. He saw that the king of the country had his crotch soaked in a foul smell rose. A quarter of an hour later, with the roar of the collapse of the waterway on the other side of the mountain, and more Biafang were taking banned drugs, Jiu Yuanka issued an evacuation order. The Beishing army fled and retreated, Duan Xianan and the two Xianchans dragged behind to block the enemy. Guang Xiangping had the will and the strength, but thinking that he had no comrades to rely on, he finally did not dare to chase. The battle is over. The forest fire burned far along the mountain ridge. The stream was interrupted by the mud. Tingtao Valley was devastated and silent. Feng Chengai wrapped his robe tightly and stared at the windsail flag in the mud. At this moment, he heard the sound of the waves of Yao River for the first time in his life. Chapter 374 Wangzuo. 10 days later, April 6th. Yunlin City, Qianzhang Palace. 2 rows of ancient pines with similar postures shine in the twilight, like scarred columns. The sunset glow is like blood, soaking into the shiny gold bricks, and floating a red sea. The palace gate is wide open. Feng Chengai wears a golden crown, leaning on the throne with his collar open, and the wounds on his face are scabby. The dinner is set in front of the seat, with hundreds of dishes served on trays of gold, jade and gemstones, dim and stale under the candlelight on both sides. Feng Miubei stepped into the palace. He is of medium height, about 50 years old, with gray hair, a straight back like a pine tree, wearing a green robe with wind patterns and a crane cloak. The candlelight swayed neatly. Feng Miubei's eyes swept coldly over the untouched dishes, the kneeling eunuchs, and finally fell on the 3 golden whips broken into 2 pieces on the lacquered wooden rack at the entrance. These whips were stained with blood, and they were broken by Zuo Qian, the commander of the Biafang Guard. In the Battle of Tingtao Valley 10 days ago, The Baya vanguard lost a total of 62 people, including the seriously injured and disabled, and not even half of the princess, beauties, maids, and eunuchs in the king's chariot survived. If the commander of the Baya vanguard was not a strong man of the innate 5 combinations, he would have been beheaded by now. Your Majesty, you are calling me an old minister? Feng Mubei raised his head and looked directly at the throne without bowing. Has this Hong Chang found out about the matter of Tingtao Valley? Feng Chengai asked, and saw the old man nodded slightly. What does this Hong Chang plan to do? The vanguard general of the Xianfeng army, the 3 lieutenants of Sheshan, Hubin, and Zhonglei, will be beheaded, Feng Mubei replied. 27 people will be dismissed and incorporated into the Xianzhen camp. What else? Feng Chengai suppressed his irritability and asked. The princess has just passed away. The court will be suspended for 5 days. The whole city will wear mourning clothes and offer 3 memorial services a day. Feng Mubei answered fluently. Your Highness can also write a poem to mourn. If you are unable to do so, you can ask someone to write it for you. No one spoke in the Qinzhang Hall for a long time. Feng Chengai sat up straighter and his eyes were straight. That's all, he said with a gnashing voice. Your Highness, do you think it's inappropriate? Feng Mubei asked back. This attitude directly ignited the anger of the king of Huayang. What the hell are you talking about, old man? The armrest of the throne was broken by a slap. The thieves of Beisheng are rebelling. I don't want to hold them accountable, but to make these thieves bleed like a river, you don't know how to do it. I'll teach you. The royal court will send troops. Yunlin and other Yuanzi will follow the army to the north, recapture Duanli, and break through Tingshan. I want to take Duan Xianan's head and whip Hongfan's body. Feng Chengai shouted wildly. The candles in the hall did not move. Now is not the time. Feng Mubei just shook his head lightly. Your Highness may not be able to sense that changes are gradually taking place on Fengyanding. Now it has reached the most critical point. We cannot let a small matter disrupt the overall situation. Feng Chengai was stunned. My face was broken and bleeding. The princess died tragically, and the face and dignity of the royal court were shattered. Is this just a small matter? He gritted his teeth and questioned. This old minister knows that your Highness is sad, and I will invite the prince to the palace tomorrow. Feng Mubei finally bowed slightly when he said this. Father and son accompany each other, which should be comforting. After saying that, he turned and left. Feng Chengai was left in the palace, shouting and cursing furiously, overturning the table and smashing the bowl. The next day, Yunlin City spread that the king whipped and killed 2 more eunuchs at night, and the screams resounded through half of the palace. But Feng Mubei, who swept away the clouds with a wind, was a man who would keep his word. At noon, the 10-year-old prince, dressed in mourning clothes, trembling, went to the imperial study to pay his respects. He prepared for this in the middle of the night, and he memorized the manuscript after revising it several times. But Feng Chengai didn't have the patience to listen to his son's nonsense. That old man asked you to come, so you came, he interrupted. Not only this Hongcheng, I know my father in my heart. The prince was hit by the expected panic and responded immediately. I know my father in my heart. Huh, what do you know in your foolish heart? Feng Chengai sneered. He asked you to come, so you came. He asked you to come, so you came. Are you hoping that I will die soon so that you can succeed to the throne soon? His father's heart-piercing words were sharper than a sword. I dare not. The prince knelt down suddenly and huddled up. I dare not, so I am not unwilling. Feng Chengai wielded the invisible double-edged sword, seeking vent from hurting each other. Do you think you are the king just because you wear the golden crown? Bullshit, he roared angrily and threw the crown to the ground, smashing the floor tiles. The prince's face turned pale, and then he burst into tears. He hurriedly crawled over to pick up the crown, knelt down and held it on his head. My mother is gone, and my father must take better care of himself. Feng Chengai looked at this scene and suddenly calmed down. He went over and grabbed the crown with one hand, and held his son's shoulder with the other hand, and forced his buried face up. That mountain eats people every day, and now it takes 7,000 a month. Feng Chengai pointed to the north, and his voice was like thunder. The prince trembled when he heard it, and he didn't dare to ask his father to be careful, so he just closed his eyes and cried. Your mother died, buried in the mud in Tingtao Valley. Feng Chengai choked for a moment. In the end, your father, the dignified King Huayang, could avenge her. Tell me, what is the difference between your mother and the person who died under that mountain? Anyone can be the king, but Yuanzi Shinran is not. Do you understand? He let go of his hand and held back his tears. The prince kowtowed heavily, and the gold bricks under him were dripping with tears. Father, the Feng family's success was achieved through martial arts. It is really something that cannot be tolerated under Fengyan, the young prince said with mature words. When the old ancestor comes out of seclusion, he will definitely make the decision for my mother, and the country will get better, he said in a trembling voice. Oh. Did Feng Mubei or Feng Manayan teach you this? Feng Changai looked at his son in a trance, with contempt and disappointment. If the old ancestor succeeds, he will naturally rebuild the country and clear the world. At that time, he will be called a saint for martial arts, and who will bear the sins of the past 20 years. Sins must be washed with blood. You are the prince. Whose blood do you think he will use? Feng Changai said the words buried deep in his heart in a breath, his face twisted and deformed in despair. The prince's whole body was limp. When he had nowhere to hide, he saw his father leaning to his ear and laughing and speaking. But being a king is better than being a prince, right? Besides, you're my prince, don't you think so? Feng Changai finished speaking, and before his son could shake his head to defend himself, he shouted. Get out! The prince rolled out of the door. There was only one person left in the hall. Feng Changai stumbled back to the throne, hugged the crown in his arms, and rubbed the marks left by the smash. You've been smashed so many times, why doesn't it break? He muttered to himself in shock, twisting his knuckles until they turned white. Chapter 375 Pure Thoughts. April 10th. The back garden of the palace of Yunlin City. The bright red roses are in full bloom, burning hot. Feng Changai stared at the fiery flowers and imagined in his mind what his wife looked like when she first got married. That was many years ago. The harder he tried to recall now, the more blurred the picture that emerged in his mind became. When he hadn't thought about it before, he didn't know that he had forgotten it. Why did she marry me? Feng Changai asked himself for the first time. He couldn't figure it out, and only guessed that he had been a good-for-nothing scum before a certain point in his life. It was almost 9 a.m. Feng Changai went to the Kinzhang Hall. The hall was 10 feet high and 30 feet deep, with dragons coiled on the pillars and red-crowned bronze cranes standing on the left and right. It was luxurious but extremely dark. The eunuchs lit the lights. The golden and red walls were covered with twisted shadows. The dragon and crane's eye sockets reflected light and dark light and shadows, like flickering eyes. Feng Changai knew that he was afraid of Feng Mubei. The anger of the Earthless Grandmaster was not something that mortals could bear. The army was also out of his control. The Baiyafeng guards and Qian Mianfeng who were guarding the emperor were more like surveillance than protection most of the time. But Feng Changai still did not intend to compromise. Wearing a golden crown, he could still have some leverage. Your Highness, young Master Xian King has arrived, the eunuch reported in a low voice and bowed to leave. The visitor had a cold and narrow brow, about 23 or 24 years old, and wore a plain white and silver patterned military uniform. Your Majesty, Feng Xian King bowed to greet him, not avoiding the scrutiny from the throne. The two were a genius on the list and a king of a feudal state. They were of the same generation and were famous to each other, but they had never been close. Because Feng Changai always hated warriors, especially those who became famous at a young age and were talented. But he had no other choice now. I already know what your highness entrusted me with. Feng Xian King took the initiative to speak. Since you are here, you must have a way. Feng Changai's eyes showed expectation. He saw the other party nod, and a light red color appeared on his cheeks. Your highness wants to avenge the princess. The first enemy is Duan Xianan and the second is Hong Fan. Feng Xian King walked a few steps inside, waved his hand to drive away the wind and closed the door of the palace. The candlelight was shaken by the wind. If you want to touch the Duan family, without the participation of this Hong Chang and the Xian Feng army, I really can't think of a way, but Hong Fan will be much easier. Feng Changai was overjoyed when he heard this. I know I have found the right person. Feng Xian King has a high prestige in the Feng family, and he is less afraid of the two Yuanzi elders than others. What do you want? Feng Changai leaned forward and asked bluntly. I want 100 strong men and 50,000 taels of silver to purchase the necessary materials. Feng Xian King made the request and explained. Now the demand in Fengyinding is getting stronger and stronger, and this Hong Chang has cut off my supply. Feng Changai frowned slightly and felt a chill on his body. He had heard of the other party's glorious deeds. With dozens of ordinary people as materials, Feng Xian King improved the acupuncture method in the Xiangang Shenfeng Sutra, reducing the difficulty of clearing the 7 acupuncture points by 30%. It should be noted that this is an improvement on the 10 class martial arts, which is rare in Jiao. Of course, the fate of the materials is unbearable. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Feng Changai pondered for a moment and agreed to the request. Tell me about the plan in detail. Hong Fan is in the enemy camp, and the innate warriors are unable to kill him, so we need Gong Hao, Feng Xianqing said. The princess is the youngest daughter of the Marquis, and this time she died indirectly at the hands of Hong Fan. In addition, the king can grant a few vacant positions in the Xianfeng army to the Guang family, but the Red Sand Bandits never leave the center of the Beisheng army. Feng Changgai's expression was slightly gloomy, and he did not comment. Do you think my father-in-law is willing to go? Feng Xianqing smiled and shook his head. Marcus Guang is no match for Duan Xianan in a one-on-one fight, and the 100 Victory Army has 2 top-notch innates. If one of them goes deep into the enemy's nest and is restrained by the Hunbian technique, his life will be in danger. The blood feud of a legitimate daughter and some external benefits are not enough for him to risk his life. Feng Changai exhaled when he heard Feng Xianqing's judgment. He had already asked Gong Xiangping for help, and the result was exactly the same. So we still need the help of one more person, Feng Xianqing said again. Who? Feng Changai asked. Wei Yun Shou Yu Tang Xiaoyao. Feng Xianqing kept talking. The Thousand Silk Thoughts has a secret method in the Yuanzi realm that can consume a lot of mental energy to imprint a target, combined with a special ritual instrument. The perception distance can reach hundreds of miles and last for 10 days. This information was the first time Feng Changai heard it. But the Tang family and the Gong family have been at odds for 100 years. After the Duanli city, they have even withdrawn from the chaos in Huaiyang. How could they respect my orders? He hesitated. Of course, we should use reason and induce them with benefits. Feng Xianqing smiled. Although the Tang family and the Beisheng army have maintained restraint, their hatred has not disappeared. Lord Xiaoyu must not want to directly assassinate the high-ranking officials of the Beisheng army, but it should not be difficult to ask him to provide some convenience indirectly. I heard that half of the remains of the Tang family's divine weapon Pure Thoughts are in the royal court treasury. The king can use this as a condition. Hongfen is just a sympathetic relationship with one person. Even if it is leaked later, it will not affect the balance between the Tang family and the Beisheng army. Feng Changgai's eyes lit up when he heard it. He almost saw the scene of his enemy's head being thrown in the hall. Then there is only one problem left, how to let Tang Xiaoyao meet Hongfen. Feng Changai smiled. This is easy, Feng Xianqing replied. He looked directly at the red marks left by the scab on Feng Changgai's face. Shisha hurt my king. Xianqing, as a Yunlin Xianjiao, should fight him to get back this face. April 14th. Sun County, the study room of the Tang family's new house. Tang Xiaoyao sat at the head of the seat, while Tang Shengwang, Tang Ziqing and 2 elders of the clan were on both sides. This was the highest decision-making level of the entire Tang family. The conditions given by the royal court are the part of the Pure Thoughts that was taken away by Feng Jiang that year, and the corresponding repair materials, Tang Xiaoyao said. With a part kept by Kinger, it can be recast into a second-grade magic weapon within a month. As soon as these words came out, the 2 elders of the heaven-human interaction realm were obviously moved. The standard of the earth magic weapon is to be able to connect with the innate spiritual energy on its own. Although it is icing on the cake for the Yuanzi strong man, it is enough to raise the destructive power of a force realm warrior directly to the innate realm. What's more, the 2 points of Pure Thoughts are the shame of the Tang family and have special symbolic significance. That's the thing. Tang Xiaoyao glanced at the 4 people. If we agree, Feng Xianqing will issue a letter of challenge to the world before May. The location is chosen in Lingbo City, and the Lang family will be the witness. At that time, I will go to watch the battle, and stamp the heart seal on Hongfan. Afterwards, I will hand over the prepared magic weapon to Gong Xiangping, and our work will be finished. Within the 10 days of the heart seal, the surname Gong can determine the location of Hongfan within a range of 300 miles at any time. If he can't do this, he can just commit suicide. He sneered when he mentioned Gong Xiangping. Master, does the royal court want to confirm that Hongfan is dead before sending Jingnian here? Tang Shengwang asked. No, as long as the heart seal is confirmed to be effective, the rest is none of our business, Tang Xiaoyao answered briefly and then asked. What do you think? This matter is not risky, why not accept it? Tang Shengwang thought of the deadly Ziki in his heart and was the first to express his opinion. The two elders also expressed their support. Kinger, I think this is feasible. What do you think? Tang Xiaoyao looked at Tang Xingqing, who had been silent all the time. The latter was the youngest, and seeing that the four elders had expressed their opinions, she was already confused. She seemed to want to say something, but after a moment of stiffness, she nodded randomly. The matter was agreed upon and everyone dispersed. Tang Xingqing went home alone, feeling colder and colder as she walked, sweating all over her body, and she tripped over the threshold when she returned to the courtyard. When the black floor tiles hid her eyes, she seemed to be on the edge of a cliff, about to step into the air and could not be reversed. Tang Xingqing lay on the ground for a while, then suddenly rushed back to the house, opened the sword box, and took out her fifth sword. This is 2/3 of the front section of the famous spear Pure Thoughts. Although it is only the wreckage of a divine weapon, it is still shiny, and the blade is cold. Tang Xingqing looked at it quietly for a long time, until all distracting thoughts were cut off and her heart was clear. The divine weapon is just a dead object. She can't let things go on like this. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.